Chapter 001. But now is not the time to say this. Goku can't see anything. He asks Shenlong in his heart, Shenlong, where am I? But, Shenlong, how do I feel that I am weak? Goku asked. It may be because of the black hole, but as long as you get to your destination, you'll be fine. Shenlong said. Just when Goku was bored and ready to sleep, suddenly a bright light in front of him attracted him. Goku was about to be happy, but unexpectedly he rushed out along the white light, and then Goku saw that he was about to fall into the roof of a wooden house. He thought he would bump into it, but he didn't want to wear it, and then Goku saw a pale but beautifully dressed woman lying on a wooden bed, and a British soldier with long hair was standing next to her bed. Goku obviously didn't know who they were, but when Goku wondered, his body rushed towards the lying woman's body without heeding, and finally blended in. When Goku entered, the woman immediately snorted in pain, and the man next to her said, "Shiyu, how are you?" "God, Azure, I want to give birth so much. It's hard." Yun Tianqing also showed a worried look when he heard this, so he stretched out his hand to give Shiyu a pulse, and suddenly widened his eyes and said, How? Shiyu looked at her husband and asked, "What's wrong, Tianqing? Is it, my life expectancy has been?" Yun Tianqing shook his head and stammered, "Shiyu, your illness, actually, all of them, are all better." Although Shiyu didn't have any expression, the joy in his eyes could still be seen. At this time, she picked up the baby boy again and said to Yun Tianqing, "Tianqing, what do you say this child is called?" "Shiyu, look, I don't know how to take names," Yun Tianqing said. "Then, how about calling it Yun Tianhe?" Shiyu said. Shiyu naturally saw it, and said softly, "Tianqing, don't care, I am already your wife, naturally always will, it's just, I want to take the previous memories as an end." Yun Tianqing smiled and said, "Shiyu, I don't have anything, since that's the case, let's call it Tianhe, he, I don't know, I thought he was my brother." Looking at Yun Tianqing's smirk, Shiyu glared slightly and then looked at his son lovingly, thinking, "Tianhe, is it really you who saved your mother?" Chapter 002. In the blink of an eye, 7 years have passed. Qingluan Peak is still so beautiful, the waterfall is still so clear, and the forest full of mountains is mixed with the sound of mountain pigs. But out of the woods came a young man, 7 years old, dressed in a wild man suit and carrying a large wild boar on his back, but he didn't seem to feel the weight at all, and came to a wooden house and shouted, "Dad, Mother, I shot a wild boar." The door of the wooden house opened, and a handsome man dressed in cyan came out and said, "Good boy, hit one again, it seems that you are willing to beat all the wild boars on this mountain." "Dad, I'm hungry." The little boy is naturally Goku after being reborn, but here he is called Yun Tianhe. When others call it, it is called Tianhe, and when I fight, it is called Goku. "What is your kid's stomach made of, so that it can be eaten?" Yun Tianqing was surprised. Goku scratched his head and said, "I don't know, I keep eating when I see something delicious." Yun Tianqing covered his face in pain, "Heaven, how can I have this son of yours?" "Ugh!" Yun Tianqing suddenly screamed, covered her head, and then was pushed away by a pair of hands, and walked out of a beautiful young woman, as beautiful as a flower. No, it can be said that she smiled, and all the flowers were eclipsed. The young woman came to Goku and squatted down to help Goku wipe the dirt on her body. "Tianhe, get tired, go take a bath, and my mother will help you cook." Goku happily left the boar to take a bath. Yun Tianqing was depressed. "How can my son eat so much?" Shiyu glared at him. "Why, Tianhe is still small, he is growing his body, he wants to eat, you still don't let him eat." Saying that, Shiyu actually picked up the wild boar. Yun Tianqing immediately stepped forward and snatched it, but the snatch was very gentle. Before entering the house, Shiyu turned around and said, "Also said Tianhe, I have never seen you, the father, beat a hare and come back. Yun Tianqing was stunned when he heard this, smiled stupidly, and shook his head helplessly and entered the room. At this time, GOKU, who was bathing not far away, was scrubbing his body with a towel, and suddenly when he looked into the water, he found that his eyes changed color, and he was startled. Shenlong, what's wrong with my eyes? GOKU asked Shenlong. You are kind enough to ask me. As soon as you came here, you helped that woman and that man to heal, but that woman's illness was very serious, and after being absorbed by you, it turned into your energy, and now you have rainbow 7-colored eyes. Shenlong was helpless. Rainbow 7-colored eyes? What is that? GOKU asked. When you became a Super Saiyan, were your pupils green? Listen, the rainbow 7-colored eye is a phenomenon that occurs when you are not transforming. Red represents anger. Whenever someone hurts someone or something that matters most to you, you get angry. Orange, it is a symbol of cough, it is a symbol of lecherousness, it is estimated that you will not have it. Yellow, it is the eyes that can see through everything, you can see the opposite thing through the wall, and you can see if a person is possessed by something. Green, that's a symbol of yokai, you better not use this, of course you do, it shouldn't be a big problem. Blue, it is a very gentle look, as long as you look at the person you care about the most. You will show this color of eyes. Indigo, it's the ability to see everything in the water, and that's very simple. Purple, GOKU, that's what I'm talking about, purple is the symbol of the strongest power, but what? GOKU asked urgently, but GOKU really wanted to become stronger. But as long as you show purple pupils, GOKU, it means that you have no meaning in life, you feel or meaningless, like the Walking Dead. Shenlong said slowly. I don't know much. GOKU scratched his head. Simply put, it's like if you were in the original world, if your Kiki, son, granddaughter, all the people close to you and the people on Earth all died, and you alone lived, GOKU, you understand. That's it, it's really difficult. GOKU frowned. Then GOKU heard his dad shouting, Stinky boy, come back and eat. Here it comes. GOKU jumped up from the water, then began to get dressed and ran happily to the house. Chapter 003. You eat slowly, Tianhe, no one will rob you. In the room, GOKU gobbled up a mouthful, not looking like a child at all, a large piece of roast pork, a mouthful of greasy, and Yu gently helped GOKU wipe his mouth. Yun Tianqing on the side was extremely depressed, and his son could eat it, at least 5 wild boars a day, and 10 at a time. After a while, GOKU ate up the 2 wild boars, only bones remained, but fortunately, Yun Tianqing and Suya were full, but it didn't seem to have eaten. GOKU asked, Dad, Mom, don't you eat? Yun Tianqing and Shuyu looked at each other and smiled slightly, don't worry, Dad and Mother are not hungry. Wukong didn't know that they were cultivators, and cultivators who reached a certain level of cultivation could do so as long as they absorbed the essence of heaven and earth without eating. But GOKU doesn't starve himself, eat, 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 well, yes, just eat. After eating, Yun Tianqing and Suyu took Wukong to the outside of the house, and Yun Tianqing said to Wukong, Stinky boy, today Dad will teach you some martial arts tips to protect your life, my son cannot be bullied by others. Shuyu said, Tianqing, do you really want to teach Tianhe? Yes, Shuyu, I have long found that although Tianhe is a little stupid, but his talent is outstanding, you can rest assured, I only teach him some ordinary martial arts, and I won't teach him those of the Kaianghua school. Well, okay, Tianhe, you have to study hard. Shuyu to Tianhe rode. Oh. GOKU nodded. Yun Tianqing first read a lot of some words that Wukong could not understand, which were some tips, and Wukong's learning martial arts has always been to watch others demonstrate, so as not to listen to these profound great truths. Yun Tianqing saw that he had said a lot, and his son was just scratching his head, sighed, and said to you, Tianqing, or else, forget it. Yun Tianqing shook his head, no, you must have some martial arts to defend yourself. Stinky boy, look. Yun Tianqing suddenly jumped up and jumped onto a large tree with pink leaves, and said to Yun Tianhe, Stinky boy, try to see if you can jump up. Shiyu tilted his head and said, Tianqing, Tianhe is still small, aren't you embarrassing him? Shiyu, this kid Tianhe, I think he can only see our own demonstration. Hey, Tianhe, when did you come up? Yun Tianqing suddenly noticed that there were more people around him, and when he looked back, it was Wukong who was still on the ground just now. Ah, Tianhe, you, how did you get up? Sudama also found out that GOKU had reached the tree. I came up a long time ago. GOKU scratched his head. Early, on, coming. Yun Tianqing was stunned. How did you get up? Flew up. GOKU. Fly? Yun Tianqing asked. Yes, like this. After GOKU finished speaking, he flew up again with the number of takeoffs, and then slowly fell to the side of Suyu on the ground, who was already too scared to speak. Yun Tianqing on the tree was stunned, what's the matter, this kid can fly? I'm not mistaken. Yun Tianqing jumped down and asked Wukong, Stinky boy, when will you fly? Me? I don't know, I want to fly. GOKU scratched his head. Tianhe, children can't lie, tell your mother, who taught you? Sudama crouched down to face GOKU. I didn't lie, I really wanted to fly and fly. GOKU is innocent. Looking at Wukong's appearance, the two who understood Wukong naturally affirmed that Wukong was not lying, so Yun Tianqing suddenly laughed, haha, this stinky boy is really extraordinary, we must have a sword to fly with a sword, this kid doesn't use a sword and can fly easily at such a small age, haha, I'm not worried about this kid's escape kung fu, the next thing is to deal with the enemy's tricks. Shiyu shook his head when he heard this, and said to Wukong, Tianhe, remember, in the future, it is not a critical moment, you can't casually reveal your kung fu, you know. Oh. GOKU just nodded. Stinky boy, you try to attack daddy. Yun Tianqing put on a posture against Wukong Dao. GOKU is energetic, he hasn't fought for a long time, can he not be excited, so GOKU immediately put on a posture. Shiyu stood aside, she suddenly found that Goku's eyes when he was about to fight became different from before, very serious, not at all childlike. Yun Tianqing also found out, thinking, this stinky boy, how can his eyes be so sharp, I feel as if I have been seen through by him. I'm coming, ha! After Wukong finished speaking, he quickly rushed over. Wukong's speed obviously scared Yun Tianqing and Shiyu. Yun Tianqing reacted and saw that one of Wukong's small hands had hit him. Yun Tianqing immediately blocked with his arm, but although he blocked, he felt that the place where he was hit by GOKU hurt. Yun Tianqing just wanted to fight back, but there was no longer Wukong's figure, but he heard Suyu shouting, be careful. Looking back, Wukong had appeared behind him, got up and gave him a kick. Yun Tianqing was kicked towards the cliff and actually fell. Ah! Azure! Suyu shouted, ran to the edge of the cliff, but saw Wukong carrying Yun Tianqing slowly flying up. When it fell in front of Shuyu's eyes, Shiyu immediately went to see Yun Tianqing's situation. Tianqing, how are you? Don't scare me. I'm okay. Yun Tianqing smiled, and then Shiyu helped him up, and Yun Tianqing said to Wukong, good you smelly boy, Kung Fu is so powerful, are you a freak? As soon as he said the words, he felt that his waist was pinched, and when he saw that Shiyu was looking at him unhappily, he knew that he had said the wrong thing. Hee, Shiyu, it's me who is wrong, it's me who said it wrong. Yun Tianqing laughed. Humph, Shiyu snorted, then came to GOKU, picked GOKU up and kissed GOKU. Tianhe, you are awesome. Okay, daddy, shall we fight again? GOKU has already been provoked to fight. Ah! Yun Tianqing screamed miserably, and Chuyu covered his mouth and chuckled. Only Wukong still scratched his head with that signature move, not knowing what happened. Chapter 005. How's it going, is it better? In the room, Shu Zhang handed a cup of hot tea to the woman who had changed her clothes, and said gently. Looking at such a gentle and beautiful young woman in front of her, the woman felt very warm and said with a smile, "It's okay, thank you aunt." Suyu smiled, and at this time the door of the wooden house opened. Yun Tianqing and GOKU walked in, and the woman saw GOKU shy and did not dare to look at him, because GOKU, who was wearing a wild man costume, was even more charming and handsome. Yun Tianqing asked, "Girl, what's your name? Why did you come to Qingluan Peak?" The woman reacted and said, "Uncle, my name is Han Lingsha, I came here to come up and enjoy the beautiful scenery here." "Enjoy the view?" Suyu asked. Yes, what's wrong?" Han Lingsha said a little weakly. "Little girl, don't lie, I just saw some ecstasy smoke and other things fall out of your clothes, I think, you should be a tomb robber." Yun Tianqing said. "Ah, you guys, you all know." Han Lingsha said embarrassedly. "Dad, what is tomb robbery?" GOKU scratched his head and asked. Yun Tianqing explained, "It's like a person who has been dead for a long time, he is buried under a tomb, but a long time later, a person secretly dug up this tomb and stole all the valuable things inside, this is tomb robbery, understand?" "Oh." GOKU nodded as if he understood something. Looking at Goku's stupidity, Han Lingsha covered her mouth and chuckled. "This is my son with Tianqing, his name is Yun Tianhe, although he looks silly, he is really good." Suyu introduced. "Brother Yun." Han Lingsha exclaimed politely. "Just call me Tianhe, big brother Yun sounds weird." GOKU doesn't care about Dao. At night, Han Lingsha was frightened by Wukong's amount of food. Watching Wukong gobble up, Han Lingsha covered her mouth and chuckled, so was Yu, and Yun Tianqing was helpless and sad. The next day, Yun Tianqing and Chuyu suddenly said to Han Lingsha, "Lingsha, we want to ask you something." Han Lingsha said, "What's the matter, uncle and aunt?" "We want to ask you to take Tianhe down the mountain to see, always stay on the mountain, you also see, Tianhe is too naive, I am afraid that if he goes down the mountain in the future, he will be abducted." Suyu said. "Well, okay, I'll take him downhill." Han Lingsha nodded. Then another day later, Yun Tianqing stood outside the door with a bag of bags and jade in his hand, looking at Wukong and Han Lingsha. Yun Tianqing handed the burden to Wukong and said, "Stinky boy, there are some dry food and entanglements in it, remember, after going down the mountain, people are not as good to you as we are, but you must not have a harmful heart, and you must have a defensive heart, you know." GOKU nodded, and Suyu helped GOKU sort out his clothes and said, "Tianhe, after going down the mountain, you have to listen to Lingsha's words, you know." "Oh, I see." Wukong nodded, scratched his head again, and then Han Lingsha said, "Uncle and aunt, then let's go, Tianhe, let's go." Then Wukong left Qingluan Peak, where he had lived for 19 years, under the gaze of Yun Tianqing and Chuyu. Chapter 006. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of the mountain, GOKU looked at the big village and shouted, "Wow, there are so many people! Maybe because I haven't seen many people for a long time," GOKU is excited. "Tianhe, I'll go to the village chief to see if I can let us stay, you can stroll here first." Han Lingsha said to GOKU with a bit of a big sister, and then left. GOKU is good now, such a big village, although not as good as the original on Earth, but it is not bad, although the technology is not so good, GOKU still prefers the original ecology. GOKU in the wild man costume looked left and right and walked on the street, watching many stall people selling goods, but some people stared at GOKU, not at his suit, but at Goku's handsome appearance is really amazing, those people almost thought that GOKU was a god, even wearing a wild man costume. Selling rice dumplings. Gongzi is so handsome, do you want to taste my family's ancestral zongzi? Goku comes to a vendor selling rice dumplings. Ha, okay. Goku scratched his head and smiled stupidly, causing the nearby women and little girls to breathe. Goku picked up a rice dumpling, peeled the leaves outside, and then plucked it into his mouth. Aww, it's so hot. Ha ha ha, slow down little brother, this is just baked. The vendor laughed. Watching Goku being burned and dancing is not at all compatible with his own appearance, but it makes people have the idea of wanting to be close to him. Goku exhaled and waited for the rice dumplings in his mouth to stop being hot before he began to chew. Delicious. Goku's handsome face has become a little bulging and cute because of the rice dumplings in his mouth, and he wants those women and girls nearby to come up and nibble Goku a bite, or a hard bite. How about it, little brother, it tastes good. The vendor laughed. Aha, it's good, it's delicious. Goku laughed. Little brother, or you can buy a little, one for a penny. Vendors are starting to want to make money. Okay, but, Goku scratched his head. What's wrong, little brother, shouldn't you have no money? The vendor was a little skeptical, he couldn't be blamed for this, because he knew that Goku came down from the mountain after seeing Goku's wild man costume, and thought that Goku lived by himself hunting in Bun Mountain, and he didn't start to enter the world until he met Boomer. No, it's just, I look at you here, it doesn't seem to be enough for me to eat a meal. Goku counted the rice dumplings on the stall and the ones in the cage. You mean, so much isn't enough for you to eat? The vendor said with some surprise. Well, yes, I have to eat at least 3 wild boars in a meal in the mountains. Goku smirked. The vendors were all shocked, and they were stunned. 3 wild boars, still, it's still a meal. Goku scratched his head again. Yes, so you add up to enough for 1.5 wild boars, I can't eat enough at all. Little brother, I also have a 50 rice dumplings here, is it really not enough for you? The vendor wants to be sure again. Well, at least 100, and I'll be 7 full. Goku nodded. 100, then it takes 100 letters, so be it, little brother, I'll continue to do it, can you wait? Oh, okay. Goku said as he took the package down, then took out a bulging money bag, opened the pocket, and then poured it down. A large handful of copper coins and silver and even some silver tickets. Little brother, why do you have so much money? The vendor looked at Goku's fallen money with his eyes on money. It was given to me by my parents, and they said they were afraid that I would not eat enough, so they gave me more money. Goku scratched his head. That, how should I give you, what is this silver thing, this round plate is a copper coin, I know, what is this paper, it seems to be written on it, 100 taels. Then Goku stupidly asked a question that made the people around him faint, how much is 100 taels? Chapter 007. In the end, it was some kind girls who helped Goku to give the vendor $100, and then Goku put away the rest of the money. This can't be given indiscriminately, otherwise there is nothing to eat. Goku understands this truth, because this is no better than the original place on Earth. Goku is still more familiar with the money there, but here. Woo, haha, that's enough. After waiting for about half an hour, Goku scratched his head for a long time, and finally waited until the vendor finished the zongzi, then took out a large cloth and wrapped it, and then handed it to Goku, and Goku held a large bag of zongzi and smiled stupidly, and the women and girls around him laughed even more. Tianhe, I'm back, hey, what's in it, why is it such a big bag? I don't know. When Han Lingsha came to Goku's side and saw Goku holding such a big package, and wondered. Ha, this girl and this little brother are friends, hee, this little brother is really amazing, he said that he would eat 100 rice dumplings at once, it took me a long time to make it, and now I have to do it again. The vendor smiled at Han Lingsha. 100. Han Lingsha muttered, and then came out with a sentence that made the people around him fall again. 100 is not enough to buy more. Goku scratched his head. I don't know, 100 should be 7 points full. He said that my father gave me a lot of money. I think my father is afraid that I will be hungry. Oh, okay then, Tianhe, if you don't think it's enough, then buy another 100. Han Lingsha and Wukong were talking without scruples at all. Han Lingsha and Wukong had stayed and knew Goku's diet, and the 3 wild boars Wukong were effortless. At this moment, a commotion began around them, and then a live and jumping chicken jumped and ran towards Yun Tianhe, and also instigated wings, and flew rapidly, followed by a middle-aged man with a somewhat vicious appearance holding a broom. Stop for me! You're mad at me, get me back to the chicken nest! The middle-aged man was waving with a broom, but the chicken was still jumping. Alas, Uncle Song's family has this situation again. The vendor said helplessly. What do you mean? Yun Tianhe said suspiciously. Hee, little brother, you don't know, this Uncle Song's chicken can lay eggs 4 times a day, 4 each time, but this chicken is like being an emperor, and it is always not good to lay eggs safely, and this does not run out. The vendor explained with a smile. Poof, it's fun, chickens can still be emperors. Han Lingsha laughed when she heard this, while Goku also giggled. Don't run, Lao Tzu, you're tired, hoo hoo. Of course, the middle-aged man was tired after running for a long time and began to gasp. Uncle, let me help you. After Goku finished speaking, he disappeared, and the next moment Goku was already standing in front of the middle-aged man with a chicken in his hand. Not only Han Lingsha, the middle-aged man, the people around the vendors, and even the chicken held by Goku seemed to be shocked and forgot to struggle. Oh, uncle, here you go. Goku handed the chicken to the middle-aged man, and the middle-aged man took the chicken over and said dumbly, Thank you, thank you. You're welcome, but uncle, you should be more careful in the future. Goku laughed. Oh, well, thanks little brother. The middle-aged man said with a smile, and then turned and left. As soon as Wukong came to Han Lingsha's side, Han Lingsha asked anxiously, Tianhe, how did you get by? Goku said naturally, that's how quickly I ran over. Run over? Han Lingsha obviously didn't believe that she could run so fast, and she was more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. God, immortal! The people around immediately burst into a big fuss. What immortal? I'm not an immortal, Lingsha, why are you pulling me, where are we going? Goku was suddenly pulled away by Han Lingsha. Han Lingsha said while running, Tianhe, let's get out of here quickly, you see that they all treat you as a god. Goku looked back, wow, group beating wow. So many people chased. Wukong simply hugged Han Lingsha directly across the waist, carried a large bag of rice dumplings, and then flew up with the soaring technique, and the people chasing Wukong stopped, and then knelt on the ground one by one, immortals. Chapter 010. Suddenly, Wukong frowned and said to Han Lingsha, Lingsha, there seems to be a fight nearby. Yes, husband Kun, then let's go and see. Han Lingsha has already begun the 3 from the 4 virtues of women. After Goku finished speaking, he took Han Lingsha to find the chi he found. After a while, Goku and Han Lingsha came to the place, and when the two looked over, they saw a handsome man in purple with a sword gate on his back fighting with several yokai. Wow, that's amazing! Han Lingsha looked at the purple-clothed man and said with some surprise, not surprised by the man's appearance, but surprised by the man's skillful sword technique. It's amazing, like, not good. Goku scratched his head and said, Husband, are you saying that person is not powerful at all? Han Lingsha asked. Well, his speed is too slow, moreover, his strength is not strong, he can't beat me if I don't become a Super Saiyan. Goku accidentally said this. Super Saiyan, who is that? Han Lingsha asked. Goku also doesn't know what to say, saying that he is a Saiyan? Not right. But coincidentally, at this time, a sword chi shot towards Han Lingsha beside Wukong. Ah! Han Lingsha exclaimed. The next moment, he saw that his Ai Lang's hand was easily blocked with a wave, and he was relieved in his heart, and at the same time began to be surprised by his Ai Lang's kung fu, because light work alone is incredible. Lingsha, are you okay? GOKU cared. I'm okay, thank you, husband Kun. Han Lingsha said sweetly. GOKU looked at the man again. At this time he was already panting, as if he didn't have much strength. Don't blame him, because there are too many yokai, plus these sword techniques consume too much chi. GOKU said to Han Lingsha, you wait here. After saying that, he disappeared, and the next moment appeared in front of the man, blocking the attacks of those monsters. Your Excellency! The man said. Then the man and Han Lingsha lost their voices and said, Your Excellency, husband Kun, be careful. GOKU turned his head and saw several yokai rushing over together, but just when he was about to hit GOKU, suddenly Goku's figure turned into an afterimage. The man was stunned, Han Lingsha was also stunned. The afterimage, yes, is the afterimage. I'm here. GOKU suddenly appeared behind the yokai. The monsters turned around and attacked again, but it was still an afterimage. It's not fun, don't play. GOKU suddenly stopped to block the attacks of the yokai and chirped. Then with a casual glance, several monsters flew out upside down and drew several paths on the ground. The man was already stunned by Wukong's strength. This, I really can't believe that there is such a profound cultivator in the world. Wukong waved his hand in the distance, and Han Lingsha immediately jumped over and said, Husband Kun, you are so powerful. GOKU smiled, then took out a fairy bean, planted by himself, from his arms and handed it to the man, who was puzzled, and then ate it, and suddenly felt that his body was full of strength, and the trauma was healed. Immediately handed over to GOKU, thank you for coming to the rescue, dare to ask your Excellency's high surname. As soon as Wukong was about to say, Han Lingsha took the lead, his name is Yuntian He, my name is Han Lingsha, and he is my husband. At the same time, leaning happily into Goku's arms. Goku's face was rarely a little red and scratched his head. It turned out to be Yun Gongzi, thank you for saving us, I will report it in the future. The man said. At this moment, 2 rays of light suddenly fell in the sky, and then a 15-year-old girl and a little boy about the same age were also purple, and the little girl immediately said, Uncle Ziying, you wait for us. Junior uncle, I'm really sorry, I really can't take junior sister. The little boy said to the man apologetically. Ziying said, it's okay, let me introduce you, this is Yuntian He Gongzi, and his wife is by his side. The little girl looked at Yuntian He at this time, and was immediately surprised, wow, you are so handsome. The tone was excited. Suanja, don't be rude. Young Master Yun, Mrs. Yun, this little girl is Suanja, this is Huaishuo, they are my master and nephew. Ziying introduced. No, you are so young, you have a master and nephew. GOKU scratched his head. Apprentices are accepted regardless of age. Huaishuo said. Oh, I don't quite understand. GOKU scratched his head, and his innocent look made Xianji laugh. By the way, it looks like you are from a sect, which sect are you from? Han Lingsha asked. Ziying said, Mrs. Yun, we are disciples of the Kunlun Mountain Kyanghua sect. Kyanghua pie, what kind of stuffing pie is that, is it delicious? GOKU scratched his head and asked, everyone sweat. Chapter 011. Having said that, Wukong chatted with Han Lingsha and Ziying and the others for a while, and then learned that the other party went back to Quanzhou and left. GOKU took Han Lingsha to the nearest city, named Shaoyang City. As soon as he entered the city, Goku's stomach growled. Han Lingsha smiled slightly and said softly to Wukong, Husband, I'll go and help you buy some food. Oh, okay. GOKU nodded, and then saw Ryasa running towards an inn, and GOKU was also idle and began to stroll. Suddenly, the afterglow from the corner of GOKU's eyes floated to a portrait on a vertical wooden board, and GOKU walked over to take a look. "Hey, isn't this Ryasa?" After speaking, GOKU tore off with one hand and took a closer look. "Well, yes, it is Lingsha, and there seems to be some words next to it." "You tore off the notice, do you know where the woman in the painting is?" A voice reached GOKU's ears. GOKU turned around and saw two men in guard suits about 1 meter and 7 meters tall, and one of them said to GOKU. "Ah, you said this, I've seen it," GOKU said. "And where is she?" Another guard said. "She's in." GOKU just wanted to say something when he saw that Han Lingsha had come to Goku's side and said to GOKU, "Husband-kun, what's going on?" "Ryasa, they asked me if I had seen you, and put this portrait here." GOKU pointed to the guard, and pointed to the portrait. Han Lingsha looked at the portrait and then looked at the guards and understood, feeling that his husband did not understand the world. He tore up the notice. Alas, what to do, scold him? "That's you, you're the thief." The guard Jiashu said. "What a thief, listen up, I am an authentic thief." Han Lingsha said like a strong woman, reminding GOKU of Kiki. What, you, how dare you," said the guard Yi through gritted teeth. "Why, I have the ability to arrest me, my husband is very powerful." After speaking, Ryasa hid behind Goku's back. "Are you going to bully Ryasa?" GOKU thought that the two guards were going to bully Ryasa, so he frowned. "This son-in-law, she is a thief, don't be deceived by her." GOKU frowned. "She's not a thief, she's mine, it's mine, wife, right, Ryasa?" GOKU turned his head and asked Ryasa. Ryasa nodded, and GOKU turned around and continued, "She's my wife, so she's not a thief." "What are these words? Is it impossible for your wife to be a thief? In that case, then don't blame us for being rude." The two guards drew their knives. GOKU put on a fighting stance and said, "I won't let you hurt Ryasa." Lingsha behind GOKU muttered with tears in her eyes, "Tian-he. You are so nice." "Stop!" A man's voice came from behind the guards, and the two guards turned around and immediately put away their knives and respectfully said, "Pei catches the head." Pei Jian came to Wukong Lingsha and arched his hand, too. "I'm really sorry, maybe the subordinate recognized the wrong person." "Pei Huntu, I'm not mistaken, you see, that woman is exactly the same as in the painting." Guards said. "Shut up, it's no part of you talking." The sword said coldly, and the two guards did not dare to squeak. "In that case, then it's none of our business, Nafu-kun, let's continue on our way." Ryasa said softly to GOKU, and the gentle look made the two guards jealous. Oh. GOKU still can't figure out the situation, but he can just walk. Just as GOKU and Ryasa were about to leave, "Please wait." GOKU and Ryasa turned around, and Ryasa asked, "How, is there anything else?" Pei Jian took out a portrait from his arms, and then confronted Wukong, and Pei Jian said, "Like, really like." "What's really like?" Ryasa said unhappily, she would like to be alone with GOKU. "I'm sorry, this Gongzi, I see that you are very similar to the people in the painting, dare to ask Gongzi your noble surname?" Pei Jian asked to GOKU. My name is Yun Tianhe." GOKU scratched his head. "Yun Tianjing is? It's my dad." GOKU scratched his head again. "It turns out to be the son of that man, Yun Gongzi, I can find you." Pei Jian suddenly said happily. "Well, what finally found, you made it clear?" Rhombus asked. "This Yun Gongzi is the son of my family master's benefactor. Yun Gongzi's father once saved my family master's life, so my family master now orders me to look for him, but now that I have found Ngong's son, I want to invite Yun Gongzi to come to Fuzhong for a story. I believe that the master will be happy." Pei Jian said slowly. "So that's the case, that Tianhe, do you want to go?" Lingsha asked Tianhe. I'm not interested in this at all. GOKU said. Young Master Yun, you must go with me, my family master will definitely treat you well. Pei Jian said anxiously. Ryasa, is there something delicious to entertain? GOKU asked Ryasa. Lingsha was stunned, feeling that you have to have good food before you are willing to go. Without waiting for Lingsha to answer, Pei Jian, who understood something, immediately took the lead and said, yes, my family master will definitely make a lot of delicious food and drink to entertain Yun Gongzi. Yun Gongzi, are you willing to go? So, can Ryasa go? GOKU scratched his head. Well, it's not very convenient. Pei Jian was embarrassed. What's wrong? Miss Ben is still Tianhe's wife, why can't I go? Ryoko shouted with her waist crossed. This, and, since Mrs. Yun is coming, then okay. Pei Jian agreed. Wukong took Lingsha and followed Pei Jian towards the old man. He said, while the two guards followed behind and muttered, it's really a disadvantage, I finally thought that I could make meritorious achievements, but I didn't expect to work in vain. That's it, a female thief suddenly becomes the wife of the son of the benefactor of the master, it's really a bit of a mess. Chapter 012. This door is so big. GOKU and Ryasha followed Pei Jian to a large mansion, and GOKU exclaimed as he looked at the red gate. Hehe, Yun Gongzi has won the prize, please ask the two of you to come with me. Pei Jian said with a slight smile. Oh. GOKU nodded, and then Ryasa took Goku's arm and followed Pei Jian inside. When he walked inside, not only GOKU, but also Ryasa began to be a little surprised that this yard was really big, with green trees and flowers, rockeries, pools, and goldfish in the pool. Pei Jian led the two to a large house and said to GOKU and Lingsha, please wait here, I will report to the adults, and I will return quickly. Oh, good. GOKU scratched his head, and then began to look after Pei Jian entered. Lingsha, there are a lot of flowers and trees here, and there are a lot of pools. GOKU said to Ramsa. Hehe, yes, but it doesn't seem to be as good as Qingluan Peak, don't you say, husband Kun? Ryasa smiled. Aha, yes. GOKU smiled stupidly, and then as if he had discovered some new land, he jumped to a pool and looked at the pool and shouted, wow, Ryasa, come soon, there are so many red fish. Ryasa looked at her husband helplessly, alas, although she looked silly, but people are very good, will not harm people, Ryasa will not regret choosing the wrong person, she believes that GOKU is her reliance in this life. I don't know if I can eat it. GOKU scratched his head and looked dejectedly at the goldfish spitting blisters in the pool. Puff at this time, by the small door in the backyard not far away, several women in domestic servant costumes looked at this, and they should have heard Goku's words before laughing. Hehe, he said that goldfish cannot be eaten, it's fun. The maid said with a smile. Shh, whisper, they can go to the inner courtyard, it must be the guest of the master, it's really a bit of a surprise. Maid B said. But, seriously, the man who dresses a bit like a wild man is really handsome. Yes, although the clothes are a little torn, but it is still very charming, I don't know who the woman next to him is. Hey, they see here, let's go. GOKU was looking at the goldfish in the pool tightly, and from time to time he wanted to catch it by hand, while Rishisa was standing behind GOKU and looking around, an old man's voice came. Xian nephew. N.A. GOKU and Ryasa turned around and saw an old man who was 1 meter and 72 meters tall, with a blessed figure, and his hair and beard were white, standing in front of GOKU and the two. Ah! This! Like, it's so similar, it's really better than blue, I can't believe it, if I didn't come to see it in person, I really can't believe what Pei Jian said. The old man was surprised. What, old man, what do you say? Lingsha wondered, why are you an old man staring at my family husband, you shouldn't have long yangzi, right? Well, then, your name is Yun Tianhe, and your father is Yun Tianqing?" the old man asked GOKU. GOKU scratched his head. "Well, yes, how do you know?" "Of course, the old man Lu Shifeng is the one who has received your father's favor," Lu Shifeng said. "Cow poop son." GOKU burst out a very shocking word. Husband, it's Lu Shifeng, it's not a cow, don't talk nonsense." Ryasa quickly corrected in a whisper in Goku's ear. Hee, it's okay, I just heard Pei-jian say that the virtuous nephew is the most straightforward. Fast talking, and the old man likes it the most. Lu Shifeng said with a smile. Come on, let's all enter the house, this is," Lu Shifeng said as he looked at Lingsha. "I'm his wife," Ryasa said as she took Goku's arm. "Oh? Is it?" Lu Shifeng looked at Lingsha a little unnaturally, and then still smiled. "Okay, let's all come in, how can you ask the guests to stand outside? I have already ordered scary people to prepare meals, I must treat you well." "Aha, there is food to eat, haha, great, my stomach has long been hungry." Goku touched his solitude and laughed. Lingsha was helpless, and Lu Shifeng smiled. After entering the house, an old woman looked at Wukong and Han Lingsha and said, "This is the son of the Yun family." There was a look of amazement in his eyes. Lu Shifeng laughed and said, "Haha, that's right, I didn't expect that the virtuous nephew is more handsome than the Yungxian brother." He turned to Goku and said, "This is my wife Ruan Ci, just call her Aunt Lu." "Aunt Lu! Aunt Lu!" Goku and Ryasa shouted together. "Hey, good boy. Okay, don't stand, I'll order someone to serve the meal right away, you guys take a seat." Ruan Ci said. "That's what Madam said." Lu Shifeng said. "Haha, now you can eat." Goku laughed. "Virtuous nephew and niece-in-law sit first," Lu Shifeng said. Wukong suddenly took the package down, then took out the money bag and poured out the money and said to Lu Shifeng, "Uncle Lu, I have money here, how much should I give you?" Chapter 013. Why is that, good nephew? Don't you love stir-fried vegetables and cold dishes? Lu Shifeng asked. Goku scratched his head, "I don't know, I just know that you have to give money to eat other people's things, and you can't eat it for nothing." "Silly child, those who sell things to you are businessmen, naturally they want your money, but we are different, we are your father's friends, do we invite you to eat a meal and collect money?" Ruan Ci said kindly. "Ah, is that so, Ryasa?" Goku asked Han Lingsha on the side. Lingsha was helpless. "Of course, everyone is a family, just like you and your father and mother, you don't have to give money for meals." "Ah, ha ha ha, yes, ha ha ha." Goku smirked. "Oh? Can the virtuous brother tell the old man about your father's mother?" Lu Shifeng said. "Oh, yes. Wait a minute, you better talk while eating, otherwise the food will be cold." Ruan Ci said helplessly. "Well, this one is delicious, well, that one is also good, you guys eat it too, it's delicious." Goku sat at a table, nibbling on a large mouth without any image, and at this time he was nibbling on a roasted whole lamb, and a leg of lamb had already been gnawed. "Xian, virtuous nephew, haven't you eaten for a long time?" Lu Shifeng and Ruan Ci were both frightened by Goku's meal. "It's good to have a roasted whole sheep, otherwise it's not enough to shoot." Wukong couldn't hear what he was saying because he ate sheep, and while helping Goku wipe his mouth, he patted his back and said to the second elder, Uncle Lu, you don't know, his stomach also scared me at that time, when I was with my father-in-law and mother-in-law in Qingluan Peak, he ate enough for wild boars in Tianhe." "4 wild boars?" The second elder was startled, and then Ruan Ci asked, "Nephew, I want to ask you a question." "Hey? Uncle please." Ryasha said. "Are you really the wife of a virtuous nephew? Or did you decide it yourself?" Lu Shifeng suddenly asked. Lingsha looked at Lu Shifeng with some hesitation. Ruan Ci tugged on his wife's clothes, and then said to Lingsha, He, don't misunderstand, what you Uncle Lu means, do you really like Tianhe, or do you just treat him as a relative? Uncle Lu, let me tell you the truth, I did treat Tianhe as my closest person at the beginning, because I was an orphan since I was a child, and I have been living alone since my uncle died, but after I got along with Tianhe, gradually, I found that I really liked Tianhe. Tianhe is very honest, although he does not understand feelings, but I have regarded him as my life's dependency. I am afraid of losing him, so I said in advance that he is my husband. Lingsha slowly said to Lu Shifeng and Ruan Ci. Hey, eat. Lu Shifeng didn't expect Lingsha to say so much, and it seemed that he was already very dead set on GOKU, and it was not good to say anything. Looking at Lingsha's careful help to Wukong wipe his mouth or something, a typical symbol of a wife, Lu Shifeng sighed secretly, and Ruan Ci whispered to Lu Shifeng, Sir, let the children solve the children's affairs by themselves, it is not convenient for us to make peace. Alas, madam, after all, I have been favored by brother Yungxian, and now I can't see his people. I don't have the idea of repaying the favor, but I want to match Lear and Xian nephew, but I don't want to, Lu Shifeng said helplessly. Master, Ruan Ci still wanted to say something, but helplessly, he had to watch Wukong eat and drink with Lu Shifeng. Come on, Xian nephew, this is the #1 glutinous rice wine, made with liquor medicine, and honey is added, so drink it in the mouth is very mellow. Xian nephew come to taste. Lu Shifeng picked up a bottle of wine and said to Wukong. Well, it's my first time, drinking. Goku's mouth was stuffed. I heard the Lord say that your father likes this wine the most, so I took it out of the cellar. Ruan Ci said. Yes, my dad likes it too. Well, I'll give a taste. After saying that, Wukong took the bottle from Lu Shifeng, but Lingsha persuaded, Tianhe, can you drink it? Hey? My dad also likes to drink, and, sniff, it's so fragrant, or let's drink it together. Goku sniffed the sake and said to Ryasa. Forget it, Tianhe, you drink less, you can't drink too much the first time you drink. Ryasa smiled. Oh. Goku nodded, and then directly poured the mouth of the wine jug into his own, and Ryasa exclaimed, Tianhe, why do you drink so much? Wukong had already drunk it at this time, and Lu Shifeng said with a smile, it seems that the virtuous nephew likes this wine very much. Just after praising Goku, I saw Goku put down the wine bottle, but his face was red, and he also carried the sound of hiccups. Hey, how? Why to Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, hey? Ryasa, how come there are two of you? Goku fell drunk on the table in a daze. Chapter 015. Tale? What tale? Husband? Ryasa originally looked at Goku's Super Saiyan figure obsessively, and then heard Goku's words and became puzzled. My tail, I can't become Super Saiyan 4 without a tail. What to do? Goku turned back into a black-haired black-eyed squatting down to scratch his ears and scratch his cheeks. Yes, Goku has a tail to become Super Saiyan 4, now without a tail, he can only become Super Saiyan 3, and Super Saiyan 3 is very physically demanding, but speaking of which, it has been 19 years, why do you remember that you have no tail now? Husband Kun, what tail, what Super Saiyan 4? Ryasa came to Goku and crouched down and asked. Goku raised his head and said depressedly, alas, my tail finally grew out, and now it's gone, Question marks all over the head of Rhombus. Virtuous nephew Lu Shifeng came over with Ruan Ci at this time. Hey, why are you so nervous, nephew? Lu Shifeng touched his beard and looked at Goku, who kept scratching his head. Goku didn't speak this time but sighed in annoyance, while Ruan Ci glanced at the clothes Goku was wearing at this time, with a hint of surprise in his eyes, and said, this dress is more spiritual. Goku was naturally a little embarrassed by being praised, scratched his head, and then said to himself, the tail is gone, I see, forget it. What would have happened if this sentence made Klin and the others, who had been with Goku when he was a child on Earth before, hear it? Late at night, Goku sat in the courtyard in front of the guest room with his head resting on Ryusa's thigh, and Ryoko looked at Goku with tenderness. A pair of slender jade hands gently stroked Goku's hair. Goku closed his eyes and enjoyed. Both of them were enjoying a bright moon hanging in the sky. Suddenly, Lingsha sniffed. Hey? What does this smell like? Goku also sat up at this time and sniffed. It's so fragrant. Oh, husband, don't smell it, maybe it's smoke or something. Ryusa covered Goku's nose. Goku took Ryusa's hand down and said, it's nothing, it's just a little fragrant. Hey! Ryusa, did you hear anything? Lingsha calmed down and listened. No, husband, what sound? It sounds good. Goku stood up and walked in the direction of his recognition. Husband, wait for me. Ryusa saw Goku walk away and hurried to follow. Oh, husband-kun, there are so many monsters. Along the way, both Ryusa and Goku saw a lot of yokai roaming in each backyard. And Goku frowned and said, Ryusa, that's just a phantom, if you don't believe it, you can touch it. Ryusa was surprised, then looked at the nearest yokai, closed his eyes, and then slowly reached out and touched it, but did not touch anything, opened his eyes and saw that his hand passed through the body of the monster, obviously a phantom. It's really a phantom, husband-kun. Ryusa patted her chest and said. Then Goku and Ryusa walked in the direction of Goku's recognition, and gradually, Ryusa also said, husband-kun, this seems to be the sound of the piano, it is very good. Yes, it sounds really nice, hey? It's in the front yard, let's go over quickly. Through the moon gate of the courtyard, the two came to the courtyard full of peach blossom trees. At this time, the sound of the piano became clearer and clearer. And Goku and Ryusa began to appreciate it for a while because of the beautiful piano sound and the beautiful peach tree. Wow, that's beautiful. Ryusa said cheerfully. Yes, there are many flowers, many trees, and many fish. Goku scratched his head and laughed. Husband, you know fish? Lingsha said helplessly. Poof. At this time, a woman's laughter was heard not far away, crisp and pleasant. The two followed the sound, crossed a pavilion bridge, and then stopped, and finally the owner of the laughter and the sound of the piano appeared in front of Goku and Ryusa. Chapter 016. Here you are. The woman sitting on a large stone in front of a room said in a crisp voice. This woman was dressed in purple, her long hair with smooth bangs draped behind her back. Her facial features were extremely exquisite, especially the reddish lips were seductive, and the snow-white slender jade feet were wrapped in a pair of blue shoes. And he is holding a goken in his hand. God, how can there be such a beautiful woman in the world? Although Lingsha is a woman, she is also amazed by the beauty of this woman. The woman glanced at Ryusa, and then looked at Goku, randomly staring at Apricot slightly, and her eyes showed an incredulous look. She was not only surprised by Goku's appearance, but also even more surprised by Goku's involuntary cordial temperament and Goku's cultivation that could not be seen at all. Who are you, girl? Goku asked stupidly. Seeing that Goku asked this question very innocently, the woman was stunned, and a somewhat happy smile appeared on her face, while Ryusa said, Husband-kun, of course she is a girl like me. Ah, oh. Goku nodded, and then said to the woman, you, what's your name? The woman bowed slightly. The little woman Mengli is the daughter of Lu Shifeng and Ruan Ci. It turned out to be Miss Lu. Lucky meeting, my name is Han Lingsha, this is my husband, Yun Tian He. Han Lingsha arched her hand and said. Seeing that Han Lingsha said that Wukong was her husband, Mengli looked at them with some surprise, and there were complicated looks and moods in her eyes and heart. It turned out to be Yun Gongzi and Mrs. Yun. Mengli returned the salute again. By the way, did you play the piano just now? Ryasa asked Mengli. Yes, I am also idle and have nothing to do, and this piano playing is what I like. Mengli smiled. So, can you play it again? I still want to listen. GOKU said. Ryasa glanced at GOKU in surprise. She didn't expect GOKU to like listening to others play the piano. In that case, then Mengli is ugly again. After Mengli finished speaking, she touched the slender jade hand on the strings, and then slowly began to play it, and the next second, the beautiful sound of the piano sounded crisply again, reaching the ears of GOKU and Ryasa. Although GOKU was standing, he slapped his foot on the ground to match the rhythm of Mengli, and Ryasa also listened to Mengli playing the piano with a look of intoxication. For a long time, Chuji, Ryasa, and GOKU immediately applauded. Wow, that's so good. Mengli said, it's a prize, Mengli just plays like a general. At this moment, Lu Shifeng ran over and said, Mengli, oh? The virtuous nephew is also there. It's Uncle Lu, I haven't slept so late. Ryasa said. Hehe, I heard Lear's piano sound. Lu Shifeng said with a kind smile. Dad, you are here, this Yun Gongzi is the son of my Grace Gong. Mengli asked Lu Shifeng. Lu Shifeng nodded, yes, it was his father who fostered you to me that day. I did not have children after I became married to your mother, naturally happy to have you with you. Now, you have grown up, as the saying goes, men should marry, women should marry. I see that the virtuous nephew is good, although he has a wife, but if Lear is willing, I can discuss with brother Yungxian to let you also marry the virtuous nephew. Lu Shifeng's words surprised Lingsha, Mengli was surprised, and GOKU scratched his head in doubt. Dad, what do you say? I met Yun Gongzi for the first time. Why do you say such things? Aren't you afraid of hurting your peace? Coincidentally, Mengli's tone was not unhappy, but a little nervous. Hehe, Lear, Dad also knows that Dad is in a hurry, but Dad doesn't want you to miss a good marriage. The virtuous nephew is not only loyal and honest, but also kind-hearted. If you entrust your life to him, Dad and your mother will also be relieved. Lu Shifeng said kindly. Dad, Mengli was anxiously speechless, then glanced apologetically at GOKU and Ryasa, and then went back to the house. Lingsha, what did Uncle Lu say just now? Why didn't I understand a word? GOKU asked Ryasa, who said a little jealously, isn't it that people want to marry their daughter to you and make you a wife? But don't I have a wife for you? Why do I have a wife? Can there be many wives? GOKU scratched his head. Chapter 017. Haha, the virtuous nephew came just in time. We are talking about the female Luo Yan, you can also listen to it. The next day, in the front hall of Liufu, Lu Shifeng, Ruan Ci, Lu Mengli, and Han Lingsha were chatting, and Wukong had just returned from morning practice. Oh, okay. GOKU nodded. Lu Shifeng said with some emotion, I'm ashamed to say, when I first came to Shaoyang, there was no way to govern, although the people here were not destitute, but they definitely did not have a lot of surplus money, and there were even fewer people who traded and traded. Ruan Ci said softly, why should the old man be so careful, do his best and then obey the fate of heaven, and Lear later helped the people of Shaoyang, isn't it also a blessing? Madam said that thanks to Lear's skillful hand, the departing herbs on the mountain were made into incense, and since then, merchants from all over the world have competed to buy it, and even the nobles in the capital have praised this incense, and Shaoyang has become rich today. Lu Shifeng said with a smile. Well, what does it have to do with Yukai? GOKU was nibbling on a fragrant cake bite by bite at this time, while Ryasa sighed helplessly. Hehe, Tian he eat slowly, be careful not to choke. Ruan Ci said kindly. It's delicious, my stomach has long growled. GOKU smirked, a handsome face was bulging with walnut cake, which was funny. Puff, Yun Gongzi is really humorous. Lu Mengli covered her mouth and smiled. Turned to serious, the female Luoyan northwest of Shaoyang is rich in herbs, and most of the people in the city go there to pick them, but in the past half moon, the female Luoyan suddenly has monsters that frequently hurt people, and now no one dares to approach anymore. Ah, isn't that a broken financial path? It's really bad. Han Lingsha said. Lu Shifeng said, the people's panic in their hearts is even more worrying. GOKU said, well, there are yokai, is there a fight? The four of them were stunned. Han Lingsha understood Wukong's character, so he said to a few people, my husband likes to compete with people in martial arts, and now when he smells a monster, he thinks that there is a fight. So that's the case, can Yun Gongzi go with us? Lu Mengli said. Yes, I just want to exercise and exercise, I haven't done it for a long time, I guess it's about to rust. GOKU said, shaking his arm. Hehe, Yun Gongzi is really different, in this case, father, mother, then Yun Gongzi runs out of snacks, let's go, the sooner this kind of thing is solved, the better. Well, no need, you can go now, I'm full of strength now, haha. GOKU laughed, and ran out first after speaking. Husband, slow down, drink the saliva first, don't choke. Han Lingsha picked up a cup of tea and rushed out. Lu Shifeng and the three smiled, and then Lu Shifeng said to Lu Mengli, Lear, Dad really doesn't worry about you. It's okay Dad, since my daughter has concerns in her heart, she naturally has to solve it. Lu Mengli shook her head and said. In that case, then Lear, you can bring some snacks on the road to give Yongzi and nephew to eat. Lu Shifeng said. Well, okay, Yun Gongzi will be happy. Lu Mengli nodded. Outside Liu's mansion, Wukong was moving his hands and feet, while Lingsha was on the side to see what medicine was needed, while Lu Shifeng said to Lu Mengli, Lear, you have to go early and return early. My daughter understands, Dad, don't worry. At this time, Pei Jian pulled a carriage to several people, and Lu Shifeng said, Lear, you should go in this carriage, so that your legs and feet will not be affected. Dad, we are removing demons, not going for sightseeing, let's go by ourselves. Lu Mengli shook her head and said. Well, you guys have to be careful. Hey, why are you still chatting? I can't wait, let's go. GOKU came to Lu Shifeng and Lu Mengli and asked. Dad, my daughter is gone. Lu Mengli said the last word to Lu Shifeng, and then slowly walked out of Shaoyang city with Wukong with Han Lingsha, who had already brought medicine. Lu Shifeng, who was in place, looked at the three people who were far away, and said to Pei Jian without looking back, Pei Jian, you can accompany me for a drink today. Yes, sir. Pei Jian said expressionlessly. Alas, how many times have I said that don't call me master when there are no outsiders? Lu Shifeng looked like he hated iron but not steel. Yes, sir. You. Alas, forget it. Lu Shifeng shook his head and walked into Liu's mansion. Pei Jian looked at the three people who had disappeared, and muttered, Miss. Take care. Chapter 018. Beigong Mountain. Wow, this mountain is so big. GOKU turned around and looked at Mount Hachiko, which was all over the mountains, and said in surprise. After going up the mountain, to the west is Niluoyan, and on the northeast side, it is Lu Mengli said, but before she finished speaking, she was preempted by Han Lingsha. Is it the ancestor of the Huainan King Mausoleum, isn't it, good Mengli? Han Lingsha chuckled. Miss Han is right. Lu Mengli nodded. Oh, just call me Lingsha, Miss Han has more lives. Okay then, Ryasa. Lu Mengli smiled. Well, that's right, hee hee. What are you talking about, so happy? Tell me to make me happy. GOKU came to the two women and said, looking like I wanted to know too. We didn't say anything, it's just that we will be very good friends in the future, but then again, the old man of the king of Huainan is quite good at picking, the mountain situation of Beigong Mountain is good, and it has the green dragon and white tiger in the four potentials. The two arches can make the cave field not be blown by the outside wind, but unfortunately, there is only a moat of Shaoyang in front of the mountain. If it can gather water into a swamp, it will be really better. Well, what? I don't understand. GOKU scratched his head. Could it be that they laughed because of this? Han Lingsha. Lu Mengli. Forget it, I still want to find that monster early. GOKU said with a shake of his head before walking in the direction of the west. Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli looked at each other and smiled slightly, following in Goku's footsteps. Yun Gongzi is the most humorous man I have ever met. Lu Mengli looked at Wukong, who was looking left and right in front of her, and smiled at Han Lingsha. Yes, he, and not only humorous, don't look at him coming down from the mountain, but others are too good to be good to people, but usually, this kind of person is very likely to be abducted, maybe they are sold without knowing it. Han Lingsha said. Oh? Doesn't Yun Gongzi know that life is full of variety? Lu Mengli said. Of course, he grew up in the mountains and lived for 19 years, and he didn't go down with me until a few days ago, and I don't know why my father-in-law didn't teach him things. Han Lingsha pouted and said. Perhaps, Uncle Yun and Uncle Yun's mother don't want Yun Gongzi to be polluted by the dirty state of this world. Lu Mengli said slightly. Han Lingsha glanced at Lu Mengli and sighed, maybe, otherwise, Tian he would not be so naive and kind, but fortunately, he now not only has me, but also Mengli. Ryasa, what do you mean by this? Lu Mengli asked Han Lingsha a little unnaturally. Han Lingsha knew that she had said the wrong thing, and quickly changed her words. I'm sorry, Mengli, I don't know how. Lu Mengli shook her head, looked at Wukong's back with complicated eyes and said, it doesn't matter, I don't blame you. Han Lingsha saw Lu Mengli staring at Wukong's back, and thought that Mengli also liked her husband, otherwise, why did Mengli look at her husband like this? Walking for nearly an hour, wow! What a big hole! GOKU suddenly shouted. Husband, what's wrong? Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli, who were chatting, were summoned back by Goku's voice, and the second daughter ran to Goku's side and asked. Ah, really, such a big hole, this is Nulo Yan. Mengli. Han Lingsha also looked at the forehead, and a large hole asked Lu Mengli. Well, this is New Luo Yan, let's go down quickly. Lu Mengli said. Wukong immediately jumped first, it can be said that he flew down, and then flew up and said to the surprised Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha, who was already used to it, it's so red inside, and there are many pools and pillars. Yun Gongzi, you can fly. Lu Mengli herself also has not weak strength, but to say flying, it is too arrogant. Now seeing Wukong, who can't see his cultivation, he can easily say that he will fly, and he is not surprised. Good Mengli, don't be surprised, you only see a little bit of the power of the husband, and when there will be monsters, you will see how powerful the husband is. Han Lingsha said with a smile. This, Yun Gongzi, can you tell Mengli what kind of cultivation you are? Lu Mengli asked GOKU. GOKU scratched his head, Xiu Wei? My father and mother also asked me, but I really don't know what my cultivation is, but I feel that the people who can fight me seem to have a breath far away, and in the sky. Okay, husband, since you don't know, there is no need to say any more, Mengli, let's go down quickly. After Han Lingsha finished speaking, she used the vacating technique that Wukong called her to hold Lu Mengli and fly down with Wukong. Lu Mengli was surprised again, Lingsha, you can also fly. Chapter 019. Nulo Yan, second floor. Oh my god, what's going on? Han Lingsha looked at the corpses of the monsters all over the ground and was surprised. It seems that someone is one step ahead of us, said Lu Mengli. I still want to have a fight, but it's a pity. Goku regretted. We're just here to find out why demons suddenly hurt people, not necessarily to get rid of demons. Lu Mengli said. The locust demon here has always had a gentle temperament, there should be some reason. Well, okay, don't say any more, let's go, I'm about to throw up. Han Lingsha covered her mouth and said. Ryasa, it doesn't matter to you. Goku asked Lingsha. The look of extreme concern made Lu Mengli a little envious in her heart. Han Lingsha shook her head and smiled, it's okay, husband, let's go quickly. Oh. Then the three came to the third floor. Among the three people who were walking, Han Lingsha suddenly slipped under her feet and fell into a mud puddle with a oops. This, who dug this pit, who put this broken brick here, I will slaughter him. Han Lingsha stood up and looked at the mud on her body, and couldn't help but be angry. Lingsha, don't you go back to Uncle Lu, your clothes are dirty. Goku said. Lingsha used a spell to clean the mud on her body, shook her head and said, no, I want revenge. After speaking, she walked forward like a strong woman. Hey? Girls are really strange, are they angry and muddy? Strangely, the pigs are still bathing in the mud. Goku scratched his head. Lu Mengli looked at Wukong blankly, Yunggongzi, you. Hey? What's wrong? Goku asked Lu Mengli. It's nothing. At least Lingsha is fine, Yunggongzi, let's keep up. With that, he left. Oh. Goku followed. Slowly, the three of them walked to the east of the seventh layer of Nuluoyan. Lu Mengli wrinkled her little nose slightly and said, Near here, there is a smell of vanilla. Well? Over here, follow me. Lu Mengli walked towards the corner to the side. Lu Mengli stopped, and Goku asked, what's wrong? As soon as Lu Mengli wanted to speak, she heard a whisper from a corner, meow. Hey? There are cats here? Han Lingsha wondered. At this time, from that corner came a small animal, which looked like it would never grow big. Wow, what is this, so small, so cute, hee, let me touch it. Han Lingsha squatted down and just wanted to reach out and touch the cute little animal, who knew that it suddenly looked at Han Lingsha with fear, and then kept retreating, meow. Meow. Lingsha, what's wrong with them, they seem to be afraid of you. Goku said. Mengli, you can try it too. Han Lingsha said to Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli nodded and stepped forward, but before she squatted, she saw that the little animal was retracted again, which made the two women helpless. Goku saw it strangely. Hey, Mengli and Ryasha are very beautiful, why are they afraid of them? Goku stepped forward, ready to try to see if he could touch the little animal, but Han Lingsha immediately said, Husband Kun, you. Goku squatted down, this time the little animal did not have to retract, but looked at Goku with some complexity. Goku smiled slightly, looking really kind. This time the little animal surprisingly took the initiative to jump into Goku's arms. Ah! What's going on, why can you hold this kitten? Han Lingsha asked in surprise. I don't know. I just see that they are very cute and innocent, so it is natural to communicate with them. Goku scratched his head and laughed. Lu Mengli was shocked in her heart. Could it be that Yunggongzi had the ability to communicate with animals? Looks like the trap digger found it. Lu Mengli looked at the kitten in Goku's arms and said. Who? Where is it? Han Lingsha began to get angry again. Then he watched Mengli stare at the kitten in Goku's arms and asked, Mengli, you mean, are they? Lu Mengli nodded, and Han Lingsha immediately said, okay, let me catch it this time, see how I clean you up. Hey, Lingsha, don't be angry, they're so pitiful, I can feel them, they're in pain. Goku blocked the kitten in his arms and said to Han Lingsha. Han Lingsha was stunned, and then looked at Lu Mengli and saw Lu Mengli nodding. At this time, the kitten in Goku's arms raised his head and said, Meow, bad guy. Daddy and Mom were killed by you. What? All three of GOKU exclaimed. Lu Mengli first said gently, "Hello, please don't be afraid, we don't use malice, it's just, you said that your father and mother were killed, what's going on?" The kitten cat did not speak, and Lu Mengli said again, "Can you talk to us? We really don't use malice, don't worry." The kitten said angrily, "Meow. People are badass, we want revenge." Lu Mengli said, "Among those monsters who fell to the ground, are your fathers and daughters." The kittens hiding behind suddenly cried, "Woo daddy mother." The kitten in Goku's arms said, "Meow. Don't cry, don't let people see jokes." Goku said at this time, "By the way, what kind of people do you see killing your father's mother?" The kitten said, "Meow, he took a long sword, I know. It's what you people call the sword immortal." Sword immortal? Ryasa, Mengli, what is that? Goku asked the two women. Chapter 020. Yun Gongzi, the sword immortal is a cultivator who has attained the sword art of the Dao, the illusion is tangible and invisible, the whole body is shrouded by sword chi, all harms are inviolable, the crane hair and childlike appearance, the step is light, hundreds of miles in an instant. Everyone in the world regards this school as an immortal, and their hearts yearn for it, and countless people have captured the clues related to the sword fairy, hoping to enter the world with chance. However, this school has a strange style, if it is not for those with deep fate, passing by with it, they can only meet and not know each other, even so, it is difficult to stop everyone's naturalization heart. Maybe everyone is because of a prophecy handed down from ancient times. Those who can become immortals with swords, cross the three realms, and have the courage to turn things around, Lu Mengli said to Wukong. Goku seems to understand whether he understands or not, and he doesn't blame him, his IQ is so high. Therefore, the recent demon injury has probably alarmed those sword immortals who entered the world. Meow, it's wrong people have picked all the herbs. The locust demon has nothing to eat, Dad and Niang said to scare them, so they killed a few people. Han Lingsha was shocked. "Hey! That's it!" Lu Mengli said to the kitten cat. "You guys! Is there a place to go? If there is, let's go quickly, there are only poisonous insects and poisonous weeds left in Nuluo Yanli now, and it is not a place to stay for a long time." The kitten was stunned, and then said, "Meow, don't you kill us." Goku touched the head of the kitten and said gently, "How come, you are so cute, how can we be willing to kill you, but if you stay here, won't you starve to death if you have nothing to eat? Moreover, if the demon kills someone, the person wants revenge, and if the person kills the demon will not stop, and it will fight back and forth like this, and there will be no result in any day." Goku said with a ground-breaking mutter. Yun Gongzi, Lu Mengli looked at Wukong in surprise, and Han Lingsha also looked at Wukong in amazement. "Husband, you? Are you really a husband? How could you say such a reasonable thing?" Goku smiled and said, "This is what my father taught me, he said that whether it is a human or a demon, there will be karma." Lu Mengli nodded, "Uncle Yun is right." "Meow, my name is Sephora Rice, they are my younger brother Sephora Flower, Sephora Fruit, Sephora Horn, Sephora Branch." So Mimi jumped down from Goku's arms and said, "Meow, I feel that you are very kind and have the breath of nature, so people are not all bad, but when I grow up, I still have to find that person and avenge my parents and them." The kitten first said to Goku, and then turned to Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha. "Meow, let's go." Watching the kittens and cats leave, Lu Mengli said sadly, "It's really pitiful, there is no father and mother at such a young age, and it will be very hard in the future." Goku also said, "Yes, but no matter what, you will still have to rely on yourself in the future, otherwise you will never grow up, just like I hit a mountain pig alone, my father can't even hit a rabbit." "Poof, husband Kun, I was angry by you and Mengli, and they are indeed very pitiful." Han Lingsha said with a smile. Wukong scratched his head and smiled. Lu Mengli also covered his mouth and smiled gently, and then said, that big brother is very protective of his younger brother, and he will definitely protect them. Just as the three were about to leave, they saw one of the kittens that had just left run back, with an earth-colored bead in his mouth. Spit out the beads and said to the three of GOKU, "Meow, the boss is embarrassed to come himself, he asked me to give this to you, this is our only treasure. Give it to us." Lu Mengli asked. "Meow, the boss said that people are good and bad, you are good people, and you are good to us, so we have to thank you." Sephora said. "Baby? Let me see." Han Lingsha picked up the bead and looked at it, and suddenly said in surprise, "This, really fake? This seems to be an earth spirit bead. Tulan pig? What? It's not like a pig," GOKU wondered. Han Lingsha glanced at Wukong and said, "It is said that there are 5 spirit beads of water, fire, thunder, wind and earth between heaven and earth, all of which are gathered by spiritual qi, which are great treasures, and the ancestors of the Han family once obtained thunder spirit beads, so there are records in the documents of this family." So what dish is this related to?" GOKU asked. "Husband, don't keep thinking about eating," Han Lingsha said helplessly. "Hee, this said, I'm hungry, haha." GOKU smirked. Han Lingsha continued, "Legend has it that the 5 spirit beads each have different effects, and if you can collect 5, it will be very different. I want to think that the earth spirit bead is. It can make people instantly return to the starting place, hee, maybe you can use it to get out of Niloyan immediately." Han Lingsha was pleasantly surprised. "It's true, it does save a lot of foot." Lu Mengli nodded. "Quick! Try it and you will know," Han Lingsha said. "Well, thank you, try the earth spirit bead," Lu Mengli said. Then, Han Lingsha began to use the earth spirit bead. In the blink of an eye, I arrived at Beigong Mountain. It's great, the earth spirit bead is really extraordinary. Han Lingsha was pleasantly surprised. Lu Mengli also nodded, turned to look, and said suspiciously, "Hey, what about Yun Gongzi?" Han Lingsha also turned to look, but did not find Wukong's shadow, and said anxiously, "What about Fajun? Oops, shouldn't he still be down there?" "It's possible, because just now only me and you stood closest, and Yun Gongzi was a little farther away," Lu Mengli said. "Well, let's go down and find him." After Han Lingsha finished speaking, she was ready to jump off the female Luoyan again, but she stopped in midair. To be precise, she was hugged by someone who suddenly appeared. "Hey? Ryasa, why are you jumping down?" GOKU asked, holding Han Lingsha. "Husband Kun? Aren't you still below? How did you come up so quickly?" Han Lingsha wondered. GOKU slowly floated up holding Han Lingsha and then fell to the ground, saying, "Me? I just picked up something, and then I teleported to find you, and I found that you were going to jump, so I came to hold you." Teleportation. The 2 daughters were surprised, they all knew what teleportation meant, and to what extent, even the heads and elders of some sects could not do it, and even if they did, it was still very laborious. Now seeing that GOKU had nothing at all, it looked like a common thing, but they didn't know that GOKU used to rely on teleportation to save people. "By the way, Mengli, this is for you." GOKU put down Han Lingsha, then took out a purple handkerchief from his arms and handed it to Lu Mengli. "Ah, I didn't even know I dropped this, Yun Gongzi, did you come out so late just to help me pick this up?" Lu Mengli took the handkerchief and looked at GOKU complicated and said, "But I don't know if it is complicated." GOKU scratched his head, "Yes, you just fell, you didn't see it, I helped you pick it up, see that you are all gone, and then follow your breath to find you, is there anything wrong?" "Yun Gongzi," Lu Mengli's eyes seemed to be filled with mist. "Call me Tian He, I'll call you Mengli, and you can call me Tian He." GOKU laughed. Looking at Wukong's handsome smiling face, Lu Mengli nodded with a smile. Chapter 021 2, we meet again. A familiar voice came into the ears of the three, and when the three looked back, they saw a pair of boys and girls standing in front of the three. Oh, what a coincidence! Han Lingsha said with a smile. Ah, it's you, I remember your name, what is the name of Yoon? The girl's cute finger at her chin couldn't think of why. My name is Yoon Tian He. GOKU pointed to himself and said. Ah, yes, that is, it is Yoon Tian He, we really met again. The girl is not Suanja, who else can she be, and the teenager beside him is naturally Huishuo. By the way, what are you doing here? Han Lingsha asked. Oh, we came to see the monsters around Shaoyang City, and I heard that there are monsters hurting people here, so, said Huishuo. Then you guys came to eat, because when we came, we found that the monsters were dead. GOKU said with a wave of his hand. Hey? How come, you lied to me? Xianji exclaimed. Little sister, Tianhe didn't lie to you, we also came to Niluoyan to investigate the demon injuries, and when we entered the cave, we found that all the locust demons were killed by a sword through the heart. Maybe it was the sword immortal. Lu Mengli said gently. Haha, it must be Senior Uncle Ziying, he is always half a step faster than us, we don't want to catch up in this life. Huishuo said with a smile. Really, did Uncle Junior do it? Xianji asked. Listening to what this girl said, such a sharp technique, I am afraid that only Uncle Junior will be used. That's right, Senior Uncle Ziying is powerful, and his sword technique is unmatched among his fellow disciples. But for the sake of caution, let's go down again and see if there are any other remnants. Huishuo said. Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli were shocked, and were about to say something, when they saw Wukong laughing. Although Suanja was coquettish, he still had some reserve for a handsome man like Wukong, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Haha, it's nothing, I'm just savoring the barbecue of those locust demons, fragrant." GOKU said something that surprised Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha. "What, you roasted them and ate them? They're all dead?" Xianji was surprised. "What is this, I roast wild boar first and then roast GOKU doesn't care about Dao. Master, senior brother, let's go, I'm a little uncomfortable." Xianji turned to Huishuo and said with a pale face. Huishuo was also thundered by Wukong's words, to be precise, Lei Jiao, you can eat roasted wild, Hui demon is a demon, you actually eat a demon, think about it. In that case, several, then we will leave. Before Huishuo finished speaking, he saw that Xianji couldn't wait for the imperial sword, and said, "Hurry up, senior brother, let's go to Chenzhou, don't swallow it slowly." Huishuo also used the sword, and the two left randomly. "Hey? Why do you look at me like that?" GOKU looked at Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha suspiciously as they stared at him. Poof! Poof! The two daughters burst out laughing. "What's wrong? Is there anything funny, tell me about it?" GOKU asked. "Well, yes, there must be something funny." "Haha, husband, you are too capable of pulling, actually said to eat monsters, haha laughed at me." Han Lingsha smiled so that her stomach hurt a little, and she didn't have the style of a lady, but she didn't seem to be very ladylike in the first place. "Yes, Tianhe, you really are," Mengli doesn't know what to say, hee. Lu Mengli also looked at him with a smile, and there were faint tears in her eyes. GOKU scratched his head, his brows were axisymmetric. If I don't say this, they will go down and kill them, no way, but don't you see they also listened to my words and left, no matter how much, when it comes to roasting wild boar, my stomach is hungry again, let's go back to eat, haha." After GOKU finished speaking, he laughed and walked towards Shaoyang City. Lu Mengli and Han Lingsha, who were in place, looked at each other, smiled, and then followed. "By the way, I see that they just flew with the imperial sword. Which sect are they, do you know Lingsha? Lu Mengli asked as she walked. Oh, it's from the Qianghua faction, and the person they called his uncle when my husband and I met was called Murong Ziying, but the man's face was expressionless, as if the dead people had nothing to do with themselves. It was quite powerful, but it was still not as powerful as my husband. After Han Lingsha finished speaking, she looked at Wukong's back very confidently. Qianghua faction? I haven't heard of it, it seems to be a very famous sect. Lu Mengli said slightly. Lu Mengli asked at this time, Lingsha, are you going to cultivate immortals? Chapter 022. It should be counted, husband Kun, he also taught me spells, but it seems to be different from authentic spells. Just take that flying in the air, it is very physically laborious. Han Lingsha pouted and said. Actually, if you want to go, Mengli, we can go together, we can try to play pigs and eat tigers together, how about it? Han Lingsha said. Hey? Eat tigers? Lingsha, where are the tigers? GOKU instantly appeared in front of the second daughter, obviously attracted by hearing Lingsha's sentence of playing a pig and eating a tiger. Poof! Lu Mengli covered her mouth and chuckled, while Han Lingsha shook her head helplessly. It's not to eat a tiger, it's to play a pig and eat a tiger, or it's like a husband, you are invincible in the world, but what, if you want to become a disciple in some ordinary sects, you have to hide your cultivation. Playing pig and eating tiger? Well? I still don't understand, forget it, but I heard you guys say what Qianghua faction are you going to? GOKU asked. Yes, husband, do you want to go? The three of us can go together. Then, Mengli will also go. GOKU asked Lu Mengli. Lu Mengli hesitated for a few seconds and nodded, well, yes, I'll go too. Then how about we go after eating, listening to Lingsha say so mysteriously, and what kind of imperial sword flight, I also want to try. But, husband, if you want to fly with a sword, you don't have a sword, how can you use a sword? Han Lingsha asked. Oh, yes. GOKU then remembered, he seems to only have a golden hoop rod and no sword, he can't come to a royal stick to fly, well, creative. Then I'll finish eating later, I'll go back to Qingluan Peak and bring my mother's Wangsha sword over. GOKU said. Well, that's good. Shaoyang City Liofa front office. Oh, daddy's baby daughter, you can be counted as coming back, have you been injured anywhere, have you encountered any danger? Lu Shifeng said to Lu Mengli with regret. Hey, blame me for this old fool, the more I think about it, the more I regret it, I shouldn't have agreed to let you go. Dad, don't worry so much, look, nothing happened, everyone is fine. Lu Mengli persuaded. Han Lingsha stood behind GOKU, who was eating walnut cake, at this time, and helped Wukong pat his back, and said with a smile, He, Lord County Ling, you have to believe in your words. Stop letting officials run after me. Lu Shifeng was pleasantly surprised, this is really great news. But the monster in the end. Lu Mengli said, Dad, at that time, my daughter said slowly, and my daughter also had other important things she wanted to tell you and my mother. Ruan Ci smiled and said, this is rare, it's better for us to go to Lear's room to talk. Turning to Wukong and Han Lingsha, he said, Tian He, Lingsha has also worked hard for a long time, I think I am tired, I can rest for a while. Han Lingsha pulled up Wukong, who was still eating, and said to a few people, in that case, then we won't disturb your family to talk, husband, let's go back to the guest room first. Well, Lingsha, why did you pull me out? GOKU and the two came to the backyard, and GOKU asked Han Lingsha. Husband, when the family talks, let's not disturb the people, and Mengli also goes to talk about going to Qianghua sect with us to cultivate immortals, and we'd better not mix blindly. Oh. Wukong nodded. And then directly moved down and said to Han Lingsha, Lingsha, since this is the case, then I will go back to Qingluan Peak first and bring the Wangshijian. Well, husband Kun, you have to slow down on the road, don't worry. Han Lingsha nodded and said softly to GOKU. GOKU nodded, then slowly floated, then rose into the sky, and then flew into the distance. Ant, fly, fly up, fly away. A maid in the distance was surprised. That must be an immortal art, those immortals will definitely have some immortal art that soars through the clouds, and the young lady's friend is amazing. Another maid next to him said. Shaoyang City is not far from Qingluan Peak, so as long as Wukong flies to a certain extent in the sky, he can see Qingluan Peak. At this time, under a large tree with pink leaves on one side of Qingluan Peak near the cliff, Shuya was looking into the distance with an indifferent face. Tianhe, muttered her mouth, and soon, her originally indifferent eyes flashed with excitement. Because she saw a familiar person flying towards here. Shuya hurriedly waved his hand, Tianhe. Milky Way. Mother is here. GOKU flew to Shuya and landed, and Shuya threw himself into Goku's arms and hugged GOKU and said, Tianhe, my mother wants to kill you. GOKU scratched his head, Mom, it's been a few days since I'm gone. Shuyu pouted and said like a little daughter, Niang doesn't care, although you have only been gone for a few days, you are so powerful, but Niang is still worried about you. By the way, what about Miss Han? Suyu looked at the absence of Han Lingsha beside him and asked GOKU. GOKU scratched his head and said to Suyu, Mom, it's like this. Chapter 023. On Qingluan Peak, Wukong held the Wangshu sword given to him by Suyu, while Suyu and Yun Tianqing were beside Wukong. Smelly boy, I see that Miss Han must also be extremely yin, you must not let her touch this sword, otherwise when the time comes, this sword will automatically lodge on girl Han, then it will be troublesome. Yun Tianqing said solemnly. Oh, I see. GOKU nodded, and Suyu helped GOKU sort out his clothes and said, Tianhe, where did you buy this dress? It's pretty good. Haha, I bought it in the city, okay, Daddy, then I'll go first, otherwise they will be in a hurry. GOKU laughed. Oh, smelly boy, I can't see it, the rhombus yarn is all screaming, it seems that you guys get along well. Yun Tianqing said with an extremely lewd hug around Wukong's neck. What, Daddy? GOKU scratched his head in bewilderment. Shuyu said to Wukong at this time, Tianhe, you are right, let's go find Miss Han quickly. GOKU nodded, then took off and flew away. Not long after Wukong flew away, Shuyu, who was originally smiling, turned to Yun Tianqing and said very gently, Tianqing, is your skin itchy again today? Yun Tianqing sweated coldly, haha, that, Shuyu, you see today, the weather is very good. Well, in that case, then I'll help you get a good feel for what good weather is. Shuyu smiled so that Yun Tianqing's sweaty pores stood upright. That, don't want it. Saying that, Yun Tianqing slowly retreated towards the back. Cloud. Sky. Green. Shuyu shouted loudly, Yun Tianqing was stunned and then quickly pulled his legs and ran. Shuyu also chased after him, a man and a woman were competing for light skills. Shuyu, don't be impulsive, impulse is the devil, impulse is the devil, ah! The screams made the wild boars in the mountains sweat cold. Besides, Wukong flew back to the backyard of Liufu. At this time Han Lingsha was no longer here, and Wukong didn't care, and then walked to the courtyard where Lu Mengli was, and met a maid. Hey, is it the future aunt? The young lady is in the pavilion, there seems to be something to worry about, you can think of ideas to make her happy. Hey? I'm going? GOKU pointed to himself. The maid nodded, of course, I want my aunt to go, hee. After saying that, he pushed GOKU in. Lu Mengli was sitting in the pavilion at this time, and heard a sound and asked, is it Tianhe? GOKU nodded, yes, it's me. That girl just said, you're not happy, aren't you? Don't listen to her, you wrong, this girl likes to add oil and vinegar. I just think of being separated from my father for so long, and I'm a little unused to it. Lu Mengli said sadly. By the way, my father promised me, I will be able to travel around with Tianhe and Lingsha in the future. Lu Mengli eased her mood and said. That's great, then, do you really want to be some kind of sword fairy? GOKU asked. Lu Mengli said. Growing up, I have been in this mansion, day after day, but sometimes I also want to know where I came from and what happened. There are always some strange images that cross my mind, maybe. Maybe when you get outside, you can find some clues. Didn't my dad tell you? GOKU asked again. Lu Mengli shook her head. Uncle Yun must have his reasons, maybe even he doesn't know. Besides, my father and mother love me very much, and I am already the luckiest person under the sky to meet them. GOKU nodded. Well. Yes, you're right, they're good people, I can't say, but it's good to be together all the time like you. Lu Mengli said. Tianhe, how is Uncle Yun's person? My dad? He always calls me a smelly boy, and he calls me like this when I don't stink, but he is always afraid of my mother. GOKU said in a similar manner. Hehe, is Uncle Yun really as you said? Lu Mengli said with a smile. Well, yes, but their relationship is very good, although my mother always protects me and beats my father, but I can see that she likes my father very much, and my father likes him. By the way, Mengli, I want to ask you something. GOKU asked Lu Mengli. Hey. Well, Uncle Lu always calls me a virtuous nephew, and those girls always call me aunt or something, I don't understand what it means. Tianhe, didn't Uncle Yun and Uncle Yun teach you to read and write? Yes, but I'm not very suitable for reading or something, I recognize a lot of words, but I don't know much about the meaning. GOKU scratched his head. In that case, then I'll find time to tell you slowly in the future. Lu Mengli said. That's great. As for that, aunt, it's the girls who are joking, they probably listened to my father's words and thought I was going to marry Tianhe. Marriage? Does it mean to get married? GOKU was somewhat familiar with the word, after all, he had been married, although not voluntarily. Well, if a girl looks at you and feels comfortable, she will want to marry you, and from now on, the two will stay together for the rest of their lives, and they will never be separated. Lu Mengli said. Never separate. GOKU showed a worried look again, muttering, Kiki, although GOKU doesn't know anything about feelings, he still cares about Kiki, who used to be together day and night. Tianhe, why is he like this? Is he sad? Did he think of something sad? Blame me, shouldn't say this. Lu Mengli looked at Wukong's sad look, and constantly blamed herself in her heart. Well, Wu, forget it, no matter what, we'll be together in the future. GOKU exhaled and laughed. Well, Tianhe, we will. Lu Mengli also smiled. Chapter 025. This should be what Dad said, right? Strange, why do you feel so uncomfortable in your heart? GOKU looked at the door of the house and thought a little uncomfortably in his heart. Rambo. I really don't know what I said wrong to make you angry, but if you hate to see me, then, I will go. I hope that after I leave, you will be happy. You can almost control the flying technique I taught you, even if you can't beat the enemy and believe in escape. GOKU was still thinking in his mind because he was afraid that he would say something wrong. GOKU slowly came to a place where no one was, and asked Shenlong in his heart, but Shenlong slept for an unknown amount of time, when he was woken up by GOKU and asked, Hey! GOKU, what's the matter with me? Shenlong, do you understand what feelings are? GOKU asked. Hey! Why do you ask this? In my memory, you should not care about feelings. Shenlong asked strangely. I don't know, I just know that after I was reborn in this world, it seems to have changed a lot, and there are many more people I care about and like very much. My father taught me that if you like a person, don't hurt her. Hurt her is sorry for her, you should leave her. GOKU said slowly. GOKU, to be honest, this is the first time I've heard you think about feelings, and I'm happy for you and sorry for you. Happy for you because you finally know something about feelings, though not much. It's sad because you have encountered a setback that men last want to encounter. This setback looks inconspicuous compared to your fight with the enemy. You fight with the enemy is only superficial, and the love is testing your love. I believe that although you don't fully understand feelings, but you still feel sour in your heart, it's very uncomfortable, right? In that case, GOKU, I advise you, this place is not as good as the original world, and you don't seem to be suitable for women here. I think, you better leave. Leave? Where to? Go wherever you want. In short, don't see the woman who says she hates you again, it will embarrass the other party. Shenlong said slowly. GOKU thought for a while, scratched his head for a while, and said, however, we said that we would go to cultivate immortals together. GOKU, if you think about it, if you have a conflict with that woman now, then you will definitely not talk to each other along the way, the atmosphere will definitely be very bad, and maybe it will develop in a worse direction when the time comes. GOKU, your heart is very pure and peaceful, I don't want you to destroy your good heart because of these things, otherwise GOKU, you will be the same as those scoundrels in Freeshaw. That. Well, I'll leave. GOKU thought for a while and said. Then, GOKU and Shenlong chatted for a while. GOKU returned to his guest room, packed his luggage, and when he picked up the money bag, he remembered that Han Lingsha didn't have much money on him, and then thought about Yun Tianqing teaching himself, so he left a few silver tickets, a few silver ingots on the table, then carried the package, opened the window, flew directly to the roof, and then looked at Han Lingsha and Lu Mengli's room, then got up, used the vacancy technique, and slowly flew towards the distance. Han Lingsha stayed in the guest room for a long time, until the evening, gradually slowed down, thinking about what she said to Wukong during the day, and muttered in her mouth. Me? What's wrong with me, husband Kun? He's such a good person, how can I be sorry for me? I'm really. After saying that, Han Lingsha walked out of the room, and then walked for a while to the door of GOKU's room, seeing that there was no light in GOKU's room, thinking that GOKU had fallen asleep. So she stood at the door of the room and sorted out her clothes, and then calmly said, Husband, husband. Seeing that there was no reflection, Han Lingsha knocked on the door and said, Husband, are you sleeping? I'm here to apologize to you, can you open the door? Without reflecting, Han Lingsha thought that GOKU was angry, so she took out a special move she created, Husband, I brought a roasted wild boar. If it was usual, GOKU would definitely open the door and grab the wild boar in less than a second, but this time, the door of the room was delayed, and Han Lingsha felt that something was wrong, so she gently pushed the door, and the door was unlocked. Han Lingsha walked in the dark room, and then the moonlight saw that the bedding on GOKU's bed was neat, and it was not moved, and then looked at the table, some silver things were glowing. Han Lingsha immediately lit the candle, and finally, she saw clearly that there were some silver tickets and silver on the table. Husband, why did you leave me silver? Han Lingsha looked at the money and muttered. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and then she lost her voice. Could it be that Fajun, he left me? Han Lingsha, who did not believe, carefully searched the place where she could hide people in the house, but unfortunately there was no shadow of Wukong. Forced to hold back tears, walked out of the house, and began to search for it alone in the huge Lihofu, but after looking for a long time, she still did not find Wukong's shadow. At this moment, she understood, she was sad, she finally determined that GOKU left herself, not herself, because of her words, made GOKU angry. She suddenly thought of something again and ran towards Lu Mengli's room. Mengli. Dream glass. Han Lingsha kept knocking on the door of Lu Mengli's room. Squeak! The door opened. Lu Mengli stood there wearing an ancient pajamas, looking at Han Lingsha's eyes were red. She was shocked, and before she said anything, she listened to Han Lingsha grabbing Lu Mengli's hand and asked anxiously, "Mengli, what about Tianhe? Where did he go to Tianhe?" "What, Lingsha, did you say Tianhe? He didn't come to me, what's wrong with him?" Lu Mengli asked suspiciously. Han Lingsha finally couldn't bear it, tears finally fell, and she cried loudly in Lu Mengli's arms. Lu Mengli patted Han Lingsha's back and asked, "Lingsha, don't cry first, come first, can you tell me what's going on? And where is our GOKU at this time?" Chapter 026. After GOKU left, he didn't fly far, but came to the fork of Mount Baigong, and he muttered, "Nuloyan is over there, has been there." Then I heard Lingsha say that it seems to be some kind of royal tomb. Anyway, I haven't been there, maybe there is something delicious. GOKU is GOKU and will never trip over anything. Not long after, Wukong came to the outside of the Huainan King mausoleum with inhuman speed and met two guards. "What man? This place is not accessible." "That's right, get out." "Why can you stand here, I can't go over?" GOKU asked. The tone of these two guards was very timid, because GOKU had muscles, and with a height of 1.85 m, each of the two guards was about 1.7 m. "Anyway, you just can't go over anyway, you go back quickly." "Why are you so rude? If you want me to go back, just say well, why do you want me to roll?" GOKU said with some slight anger. "What's wrong with telling you to roll? Do you still want to hit us?" GOKU looked at them a little angrily. In fact, GOKU was not rare to get angry with them at all, he just wanted to play with them. GOKU stepped on the ground with a ground-breaking foot, and suddenly the place he stepped on cracked, leaving a few slits. The two guards were afraid. Could they not be afraid? They had only seen elephants that could shatter earthquakes, but people had never seen it. Thinking that this time they had kicked the iron plate, so they quickly stood up and said, "Hee, misunderstanding, this son, please." "Yes, Gongza please." After speaking, he made a gesture of invitation. GOKU just stomped on his itchy foot, but he didn't expect it to pass like this. "Well, stomp next time." When GOKU walked over, the two guards breathed a sigh of relief. GOKU came to a corner, and suddenly intuitively saw a large stone loosened. GOKU walked over and touched it with his hand and saw that the big stone fell with a bang, and GOKU saw that there was an extra hole in front of him. "Hey! There's a hole, maybe you can get in." GOKU thought, and then walked in. All the way down. Mausoleum of the King of Huainan, vestibule. Two huge stone lions appeared in front of GOKU, and GOKU looked up at the two stone lions and exaggerated in his mouth, "Wow, what a big lion, the eyes will still be on fire, hee, fun." After watching it, he will think that there is nothing fun, so GOKU continues to walk forward. This is the tomb of the king, to put it ugly, it is the tomb of the dead, but what? GOKU is not afraid, joke, he was in hell for 8 years, afraid of a fart, the ghost is afraid that he is almost the same, of course, it is the hell in that world. Suddenly, GOKU found an aura, one with a bad temper. GOKU looked left and looked again, and suddenly saw a red phantom emerge from a pillar. Yes, a red phantom appeared from the pillar. Another girl, she's still floating, wearing so little, is it hot? GOKU looked at the phantom and muttered. The female ghost slowly floated in front of GOKU, and the ghost eyes looked at GOKU coldly, and GOKU's eyes, doubtful, puzzled, strange eyes. The female ghost suddenly slapped her hand towards GOKU, who did not dodge because he found that the hand passed through his body as if the female ghost did not exist. Then, the female ghost suddenly disappeared, and GOKU scratched his head. What's the matter? If you want to fight, fight well. Then, GOKU continued to walk inside, and before he knew it, GOKU came to the apse. Hey, two toads! Goku ran forward as if he had discovered the new world, only to see that it was a palace-like vestibule, and on either side of a bench were 2 blue and yellow stone toads and pestles. Hey? And the color, which looks good. Goku looked at the 2 stone toads and smiled. Our innocent Wukong does not know that this is a very miraculous medicine in the world, called yin and yang purple, and the blue one is yin, which is used to resist the strong yang qi, the yellow one is yang, which is used to resist yin qi, and it must grow in one piece, and it will become jade in the ground for 1,000 years, and it will become essence after another 1,000 years, and then it can be taken. Goku thought it looked good, so he pulled out the 2 toads and put them in the storage ring that Shenlong gave him. Goku then noticed another road ahead and jumped down and walked towards that path. Mausoleum of the King of Huainan, Dan Chamber. Coming to the middle, Goku looked at the pill bottles that were all over the place, so he wondered, why is it so wasteful? A lot of medicine is wasted, it can be used to save many people. Goku saw a piece of paper, picked it up and looked at it, saw that it was the refining method of some elixirs, and then looked at the reverse. In the middle of the night, Wang dreamed above the green clouds, the Tai God monarch appeared between the Ming wheels, Rui Qi was 1,000, and the 3 realms of light were downcast. The rooster roars and the sunrise, the furnace purple Qi dragon soars, the top is faint, in the red crimson jade pot, the Qi condenses like a divine pill. Fang knows that the Taxian Xiaodan is completed, the king and the 8 gongs worship each other, the heart is happy to eat, and finally reborn, and the sun soars. What do you mean? I don't understand. Goku scratched his head, he really didn't understand what mess meant. Chapter 027. Suddenly, Goku's ears were pointed, as if he heard something, and when he looked at it, he saw that it was a pot shaking. Hey? What's going on? It seems to be murderous. Goku muttered. Boom! The pot shattered, and a thick black fog appeared, and then Wukong heard a middle-aged man's cold voice, "Ha ha ha, King Ben has seen the light of day again." The black fog dispersed, and only the terrifying man with his upper body and lower body in the fog was laughing, and turned to look at the puzzled Goku and said, Who are you? Who are you? Goku asked. How dare you be so unreasonable to King Ben and suffer death? The man casually waved a strong aura towards Goku, but he thought that he would destroy Goku, but who knows, Goku also casually waved the breath to disperse. Hey? Your strength is good. Each other, it's not great, haha. Goku smirked. Well, judging by your appearance, you are not a disciple of that demon path. The man said slightly. By the way, why are you going to attack me? I don't know who you are. Goku asked. You said that King Ben is the king of Huainan, when King Ben accumulated merit and sought immortal Dao, but he didn't want to be deceived by a shameless Taoist priest, and 8 sages took the so-called Taxian Xiaodan, but gave away his life. That demon Dao was bent on deceiving glory and wealth, and seeing that it had caused a catastrophe, and fearing that King Ben would take revenge, he sealed the souls of King Ben and the 8th Duke in the red crimson jade pot and fled on his own. The man said slowly. And what about later? Goku asked. The man glanced at Wukong and continued, the power of this jade pot is gradually lost, and when you break into this place, with the help of the yang qi of the living people, this king and the 8th prince can get out earlier, and they will definitely claim the life of that demon road in the future. So did you write this? Goku showed the piece of paper in his hand to the man. King Huainan smiled when he saw it. That's right, I wrote it. By the way, you should be a ghost. Nonsense. King Huainan didn't have a good airway. Then just now I saw some lonely souls and wild ghosts outside, it should have something to do with you. Goku said. Oh? Ha ha ha, it seems that the servants of this king have also woken up, so wonderful. King Huainan laughed. Wait for King Ben to suck your essence blood dry first, and then go out and kill all the Daoist priests in the world. King Huainan said coldly. You want to fight again? Goku asked. Yes. King Huainan said. Okay, then let's compare. After Wukong finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of King Huainan, and before King Huainan could reflect, he was concentrated by Wukong's punch and flew out. How is it possible? How are you so fast? King Huainan is not too painful because he is a ghost. What's wrong, so unbeaten? I thought you could last until I became a Super Saiyan. Goku pouted and said with some regret. Damn, I don't believe. King Huainan rushed towards Wukong as if he was crazy, and Wukong looked at the crazy king of Huainan and shook his head. Alas, you are a ghost, sooner or later you will enter reincarnation, I will send you down. After saying that, Goku's eyes lingered, and then he put his hands on his waist and shouted in his mouth. Turtle! Pai Chi! Wukong's hands had already gathered white light, and King Huainan stopped, looked at the white light in Wukong's hands and said fearfully, Ah, no, don't work. It's a pity that it's late, Wukong has already sent out his own little killer turtle faction Qigong, and the exact second is the king of Huainan. The light dispersed, there was no trace of black fog, and King Huainan was estimated to have been blasted away by Wukong. Looking at the empty tomb of King Huainan, Wukong suddenly took out the yin-yang xian from the ring, put it on the ground and said, Forget it, I don't want to take your things casually, just put it here. After saying that, Goku found a way out and walked away. Then there was an eerie cold wind in front of him, and Goku felt a little strange. How could this place have such a heavy grievance? Goku, most of the people who died here were wronged, so they were very resentful. Shenlong suddenly said to Goku. Then, Shenlong, what to do with these fools? It's not a way to stay in the sun all the time. Goku asked. In this way, you use divine power to wash away their resentment, and then send them into samsara. Shenlong said. Goku was shocked. Then, won't there still be negative energy? Shenlong smiled and said, Don't worry, the Dragon Ball has been mixed with you, and there will be no more negative energy. Goku smiled and said, That's it, that's good. Then Goku's eyes flashed red, and then the place around the mausoleum basically emitted a purifying breath, and Goku understood that these unjust ghosts had been purified and could go to reincarnation. After Goku finished doing it, he walked out along this path, and those wronged souls will always remember Goku as a benefactor. Chapter 028. Goku walked out along the passage and came to a mountain again, but the more Goku looked at the mountain, the more it looked like a bowl, and when he walked down the mountain, he realized that it was a bowl hill. It's time for Chenzhou. Goku looked up at the plaque on the gate, and now Goku had arrived in a new city. Goku's stomach made a protest. Goku touched his stomach, giggled, and then walked in. Wow, this is more lively than Shaoyang City. Goku looked at the crowds coming and going around, some hawkers, and it was no wonder that this city was much larger than Shaoyang City. Goku entered an inn, and because he had seen it in Shaoyang City, he now knew that those places were where food could be bought. Oh, the little brother is quite handsome, come and sit here, how many of you? Arriving at the door of the inn, a junior said to Goku with a signature smile. 1. I'm hungry, hurry up and get something delicious. Goku came to a table and sat down and said to Xiao Er. Okay, I'll be there in a while, sir, you can drink some tea first. Koji poured Goku a cup of tea and went down. But the inn is always a place where all kinds of people will come, such as Goku, a kind person will come, then naturally there will be some bad people. No, the bloody plot is here again. Yang Sarong, you bitch, always pretend to be so high, not asking for money, say, how much money, set a price, Lao Tzu rapped you, Lao Tzu has money. At a table not far from Wukong, a man who looks like a bald head, clothes like the 18 arhats of the Shaolin Temple, the body is very strong, but I don't know if the knot is strong." At this time this person fiercely grabbed a beautiful woman sitting next to him and said, "White Wolf, I said it, I will not give myself to you, even if I die, I will not spoil you." Yang Sarong said coldly, wanting to shake off the White Wolf's hand, but the other party was strong, and there was no way. This shout shifted the attention of the diners in the inn here, and GOKU did the same, but although GOKU was not colorful, his father taught him that if a man bullies a woman, he must teach that man a lesson. GOKU got up and walked towards the White Wolf. "Humph, still come with me to this set, grandpas, Laozi will kiss you now." After speaking, the White Wolf shamelessly put his big mouth on Yang Sarong's beautiful lips. But what the White Wolf kissed was very soft, and when he opened his eyes, it was not Yang Sarong's mouth, but the pig's mouth of a roasted suckling pig. Bah! The White Wolf spat violently in disgust, and this spit released the hand that was holding Yang Sarong, and Yang Sarong finally broke free and quickly hid behind Wukong. "Hey? Which family are you with a little white face? Is it Yang Sarong, this bitch?" When the White Wolf saw the handsome GOKU in front of him, he said to GOKU with jealousy. "Bitch? What is a bitch?" GOKU asked strangely. "Yes." The audience sweated. "You. I see you owe a beating." The White Wolf was even more angry to death, stood up and was ready to fight GOKU, but as soon as he stood up, he found that he was a head shorter than GOKU, and the clothes GOKU wore said that he could not send it, and it was not tight, but he could basically see Goku's figure clearly, and the White Wolf seemed to be a little scared. "Owes a beating? Are you going to fight? Okay, I'll accompany you." GOKU said. There was a fight, GOKU liked it. "Well, good. Just fight with you, and we'll go outside to fight." The White Wolf said boldly. "Are you going to choose a weapon?" GOKU said. "Me? I'll use this." After Bai Lang finished speaking, he raised the stool and scared the treasurer and Xiao Er, but the other party is a White Wolf and a bully, how can he provoke it? "That's it." GOKU looked at the stool, then reached over and pinched it, and the stool clicked under everyone's eyelids and was squeezed in half by GOKU from the middle. "Ah, haha, I'm sorry, I used it hard, I just lost money," GOKU said with a smile. The White Wolf swallowed his saliva, and then forced himself to calm down. "That, I still have something to do today, don't worry about you, next time I will have a good fight with you and leave." After saying that, he ran out at a speed that was not symmetrical to his figure. "What, just ran away?" a certain brother said depressedly. "Nonsense, he easily broke that stool, isn't it easier to break people?" Another brother beside him said. "Boss, how much is this stool?" GOKU asked the treasurer. "Well, that's 20 cents. The boss wiped his sweat and said. "Oh." GOKU nodded, then took out 20 copper plates from his wallet and handed them to the treasurer, and then GOKU was embarrassed to eat here, so let's buy something to eat outside. GOKU came to a stall selling buns and said, "Boss, bring me 100 meat buns." This sentence can frighten the people nearby, and the boss asks, "Guest officer, you said you want 100. GOKU nodded, and the boss said, but I have exactly 100 of them, you buy them all, others won't have to eat, so let's do it, how about you buy 50 meat buns, 50 bean paste buns?" GOKU said, "Well, nah, it's money." After GOKU finished speaking, he gave a piece of silver, he naturally knew that so many buns must cost a lot of money. GOKU carries a package of buns under the gaze of his boss and the people around him, and leaves while eating. But while walking, GOKU always felt that someone was following her. GOKU came to a corner and turned in, and the person behind him also followed, but at the corner found that it was a dead end, but Goku's figure was not seen. Then suddenly GOKU appeared behind the man and asked, "Why are you following me?" Chapter 029. Yang Sarong, a woman with a poor background, came from a poor family, and had a dull life, but she did not expect that her father was killed by robbers, and her mother did not want to be insulted and martyred and forgotten, and she was entrusted to others to avoid this calamity. But they are a woman, and others can easily live, all because they have completely ignored the body, that is to say, selling their flesh for any man to enjoy. What to look like their beloved man is all nonsense. But Yang Sarong is different. She is soft on the inside and strong on the outside, although she is strong on the surface, but her heart is fragile, just like the white wolf just now. She took a fancy to herself and came up with a wallet. If it weren't for Wukong's timely appearance, the result would really be imaginable. Ah! Yes, I'm sorry, Gongzi. Yang Sarong never thought that Wukong would appear behind her, and she was startled, but she only saw Wukong's appearance clearly now, and was fascinated by Wukong's handsome appearance. Wukong shook his hand. Yang Sarong reflected, his face was already blushing, and he was embarrassed, and suddenly cooing made Wukong and Yang Sarong startled, but Yang Sarong blushed even more. Are you hungry? Wukong asked Yang Sarong. Yes. Yang Sarong's stomach screamed. No wonder, Yang Sarong just ran out with Wukong without eating anything. It's strange if he is not hungry. Well. Yang Sarong was already even more embarrassed, and her voice was like a mosquito. Wukong took out a few buns from the package and handed them to Yang Sarong. Yang Sarong wanted to refuse, but as soon as he saw Wukong's kind eyes, he involuntarily took it and said, "Thank you, Gongzi. It's very ladylike to eat." But Yang Sarong ate a few buns in a while, and Rao Wukong was also a little surprised, but the difference was that Wukong had to eat a lot of each meal, while Yang Sarong hadn't eaten for a long time. I still have a lot, you eat it again, I'll buy it again. Wukong simply gave the package to Yang Sarong. Yang Sarong held the package, a pair of phoenix eyes looked at Wukong. Gradually, a mist of water involuntarily fell. GOKU said strangely, "Hey? Why are you crying?" Yang Sarong sobbed softly, "Gongzi, you are too good for Sarong." "Aha, it's nothing, my father taught me that boys should know how to take care of girls, I don't know, but this seems to be care. Oh yes, don't call me Gongzi, my name is Yun Tian He, you can call me Tian He." GOKU said. "How about that, I'll still call you Yun Gongzi." Yang Sarong shook her head and said. "Just call me Tian He, I don't like people calling me Gongzi or something, I'm not used to it." GOKU waved his hand and said. Si Rong blushed and said, "Then, Si Rong called it like that, and you can also call me Si Rong that Tian He." "Oh, okay." GOKU nodded. Then, GOKU and Si Rong played on the street, buying something delicious from time to time, and Si Rong was not one of those women who liked beautiful jewelry and then showed off, and now she was like a wife who complied with women's ways and was shopping with her husband. Strolling around, the two came to the side of the jumping river, and GOKU lay down on the grass on the shore, sighing, "It's so comfortable." Si Rong looked at Wukong's kind appearance that could not be more kind, and there was already a shadow of Wukong in her heart, but she had a strange thought. Could it be that Tian He did not understand feelings? It really got her guessed right. Si Rong sat down next to GOKU, dragging her cheeks with both hands and a pair of beautiful eyes looking at GOKU's handsome face that was resting with her eyes closed. She suddenly wanted to go up and kiss the two, of course, if there was no one else nearby. After a while, GOKU rested enough, really got up and moved his body, crackled a few times, and then said to Sarong, "Okay, I've rested enough, let's continue walking." "Tian He, where are you going?" Si Rong asked GOKU. Wukong thought for a moment and said, I'm going to go to that Qianghua faction to cultivate immortals, I heard that it is very interesting, and what kind of imperial sword flying, I also want to try. So, can I go with you too? Si Rong asked nervously. GOKU looked at her strangely and said, "Of course, I don't disagree." "Thank you, Tian He." Si Rong said happily that she didn't want to leave Wukong, or separate from Goku, and it was just an excuse to go to cultivate the truth together. Chapter 030. Hey, there's a piano again. Not long after leaving, Wukong heard a piano sound from the tip of his ears, which was very beautiful, and even Yang Sarong, who was next to him, praised, "Yes, and it is very good." Goku nodded and walked in that direction, and Sarong followed. The sound got closer and closer, and finally the two came to a small pavilion, and saw a woman in green costume sitting there playing the piano in the pavilion. When the Goku duo was about to approach her, her hand stopped, and then she raised her head and froze for a while when she saw Goku, then reacted and then looked at Yang Sarong again, nodding politely to the two. "You play the piano so well, can you play one?" Goku said. In fact, Goku was a little strange in his heart. Why did he come to this world and be interested in Koto? In that case, Kotoheim is ugly again. The woman's crisp voice said, and at the same time the slender jade hand began to pluck on the strings. The beautiful melody, the beautiful sound of the piano, strayed in Goku's mind wanderer, and then Goku was suddenly surprised, and then surprised, because he found that his strength had actually increased. In other words, in the past, he could not become a Super Saiyan and could fight against Siru and Frieza, and now he can fight against the final form of Majin Buu. I have to say that everything depends on the environment, and it is not necessarily only actual combat that can increase strength. After the song, Kotoheim stood up and saluted the Goku duo and said, "2, I don't know how Kotoheim plays. It sounds good." Sarong smiled. "So, what about this son-in-law?" Kotoheim looked at Goku and saw that Goku was closing his eyes, and must be thinking about something. Goku opened his eyes, and his eyes were as deep as the boundless universe. "Yes, it's really good, and besides, I feel like my strength has improved a bit." Goku laughed. "Oh? Is Gongzi a person who cultivates immortals?" Kotoheim asked. "Not yet, but we are preparing to go to the Kyanghua sect to cultivate immortals, and by then it should be the immortal cultivators you said." Goku shook his head. "By the way, I just listened to your music, and it seems to be sad. Is there something sad about you?" Sarong asked Qin-ji at this time. Qin-ji showed a worried look on her face and said slightly, "In life, there are inevitably many delusions. I have a wish that I have not fulfilled. I am afraid that I will not be able to see through it until death." "Wish? What is it?" "2, listen to me slowly. I have loved music since I was a child, but I admire the world's masters and knights, and after that, I went out to wander, fighting with martial arts to punish rape and eliminate evil, which was also very happy. Later, because of the rhythm of music, I met the only son of the Qin family in Chenzhou. Although he did not understand martial arts and was very weak, but he was the best person I had ever met, and it didn't take long for him to marry me. We studied music together, and he taught me to read and write. It was really the happiest time of my life. Pity. No matter what I do, I can't do everyone's show to make my in-laws happy." Gradually, even with Xianggong's company, life became more and more difficult. That's when I had the idea of coming back into the river. Until one day, I upset my mother-in-law again. That time, even Xianggong blamed me a few words. And I left the book in anger. Instead of being angry at home, it's better to be a heroine. Sarong said. "Isn't it just a woman? Everyone who learns swords dreams of becoming a sword immortal in heaven and earth, and I am the same. After leaving home, I visited famous mountains and rivers, asking immortals and asking." Goku said, "Oh, it turns out that you also like to fly in the sky." Kotoheim continued, "Maybe people's hearts are so unsatisfied. When I advanced in swordsmanship, but often missed Xianggong, his body was not particularly good, I was worried. I found a lot of reasons for myself to come back to Chenzhou to see him." "Did you see him then?" Sarong asked. "When I returned to Chenzhou, I learned that he had passed away for several months. Si Rong was shocked. Ah, how come? Qin Ji sighed and said, I heard that Xiang Gong's body was very bad after I left, and my mother-in-law set a family affair for him to be happy, but not long after the bride passed the door, he still went. I've thought about reuniting with him 1,000 times, and I'd rather he scold me and not forgive me than look like this. So, how can we help you? Si Rong asked. Qin Ji said lightly. Now it's useless to regret. I don't know where the Qin family buried Xiang Gong, I just want to go to the 1000 Buddha Pagoda, put incense in front of his tablet, and ask him to forgive me for my previous ignorance. Incense? Wouldn't it be enough to go directly to the tower? Si Rong said. The girl didn't know something. There are sacred relics of Buddhism in the 1000 Buddha Pagoda in Quanzhou, and there is a holy light cast on the top of the tower, so not only in this city, but also many rich people have traveled thousands of miles to send the tablets of their relatives here, hoping that their souls will be blessed by the Buddha. Of course, the Qin family is the same, they also donated money to repair the tower, and they also have a good relationship with the abbot. Maybe the Qin family has informed something. Those monks don't let me enter the tower at all. I also thought about entering at night, but in order to protect the holy relics, there are even martial monks guarding it at night, Qin Ji said again. Turning to GOKU, he said, I can see that this prince is absolutely extraordinary, and I just want to ask you to help me enter the tower and worship my deceased husband. Is that the thing? Well, I don't have anything to do anyway, it's only a matter of time before I go to the Qianghua sect, and I also want to see how powerful the monk of the 1000 Buddha Pagoda is. GOKU doesn't care. When I first heard that Xiang Gong had passed away, I was heartbroken, thinking that he didn't like me to dance swords and swords when he was alive, so I made a vow never to use a martial art again, who expected that there would be many twists and turns later. Since then, I have been playing the piano on the streets of Quanzhou, trying to find people with a kind heart and martial arts to help me. Si Rong said angrily, that Qin family is also too much. Everyone has gone into the soil, it won't be good to worship, I also want to help. Wukong asked Si Rong, do you also know martial arts? Si Rong then remembered that he didn't know martial arts, and he could embarrass himself to death. Chapter 031. In that case, then, Tian He, you have to be careful, come back early, I'll wait for you. At the end of the day, in the guest room of an inn, Si Rong looked at Wukong with a tender face and said. GOKU also nodded and said normally, oh, it's okay, don't worry, I'll be back early. Si Rong nodded, then helped GOKU sort out his clothes a little, and then watched GOKU go out. GOKU walked quietly on the street in the middle of the night, of course, while locking Kotohim's chi. Keep walking until you take a small boat and cross a small river and you already see a tall temple tower. Not long after, GOKU saw the familiar figure, ran over and smiled, oh, I'm coming. Kotohime was just quietly waiting for GOKU, but was suddenly surprised by GOKU's call, and was surprised that GOKU came behind her silently. Fortunately GOKU is a good person, otherwise, if it is some bad thief, it will not be bad. Yes, Yun Gongzi is really trustworthy, and he came early. Kotohime looked at GOKU's handsome face and said with a somewhat unrelenting look, while thinking, how can I be so nervous? I'm a fair person. Wukong ignored her thoughts, looked directly at the tower, and then asked without looking at Qinji, it's so tall, by the way, why didn't you see a few monks, aren't there all the monks in the temple with those bald heads? Qinji said slowly, the monks pay attention to the 6 roots of tranquility, and the empty door is wide open at any time, but the sacred relics in the tower are really important, and the temple will send someone to guard it. Oh, yes, it seems to be quite simple, but the door seems to be closed, how do we get in? Kotohime looked at the tower and saw that the door was indeed locked, and she didn't know where to enter, but she heard GOKU say, the window is open over there. Kotoheim looked in the direction GOKU was pointing and was overjoyed to see that there was indeed a window open, and then said to GOKU, "In that case, let's go in from there." GOKU nodded, and then the two walked towards the open window, jumping in one after the other. Walking inside, I saw two fierce-looking monks saying fiercely to the two, "This is the pure land of Buddhism, idle people and others are not allowed to trespass, let me go out." Kotoheim's face was solemn, while GOKU said, "We're just going to the top floor to worship someone." "That's not okay, get out. You guys, it's too much." Shinji said coldly, and then drew his sword and stabbed at the two monks. However, the monk who can keep vigil here is naturally not a vegetarian, and the one holding the Buddha guard immediately blocks the menacing Kinji's sword, and then swings it towards Kinji's body with the top of the battle. Kotoheim naturally noticed it, dodged it with a backflip, and then stabbed with his sword again. Another monk looked at GOKU coldly and said, "If you don't want to die, hurry out." GOKU scratched his head, "Death? Still don't want it, I don't want to go to hell anymore. It's true, I still remember my life in hell, those unpalatable foods." But when the monk heard this, he thought that GOKU was humiliating himself, and in anger, he picked up the stick and swung it at GOKU, "Find death, look at the move." Snap! GOKU was still closing his eyes at this time and recalling his life in hell, and did not find that a stick had hit his head. As for this snap, GOKU did not feel anything. But the monk seemed to see something scary, trembling and looking at the stick in his hand. To be precise, it was half broken. This, the monk was speechless in surprise, looking at his stick and then at GOKU. GOKU opened his eyes at this time and saw that the monk was already in front of him, so he put on a signature posture of battle and said, "That, I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the past, let's fight now." "Still fighting? People are so scared of you that they can't do it, and they still beat, don't they look for death?" The monk swallowed, and then looked at GOKU sweating, and surprisingly, he couldn't hear GOKU's breathing, because this is a realm of GOKU, putting the heart into the state of a lake, as the saying goes, "The enemy does not move, I do not move." Don't you come, then I'll do it." GOKU saw that the monk still didn't move, so before the monk could reflect, he appeared behind the monk and gave him a hand knife, and the monk flew out backwards and fainted. On the other side, Kotoheim also gained the upper hand with her superb sword skills. Ding! Shinji's sword picked up the monk's Buddha fight, then got up and swung his show foot to kick the monk out. "It doesn't matter to you." Seeing that Kotoheim was done, GOKU came to her and asked. "Well, I don't care." Kotoheim nodded and said. "Well, let's go on." GOKU glanced at the two fainted monks, and then said to Kotoheim. Kotoheim nodded, put away her sword, and then walked up the stairs next to her with GOKU. Chapter 032. Hey? Anyone? Unconsciously, GOKU and Kotoheim have arrived at the 8th floor of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda, that is, the top floor, although some of the ways that block Wukong and others who don't know whether they are dead or alive on the way have also been knocked unconscious. When I reached the 8th floor, I found that a woman in yellow was kneeling quietly against the wall, and in front of her was a table and a spiritual seat placed on the table. GOKU and Kotoheim walked slowly, and when they were about to approach her, they heard the woman's faint voice. "I know that one day you will come. Although we have never met, I can recognize you at a glance." "Are you?" Kotoheim asked. "Can't think of it. But I recognized you at a glance." The woman said. You are Qin Yi, Qin Ji said in surprise. The woman said slightly, "His concubine, Zhang clan." Zhang continued. "Until Xiang Gong dies, I can't be his wife, you can rest assured, my name will always be just a concubine." Kotoheim said, I never thought about it that way." Zhang Shi said, "No matter what you think, in the hearts of Xiang Gong and father-in-law, I am 100 times better than your wife." If it weren't for the good heart of Xianggong and the care of a little old love, where would it be your turn to sit in the position of the right wife today? Qinji was silent, maybe she thought what Zhang Shi said was true. You seem to be excessive, after all, people have died, is there any point in fighting for these dispensable things? GOKU said surprisingly at this time, would they be surprised if those former comrades of GOKU were there? Gongzi, you said it very well, there is nothing to dispute, after all, before Xianggong died, I waited day and night to prepare medicine and dress him, and he also treated me like a treasure. Zhang said. After a pause, he said, husband and wife are of the same heart, and their hearts are connected, even if his illness is no longer lawful, in just a few months, he is not like a fairy couple. Qinji suddenly shook her head at this time and said, no, don't say it. Zhang Shi smiled slightly, how? You don't like to listen? Don't you like to hear how I and Xianggong love? Do you know that women are jealous and deserved? No wonder your parents-in-law don't like you. Please, don't say any more, I'm here today, just to give Xianggong a pillar incense, and leave soon, said Kotoheim sadly. Go? Yes, you can leave him behind again, just like before. Zhang Shi said with a mocking tone. Qinji hurriedly said, no, I'm not. Zhang Shi said at this time, it's not something. Do you know? Since Xianggong went, I was afraid that he would be lonely, so I came here every day to accompany him and stayed by his side from morning to night. But what about you? You left him behind for 4 whole years. Not 4 days, 4 months, but 4 years. Qinji said bitterly, me. Zhang Shi shook his head, needless to say. If you know what you want to say now, if he knows it, he will not want to listen to it. Kotoheim was silent. Zhang Shi spoke, if you want incense, you can. But promise me one thing. Kotoheim asked. What's up? As long as I can do it. Zhang Shi said, don't worry, of course you can. This thing is not difficult at all. I want you to leave Chenzhou immediately after you finish incense and never come back. You don't deserve to be here at all. Kotoheim was silent again, and GOKU also knew that he could not disturb others at this time, and only watched the two from the side. For a long time, Qinji raised her head and said, I promise you, but if I wish, I won't step into Chenzhou for half a step again. Well, remember what you said, I think he won't want to see you again. Zhang Shi said slightly. Qinji was silent, came to the spiritual seat, picked up the 3 incense sticks, lit them, knelt in front of the spiritual seat and kowtowed 3 heads, did not say anything, only moved. After Qinji finished serving the 3 incense sticks, Qinji got up and said to Zhang, thank you. Leave. Came to Wukong's side and said to Wukong, Yunggongzi, let's go. Chapter 033. Chenzhou Ferry Port. Kotoheim was still silent, GOKU scratched his head, seriously, he really didn't understand these emotions such as love to death and hate to death. You. It doesn't matter. GOKU asked at this time. Qinji raised her head and glanced at Wukong, then lowered her head and said slightly, Yunggongzi, rest assured, I am fine. GOKU scratched his head again, don't lie to me, although I don't understand feelings, I still know how sad it is that the person I care about the most is gone. Kotoheim was still silent, and GOKU looked at the sparkling river and said slowly, I heard my father say, love is love, hate is hate, feelings are complicated and complicated, simple and simple, the main thing is to look at the hearts of 2 people, don't think so complicated. Kotoheim looked at GOKU and said, Yunggongzi, you are saying this. GOKU scratched his head and smiled, hee, my father said that he really wants to be good for a person, that is, to make her happy every day, even if that person doesn't like him, it doesn't matter if he doesn't even know himself. Kotoheim nodded. It doesn't matter if the living person is dead, whether it's true or not. If she makes Sang publicly happy to finish those days, I will only be indescribably grateful and ashamed, then, looking at the river like GOKU. By the way, your wish has been fulfilled, where are you going in the future? GOKU asked. With the piano, the world is home, and wherever you go. Kinji said lightly. Actually, I can't remember how many times, I really want to let go of everything in the world, just go with the public. But, I'm sorry Xiang Gong, I don't have the face to see him. Kotoheim said bitterly, I told myself, at least. To put aside martial arts, collect the music fragments of the past generations, replace Xiang Gong but have a wish before death, perhaps. Maybe so. He was willing to meet me in his dreams. Seeing GOKU looking at herself with some worry, Kotoheim shook her head slightly, don't worry. What to do, I know very well in my heart. When I wasn't with Xiang Gong, he must have been in pain and sad too. Now, I have only tasted the bitter fruits of the past, and why should I die to seek liberation? GOKU. Thanks to Yun Gong's help, I can fulfill my wish. Qinji has nothing to reward, only to give an ugly song. Kinji said at this time. Oh? Is it singing? GOKU asked. Qinji nodded, yes, Yun Gongzi, please come with me. GOKU followed Kotoheim to a wood, and saw Kotoheim sit down cross-knee in front of the piano that had already been placed, her slender jade hand on the strings, and suddenly the string sound of the second and the beautiful song of Kotoheim sounded, the drizzle is falling, the breeze is shaking, and it is like an infatuation. The song was gentle and melodious, sentimental and glazing, making people cry, even GOKU couldn't help but feel sad, he could clearly feel how painful Kotoheim's heart was. GOKU, it seems that your state of mind has improved, you are really a genius. The divine dragon in Wukong's heart suddenly said to Wukong. Hey? Shenlong, you mean, my power has improved again? GOKU asked. That's right, GOKU, it seems that you came to this world is not entirely a mistake, at least you can understand the warmth of people in the world, love and hate, and you have not experienced it before, so now your skills have greatly increased. Yes, hehe. It seems that I am quite lucky, but I don't have a tail, I can't become Super Saiyan 4, GOKU worried. Don't worry, your tail is just integrated into your body like me, and in the future, you don't need to use tails and moonshine to become Super Saiyan 4, and if your skills continue to improve, GOKU, you can surpass Super Saiyan 4 and become Super Saiyan 5, at that time, you can return to the original world. Really, Shenlong? GOKU asked in surprise. Well, so, your current skill does not necessarily depend on combat improvement, but also by mood, because martial arts are only superficial. I see, Shenlong, I see, before, I was too sloppy. At this time, Kinji, who was playing the piano, and Wukong, who was listening to Kotoheim's song, did not know that a sad scene was about to appear on the 8th floor of the Thousand Buddha Pagoda. Chapter 034. Wukong, who returned to the inn, immediately greeted Si Rong's worried eyes. Tianhe, are you okay? I'm so worried about you. Si Rong carefully checked whether there were any injuries on Wukong's body. GOKU shook his head and smiled, I'll be fine, don't worry. Si Rong nodded, but did not find Kinji's figure, and asked Wukong, by the way, what about that sister Kinji? Wukong sighed and said, alas, she fulfilled her wish and is leaving Chenzhou. Si Rong said, yes, no wonder, his father-in-law has passed away, how can she stay alone in this sad place? By the way, Tianhe, can you tell me about the things in the tower? Si Rong asked. Okay. GOKU nodded, and then the two of them talked for a candlelight night, which lasted for nearly a night. Early the next morning, Wukong, who was sleeping on the table, was woken up by Sarong. Tianhe, wake up. GOKU opened his eyes in confusion and asked, Hey! What's wrong? Si Rong said, "It's not good, something happened. Yesterday a woman in the 1000th Buddha Pagoda committed suicide, it seems to be the woman named Zhang Clan Yu said." Goku was surprised, "Really?" Random calmed down again, "Actually, I don't think there's anything wrong with her doing that." Si Rong asked, "How to say?" "She wants to go down to accompany which man, that is her own wish," my father said, "people can choose life and death according to their wishes, whether right or wrong, it is a great thing." Si Rong looked at Wukong and saw that Wukong, who was not good at feelings, could say such a thing, although it was his father who told him, but Si Rong was still surprised and praised, "Tian He, you said it so well." "Hey!" Goku scratched his head and smiled and said, "By the way, maybe Kotoheim also knows, but she is leaving, so she shouldn't be sad." Si Rong said, that Zhang family may not be loved by Xiang Gong before she dies, but she must fight for it after death, this intention is also very moving. Turning to Wukong, he said, "Tian He, you have to promise me that no matter what, you can't die, you can't leave me alone." Goku said strangely, "What's wrong with you? I didn't say I would die, and the person who could make me die didn't exist." Si Rong threw herself into Wukong's arms and hugged Wukong tightly, "Tian He, I don't care, I don't want you to leave me, I already have you in my heart, I don't ask you to marry me, I only ask you to let me follow you." I scratched my head, "Didn't I keep you following me, do you have to do this?" Si Rong raised her head to look at Wukong and nodded, "Well, I know, Tian He, I want to be with you and never separate." Goku nodded, however, an inappropriate voice sounded, "Goku." "Puff, Tian He, you're hungry, let's go down for breakfast." Si Rong smiled. Goku smiled and nodded, and then the two walked out of the room side by side, and as soon as they arrived at the staircase, they heard some guests below chatting idly, and the topic was Zhang, who committed suicide. "Have you heard? Something big has happened in the home of the richest man in town." "Which Qin family do you say?" "Who else? Their daughter-in-law committed suicide in the 1000 Buddha's pagoda last night. I saw it and said that it was swallowed to death. What's even more strange is that the monks guarding the tower all said that someone broke in last night, but they couldn't tell the appearance of the thief. The abbot had decided to close the Zen temple for 3 months, and the people of the Qin family probably wouldn't give up. There is such a thing. And how do you know?" "Hehe, my cousin is the head of the Zen temple, of course, he knows this better than others. Alas, it is a pity that the infatuated daughter of the world is so chaste after her husband dies." Goku and the two came to a table and began to eat breakfast, and Goku suddenly heard a familiar voice, "Oh, that woman is so pitiful." Goku turned to look, raised his hand with a half-gnawed steamed bun, and then vaguely shouted to the man, "Hey, we meet again." Chapter 035. "Hey, you're here too." The voice is female, and it is a little girl type. "Oh, yes, I was looking for you," Wukong said with a smile, swallowing half of the steamed bun in his hand, but he was almost choked, and Si Rong on the side immediately handed over a cup of tea and said to Wukong, "Tian He, slow down, drink some water." Seeing that the movements of the two were very intimate, Xuanji and Huaishuo looked at each other with surprise. Xuanji asked Wukong, "Who is she, how can she be so good to you?" Goku looked at Sarong and saw that Si Rong looked a little shy, but he didn't know how to describe it. "Well, her name is Yang Sarong, and she said that she wants to join your Kaianghua sect with me." Goku said. What, you want to join our Kaianghua faction?" Xuanji was surprised. "Yes, I was looking for you for this, what's wrong, is there anything wrong?" Goku nodded. "However, I see that your excellency no longer needs to be a disciple, regardless of his skills or cultivation." Huaishuo said at this time. "What's that? I remember my father said, the master comes first, don't you Kaianghua faction know what kind of sword flying, I won't, so I'm going to learn. By the way, don't you still have 2 girls with you, one of whom also said that it was your wife's? Xuanji said this sentence coldly, and as soon as he said this, Si Rong next to Wukong immediately turned pale. Ryasa hates me and doesn't want to see me again, so I left, and my dad said that if a girl hates to see you, you'd better not let her see it again. GOKU said as he took a sip of tea. You guys, got into a fight? Huaishuo asked. I don't know, I just know that Ryasha must hate me. So, what about the purple-clothed girl? Xuanji asked. Did you say Mengli? I don't know, maybe she's with Ryasa. GOKU said. What's going on with you, why am I getting more and more confused the more I listen? Xuanji asked with a small frown. Suanja, other people's affairs, we don't care less, let's hurry up and find Uncle Junior. Huaishuo whispered to Suanja. Xuanji nodded, and then said to the bat, Senior brother, it's better to help them. Doesn't master often say that to be a person, you must always have good thoughts? Anyway, whether they can get started in the end depends on themselves. Huaishuo said helplessly, alas, you are really a child. Turning to GOKU, he said, in that case, well, we met 3 and 5 times, maybe it was Providence. GOKU asked, really? Are you willing to take me to join the Qianghua faction? Huaishuo nodded, and Xian Jiao said in a coquettish voice, yes, but whether you can join or not depends on yourself. I don't have anything to worry about you, but this sister. After speaking, he looked at Si Rong, whose face was slightly better on the side. Me? I'm okay, I can go too. Si Rong smiled slightly. Well, we didn't catch up with Senior Uncle Ziying, and we were about to rush back to the sect, so let's take you over with the Imperial Sword. Huaishuo said. GOKU nodded, okay, I'm just trying to try what it's like to be a sword. Chenzhou East Gate. Ready? Huaishuo turned to GOKU and Si Rong and asked. GOKU nodded, Si Rong, well, ready. Okay, up. Huaishuo waved his hand, and suddenly a sword was suspended in front of Huaishuo, and on the other side, Xuanji had already stepped on the sword. Wukong also took Wangshu out. And Huaishuo said with a look of surprise. The shape of this sword is very peculiar. Xuanji also looked at Wangshu and said, Senior brother, this sword looks strange, it doesn't even have a sword grid, it's too different from the ordinary appearance, maybe the person who cast it just wants to grandstand. Well, I didn't think before, after my father and mother gave me the sword, I have been using it, and after I saw it more after going down the mountain, I realized that it really didn't look like other swords. GOKU scratched his head. Huaishuo said seriously, this. I can't jump to conclusions. This sword is powerful, and it contains a huge cold qi. Turning to GOKU, he said, didn't Brother Yun notice it? Weekdays so that the sword will not be injured by the cold? GOKU shook his head, no, I've been playing with this sword for a long time, it's nothing special, it's just cold to the touch, it's best to use in summer, hehe. Oh? Also, Brother Yun's skill is unfathomable, and this cold qi must not cause trouble for Brother Yun. Huaishuo said with a smile. However, regardless of this sword, even if the sword has a spirit, the person holding it must have a matching power to stimulate it, otherwise people cannot use the sword, and the sword cannot protect people, and there is nothing to do. Huaishuo's tone changed and he said seriously. GOKU nodded in confusion, and Huaishuo said, okay, without further ado, let's start immediately. Xuanji had already said impatiently, okay, let's go quickly, but you have to be careful, if it falls from the sky, my senior brother and I don't care, after speaking, he took off first. Huaishuo smiled helplessly, and then the magic decision just now was sent by Wangshu in front of Wukong, and Wangshu immediately levitated in front of Wukong and the two. Wukong jumped on the sword, and then pulled Si Rong up, and then chased Suanja's direction with Huaishuo. Chapter 036. Wukong, who had just flown into the sky, did not know that two women came from the east gate of Chenzhou, namely the woman in red and the woman in purple. In the air, Goku stepped on the Wangshu sword, and Si Rong hugged Goku's waist tightly behind Goku's back. Wow, is this the flight of the Imperial Sword? Although the speed is not fast, but it is quite fun, hehe, if you are not in a hurry in the future, the Imperial Sword will fly. Goku said with a smile in the wind. The Imperial Sword is not as fast as the Dragon Cloud for Wukong, let alone the soaring technique after the explosion. Seeing Wukong's very relaxed appearance, Huaishuo and Suanja couldn't help but be stunned. The Imperial Sword art that they had learned so hard was actually used by others when they were not in a hurry. After flying for a short time, the four of them came to a small town, Bangxian town. Oh, it's really fun. Goku said with a smile. Hehe, Your Excellency is really extraordinary, but in the end, you still have to go up the mountain on your own and pass the test before you can enter the worship master. Huaishuo smiled. Oh, that's okay, thank you. Goku also laughed. Well, okay, we'll send you here, you can go to this town and find someone to inquire about how you can go up the mountain. Xianji chuckled. Well, that's right, since that's the case, then let's say goodbye here, and maybe it's the same door next time we meet. Huaishuo said. Wukong and Suanja also returned the salute, and Jian Suanja impatiently pulled Huaishuo royal sword and flew away. Sarong, let's go. Si Rong, what's wrong with you? Goku wanted to say that they would go and inquire together, but when he turned back, he saw Si Rong looking unhappy and resentful. I'll be fine, you don't have to worry. Si Rong said with a smile. Although Wukong is stupid, but not stupid, he still knows what Si Rong has on his mind, and asks, Si Rong, tell me if you have anything sad. Si Rong glanced at Wukong, her eyes were hazy with tears, and then she threw herself into Goku's arms and cried bitterly, and Goku patted her powder back strangely. Si Rong, what's wrong with you, why are you crying? Si Rong's whining voice in his arms, Tian He, you have a wife, don't you? Goku scratched his head, I don't know, but it seems to be, but I was confused and was told by Ryasha that I was her husband or something, I don't understand. Si Rong raised her head, stopped crying and asked, Husband Kun? Are you saying that she insisted on you as her husband? Wukong nodded, and Si Rong broke into a smile, then, since this is the case, I want it too. Hey! Goku was surprised and asked, you don't want me to be your husband Kun, do you? Si Rong nodded shyly and said, Well. Look at Goku's voice as thin as a mosquito, that, I'll start today, let's just call you Xiang Gong. Goku was stunned and asked, Xiang Gong? Also the name of the husband? You guys are so strange, why do you have so many titles for your husband? Si Rong said, Xiang Gong, you have not entered the world deeply, you may not know much, and you will slowly know it in the future. Goku nodded and said, well, okay, I'm hungry now, let's go find something to eat first. Then Goku and Si Rong walked into the town side by side. Carriage lobby. Hey? How do you dress up like this? Goku looked at the person in front of him strangely. If he was in the original world, he was a strangely dressed person like a Tibetan. Haha, the western regions are different from Middle Earth, and we have lived in this kind of house for generations to escape the wind and sand. The man laughed. Look at your appearance, you are going to Immortal Mountain. The man said again. Oh? You know we're going to Immortal Mountain? Si Rong asked in surprise. The man smiled. That's, seeing that this prince is carrying a sword in his hand, he is definitely not doing business, naturally he is going to Immortal Mountain. The immortals on the mountain even know that many people in the central plains want to see the immortals. Si Rong said, then, can you tell us the way to the mountain? That humane, of course, everyone here knows that out of Bangxian town, you can go to Immortal Mountain to the south, but few people can see immortals. GOKU asked, why? There are monsters on the mountain road that can hurt people, and the monsters can't be killed, so many people fled back to the town. Some people also went over there and never came back, maybe they were taken away by the immortals. Sirong grabbed Goku's hand in surprise, and Goku said, don't worry, those monsters can't beat us. Sirong saw Goku's extremely confident smile, and was also relieved, and gave Goku a gentle smile back. Sirong seemed to remember something and said to the man, people in the town seem to speak the Central Plains dialect, and they also worship the Sword Fairy, well. It is the immortal they are talking about. If it weren't for the different houses and clothes, and the yellow sand around, I really couldn't see that this was the western regions. The man explained, girl, the town of Bangxian can become an oasis because the immortals have mercy on us and let the water on the immortal mountain flow down, and everyone must not forget this kindness. Immortal bless. If there were no water, there would be no Central Plains people to do business. The Central Plains dialect was taught to us by those merchants. Chapter 037. Wukong and Sarong stayed in the inn for a night to recuperate, and the next day, the two got up and walked in the direction the lady said. Tai Immortal Path Zaiwei Road. Sirong frowned and looked at the forest full of mountains, and said to Wukong, Xianggong, I didn't expect such a shady place here. Goku scratched his head, also agreed with Sirong's words, and was about to leave, but Goku suddenly paused and then said lightly, there is a murderous aura. Sirong is a weak woman, at most she can do a little self-defense, and she doesn't expect to learn anything when she goes to Qianghua sect, and maybe she is not as powerful as Wukong, just follow Wukong. But now she didn't learn anything. As soon as she heard that there was a yokai, she quickly hugged Goku and leaned into his arms and trembled, really, is there really a yokai? Goku said non-committally, that's natural, how can it be called a test without a yokai? Just talking about the fact that suddenly a monster like an eagle and a bear descended from the sky, it was really strange and everything. The yokai stared at Goku and Sirong with bright red eyes, as if to swallow them, but it also seemed to be. It's a pity that if it were those ordinary people in the past, they would have been scared to death or become prey, but now, the opponent is the most powerful Goku in the universe. Sarong, don't be afraid. Goku patted Sirong's pink back, and Sirong felt that he was leaning on Goku's arms even if the sky fell and would not worry, without the nervousness just now, just nodded slightly. Goku also looked at the yokai, only to see its incessant demigogator wings, up and down, and its whole body was blue and brown like a chameleon. Goku couldn't help but feel a little disappointed with his anger, because this yokai was more than enough even for Klin and them to deal with. Originally he wanted to see if there was anything special about this so-called test, but he didn't want to, alas. Goku stretched out his palm to face the yokai, and the yokai also stared at Goku's palm, only to see that a small yellow dot suddenly appeared slowly in Goku's palm. Slowly, the dot gradually grew larger, and finally it was the size of a basin, not because Goku was exaggerating, but because he didn't want the body of this yokai to pollute this beautiful place. Boom! A wave of Goku's Qigong hit the yokai, who was originally curious about what suddenly appeared in Goku's hand, but carelessly discovered that it was actually to destroy himself. Unfortunately, at this time, it was too late to hide. The Qigong wave was less than 2 steps away from itself, and as soon as he wanted to fly up, he felt that there was also a sword chi in the sky attacking him. Because of this stunt, this great monster finally died honorably under the combination of Qigong wave and sword chi, and there were no scum. It's okay, Sarong, the monster has been destroyed by me. Goku whispered to Sirong. Sirong raised her head and carefully looked at the place where the monster was standing just now, seeing that there was indeed nothing outside the pit, turned her head and glanced at Wukong affectionately, and then said softly, Xianggong, you are so powerful, Si Rong will definitely not regret following you. Goku didn't know why, and then thought of something, raised his head and said, "Hey! You come down." As soon as the words fell, a purple figure fell. Only to hear this person say to Goku, "Your Excellency, don't come unharmed." Goku also smiled and said, "Hee, yes, we met again, this time I am going to pass what test you have and worship Kyanghua again." The person who came was Mirong Xiang, and Xiang said, "So that's the case, then I really shouldn't have made a move just now. Forget it, you know anyway, it's a big deal that you'll see us test later." Goku waved his hand and said, "It seems that your Excellency is very sure, since this is the case, then I am not convenient to stay for a long time, and I hope to see your Excellency in the sect when the time comes." Xiang surrendered to Goku again, and then left with his sword. At this time, Si Rong in Wukong's arms raised his head and asked, "Xiang Gong, who was that person just now?" Wukong said, "Just now, I also forgot, just confused to know what his name is. Xiang, he is also from the Kyanghua school, and it seems that his status is not low." Si Rong said, "Seeing how young he looks, he is not much older than us." Wukong didn't care, "What is this, the master comes first, as long as I deal with someone I can't, I will worship him as a teacher." Si Rong smiled and said, "Then, if it is a child of a few years, then Xiang Gong should also worship him as a teacher." Goku said, "Then what's not to do, even if you don't call him a master on your lips, you still regard him as a master in your heart." Seeing that Wukong said so seriously, so true and without any falsehood, Si Rong said softly, "Xiang Gong, you are really a big honest person, but you can't just trust people casually in the future, then you will suffer." Chapter 038. Halfway through, with Wukong's strong cultivation, he sent the monsters who blocked the way to the prefecture very seriously, so, after about an hour, the two came to the mountain gate of the Kyanghua faction. Magnificent building, beautiful scenery, the gate alone is grand enough, although there are two looking obstructive gatekeepers at the door. Is this the Kyanghua sect, so courageous? Si Rong was an ordinary woman, and she was not excited to see such a sect for the first time. Wukong also looked left and right, it seems that he is not surprised, no wonder, he has not been anywhere, the king of the realm, the earthly mansion, the heavenly realm, basically has been there. The world where Wukong was in the past, the technology of the world was very developed. "Sarong, let's go in," Goku said to Si Rong, who nodded, and the two walked forward. The two people who were watching the gate immediately stopped in front of them and said, "Please stay, non-disciples of this sect are not allowed to enter." Goku said, "We came to worship the teacher through the test, can you help to talk about it?" Ming Guang said, "There are orders in charge, and there are many things in the faction in recent days, so there is no time for other care. Everyone, please come back." Si Rong was surprised, "No, you guys, where is there such a thing, we finally climbed up." Ming Chen said, "If you don't want to go down the mountain, you can first spend a few days in the Tai Immortal Path Baiha Road." "How many days are they?" Si Rong's pouting looks really cute. Sure enough, Ming Chen looked at Si Rong's appearance and hesitated, "This. We are also acting on orders, please don't embarrass the girl." Ming Guang couldn't see the virtue of his junior brother and reprimanded, "Junior brother, you don't need to talk to them more." After saying that, he stood back where he was. Ming Chen answered in a low voice, and also stood back in place. As soon as Si Rong wanted to get angry, Goku pulled her to the bottom. "Xiang Gong, why are you pulling people? We finally climbed up, do you really go back like this?" Si Rong said with some reluctance. Goku waved his hand, "Forget it, it looks like people really have something important, it's not the right time for us to come, let's stay here for a few days." "Stay for a few days, but we just got so cold in that place that people don't want to go." Si Rong remembered the place she had just passed, although there were no monsters, but the weather was very cold, and now her body trembled when she thought about it. Then, I'll send you down the mountain, I'll carry you and fly down. GOKU thought for a moment and said. Don't, people don't leave you, don't care, we have to sneak in, otherwise I'm unwilling. Rong leaned into Goku's arms and said coquettishly. GOKU scratched his head unknowingly, and just when he didn't know what to do, he suddenly heard footsteps, turned his head, and saw a man wearing a Kyanghua-style costume approaching. He glanced at the two of Wukong, both of them were a little surprised, and then slowed down very well, and then Wukong said, "The head wants to summon you." GOKU looked around, then pointed to himself uncertainly and asked, "You mean us?" The man nodded helplessly, and Rong asked, "But, didn't you say you couldn't see us just now, why did you see us again?" Rong also felt that she was a little gaffe, quickly left Wukong's embrace. Sorted out her emotions and said to the man, "I don't know this, I'm just passing on the message for the leader, but after meeting the leader, don't talk and move, whether it's a disciple of the sect or not, the rules and laws must always be observed. It seems that you are husband and wife, but you should not make some excessive intimate acts." The man said slowly. Oh. GOKU nodded, and Rong nodded as well. "Then, you lead the way," Rong said. Then GOKU and Rong followed behind the man. Along the way, both were looking at the surrounding buildings, especially the large statue in the middle. "Hey, who is this guy?" GOKU looked at the large statue and asked the man. The man said lightly, "She is the 9 heavenly Suanu. 9 heavenly virgin." Rong said in surprise, her eyes radiating. "That's right. Wow, it seems that joining the Kyanghua sect is really a good choice, do you say it's a good one?" Rong asked GOKU. GOKU, on the other hand, scratched his head and said, "Who is the 9 heavenly daughter? I don't know, is it powerful?" Sarong Khan, Man Khan. Chapter 039. When they arrived in the hall, the two saw a man standing on the high platform with his back to the three of GOKU. "Master, the disciples have already brought them." The man was humane to the man. "You stand down." The man heard the cold voice of a woman. "Yes." With that, the man left the hall. The woman turned around, and a beautiful and cold face appeared in front of the two. Rong was a little jealous, while GOKU was very ordinary. Seeing that the two were not afraid and did not have the slightest nervousness, the woman nodded with some satisfaction, turned to look at GOKU, looked at Goku's face very carefully, and surprisingly breathed a little shortly. Fortunately, she was the head for a long time, and quickly pressed down. Said to Wukong, "I am the head of the family, you, what's your name?" GOKU said, "Me? My name is Yun Tianhe." "Yun Tianqing, but your father?" Shu Yao asked. "Yes, you know my father, then do you know my mother?" Yun Tianhe asked. Your mother? Could it be that it is a jade?" Shu Yao asked with some uncertainty. GOKU smiled in surprise, "Wow, you even know my mother, then we are all acquaintances." Shu Yao looked at Goku's smile, although in her eyes GOKU was just a child, it seemed that this child was a mature man at heart. Suppressing a trace of unrest in his heart, he said to Wukong, "Today I was in the house of worshipping the sky, divining with the heavenly beads, and I learned that there would be a son of the deceased coming, presumably it was you mentioned in the trigram." "My daddy stayed here?" GOKU asked. "That's right, it's a pity that the two of them went down the mountain halfway," Shu Yao said. Wukong nodded, and Shu Yao suddenly asked, "Is it because your father has regrets in his heart that he told you to go up the mountain to worship the teacher?" Wukong shook his head, "No, I came by myself, and Sarong, my father and my mother are doing well in Qingluan Peak." Shu Yao seemed to be surprised as if she heard some big news. You said that your mother and she is still alive?" GOKU asked strangely, Yes, what's wrong? Shu Yao muttered, no, it's impossible, Shu her, she doesn't have eyes. How can you still live? Chief, what are you talking about? What's I? Goku's tips naturally heard something. Shu Yao shook her head and said, it's nothing, by the way, since that's the case, then well, there is a big event near the Japanese goalkeeper, I didn't want to make a difference, but I thought of the old people's feelings and let a few of you give it a try. If you can pass the test, I will make an exception, so what's the harm in letting you get started? Goku nodded, that's good, I don't want to set up something just because you know my father, I want to rely on my own strength to pass the test. Looking at Goku's serious expression, Shu Yao suddenly felt that his long silent heart began to beat. What if it doesn't pass? Si Rong, who had never spoken, asked. That's a few immortals who are shallow and unsuitable for cultivation, so they can only ask you to go down the mountain. Shu Yao said. Oh, okay then. Si Rong nodded. If you are ready, come forward. Shu Yao said again. Wukong is naturally no problem, Si Rong also followed Wukong, and the two came to Shu Yao. Shu Yao smelled the man's breath emanating from Wukong's body, and her pretty face couldn't help but start to blush slightly. And her breathing began to be a little noticeably rapid. Looking at Shu Yao's already obsessive eyes, Si Rong didn't know that Shu Yao liked Wukong, although she knew that there must be many women in the future of Wukong, but she was still a little jealous in her heart, and coughed with some hostility. Shu Yao was frightened by this moment, and quickly reacted, thinking about how he did it. How could it be like this? My previous indifference, why can't I take it out in front of him? He is younger than me, how is it, I like him? This is what Shu Yao had in mind. Quickly calming down, Goku said, we're ready, won't you send us there yet? Shu Yao said, oh, good. Then he began to chant, concentrate. The Suinu has a life, tells all souls, communicates freely, and rises purple. A blue light surrounded Goku and Si Rong, and then the blue light disappeared along with Goku's figure. Shu Yao covered her chest and muttered, what's wrong with me, why am I so gaff? I really like him, won't it? I just met him for the first time, is this what it is called, love at first sight? Chapter 040 Fantasy Wine. Goku and Si Rong appear in a place similar to space in the next moment, the difference is that there is a platform and a gourd floating in the air. Where is it? Goku said as he turned around and looked at his surroundings. Xiang Gong, what are those gourds in the sky? Si Rong looked at those gourds puzzled and asked. Goku looked at it, and then said, I'll take one and take a look. Saying that, he flew up and took a gourd right above his head, and then landed down. Don't get me wrong, it was the sound of the gourd plug being pulled off, and Goku sniffed it with his nose, it's so fragrant. Si Rong also sniffed with a small nose, it seems to be wine. Wine? Goku asked, and then he remembered the honey wine he drank at Uncle Liu's at the time, and thinking of this, he raised the gourd and forgot to pour a little into his mouth. Si Rong was scared, but now she is trying out, what if she drinks by mistake? Xiang Gong, why can't you drink now? Goku put down the gourd, smashed the bar and muttered, the taste is not as good as Uncle Liu's honey wine. Si Rong smiled and said, hee, Xiang Gong, you are so interesting. Wukong also scratched his head and smiled, threw away the gourd, and as he was leaving, Si Rong suddenly pointed to it, Xiang Gong, look. Goku looked up and saw that another gourd appeared in the place where Goku had just removed the gourd. What's going on? I just took it off, drank it, threw it away. Goku frowned. Xiang Gong, this is an illusion, whether it is true or false, it is difficult to distinguish between reality and reality, let's continue the trial. Si Rong said. Goku nodded and began to walk down the road ahead. I really didn't expect that the head of the house was actually a woman, or a big beauty. Si Rong said while secretly observing Goku's expression. Seeing Goku's expressionless or normal expression, Si Rong was inevitably a little happy, because she knew that Goku was not the kind of lecherous person. However, looking at the way she looked just now, it seems that you are attracted to Xiang Gong. Si Rong said with some vinegar. Hey? Tempted? What do you mean? Goku asked dumbly. Si Rong smiled slightly, it's like a concubine, I like you. Goku oh, like me? It won't be another woman who wants to be my wife. Si Rong nodded, and said very without a lady image, yes, that's it, hee. Goku didn't know what to say, but with sharp eyes, he suddenly glanced at a place not far away. There's someone over there, let's go and ask him how he goes. Saying that, he took the brunt of it and ran over. Si Rong stomped her little foot and chased after her while holding the corner of her clothes, and shouted coquettishly, Xiang Gong, you slow down, wait for others. Squeak like the sound of car braking, Goku stopped in front of the man, and the next moment, Si Rong also ran to Goku's side panting, leaning on Goku's body and panting, tired of running. Xiang Gong, why are you running so fast? People are tired. Si Rong said with a scent of aroma. I'm sorry ha, I accidentally used my strength, hee. Goku said with a smile. People ignore you. Si Rong pouted, turned around in dissatisfaction, and said coquettishly. Si Rong's behavior was originally a coquettish behavior, but she didn't want to, but Goku, who was an idiot with feelings, thought that she hated him as much as Ryasa. Si Rong originally wanted to wait for an apology from Goku, but she hadn't heard Goku's reaction for a long time. Slowly turned around and observed Goku's situation with the afterlight, which was unbelievable and startled her. I saw Goku standing there a little lonely, not knowing what to do, and there was no such breath that made people kind, only that breath that made people despair. Si Rong quickly said to Wukong, Xiang Gong, are you okay, what's wrong with you? Goku said slightly, you hate me as much as Ryasa, so I'm a little sad. Si Rong didn't expect that her action would make such a big reaction, and quickly hugged Wukong and said softly, silly Xiang Gong, how can people hate you, it's too late to like you, just now it's just a coquettishness, I'll tell you slowly in the future. Oh. Goku still nodded somewhat calmly. Chapter 041. Old man, is it okay to disturb? In front of Si Rong and Wukong was an old man sitting on a large gourd who was sleeping. The old man was still asleep. Si Rong was a little angry, and Wukong pulled her and said gently to the old man, Old man, old man. The old man finally reacted, muttering a sound in his mouth, Good wine. Gradually, suddenly Si Rong shouted, wake up. This sound startled even Goku, and the old man naturally woke up and opened his hazy sleepy eyes, and suddenly shouted in surprise. Ah! The wine of my dreams. Gone. It's all gone. Yes. You guys, didn't you see the old man napping? I woke up my husband, and I couldn't drink the good wine in my dreams. Goku said, I'm really sorry, we didn't mean to disturb your sleep, we just wanted to ask how to get out from here. The old man looked at Goku and saw that there was no sign of corruption and pedantry between his eyebrows, and an aura that made people want to be close to him, and said gently, It turned out to be a little baby sent from Kyanghua. Goku nodded, exactly, old man, do you know someone from the Kyanghua faction? Can you tell us the way out? The old man suddenly sighed in a low voice. Alas, by your trouble, the wineworms in the stomach are all awake and cooing. Are you hungry? I have a lot of buns here, if you want, I'll give you food. Goku said and rummaged through the package. The old man shook his head, what is the use of dry food pipe? The old man is a wine fairy, and naturally he wants to drink. Hey, I said, why are you so stubborn? Do you know that drinking alcohol will hurt your body? Si Rong said, dissatisfied. The old man laughed. Ha ha ha, Mo said, drunk the sea and the sky. It's good to drink, it's good to drink. Goku thought to himself, does Dad love to drink so much? The wine fairy said, speaking of which, you two babies, just woke up from a good dream of others, so that the old man could not drink the wine in his dream, and he actually wanted the old man's help, thinking beautiful. After a pause, he continued, just dreamed of honey wine, I haven't dreamed of it for a long time, it's really delicious, well. Honey wine, my dad loves it too. Goku laughed. The wine immortal looked at Goku and said, is it? Look at the eyes of your silly boy to know that you are telling the truth, not crawling along the pole to make the old man happy. You and I have a fate, you and I have a fate. However, if you don't drink wine for the old man, naturally you have to find wine for the old man, so go and find 99 altars of fine wine, fill this wine behind me, the old man can drink well, and I can't help you. 99 altars. Si Rong exclaimed, isn't it, you are too good to drink. What is this? The old man regards wine as his life, the so-called rather than without alcohol, you guys go quickly. But you drink so much alcohol at once, your head won't get dizzy? I only drank a little last time, and I couldn't hold on, Goku said. You baby is interesting, asking people to do things and asking questions about the East. This reminds me of a long time ago, there was also a young man who made the old man very happy. Look closely, you really look a little like that person. Zhu Xianwang said with a smile. Xiang Gong, is he talking about his father-in-law? Si Rong asked in a low voice to Goku. Goku nodded. It seems that my father has also come. Zhu Xianwang said, okay, let's go, let's go. The action is not fast enough, the old man will be angry. Goku and Si Rong were helpless, so they had to get up and help him find wine. Xiang Gong, there are so many, where do we pretend? Si Rong looked at the gourd in the sky a little depressed, and almost fainted. No, I have this. Goku said as he took out a bag. This bag is called 100 treasure bag, and it can hold thousands of things, not to mention 99 altar wine, even 9 billion wines can also be loaded. Goku laughed. Wow, Xiang Gong, you always amaze me, how many secrets do you have? Si Rong looked at Goku obsessively and said. Goku has been getting along with girls for a long time, and at this look, Goku blushed a little embarrassed this time. Ah, Xiang Gong, you blushed, you were actually shy, oh my god. Si Rong looked as if she had seen something big. Which, let's go find wine, haha, look for wine. After Goku finished speaking, he took the nearest gourd beside him and put it in the bag. Si Rong smiled, and then also helped find the gourd leaning on the ground, and then put it in the bag in Goku's hand. Chapter 042. Hey, finally finished looking for it, Sarong, how many do we have? Goku and Si Rong worked for more than an hour and finally finished looking for it. Xiang Gong, I just counted, you found 542 bottles, I found 500 bottles, ah, there are 43 more bottles. Si Rong was a little surprised, after all, she was addicted just holding it. Hehe, I'll bring it back to my dad to drink, anyway, he likes to drink. Goku said with a smile. Okay, but where do we put these 43 bottles? Si Rong asked. It's okay, I still have a bag, just put it here. Goku took out another bag. At this time, our Sarong was not happy, and grabbed the bag and said, Xiang Gong, since you have so many bags, give me this. Goku thought for a moment and said, oh, okay then, whatever you want, anyway, when the time comes, you can just take out the wine and give it to my father. Si Rong smiled and nodded, and then the two turned back side by side and walked towards the wine immortal. Hey, old immortal, we're done looking for it. Si Rong said to that immortal. Okay, it's pretty fast, you guys have sharp hands and feet, just fall into the ding behind me. The wine fairy said in confusion. Then, Wukong and Si Rong poured the 99 altar wine in the bag into the ding together. What a coincidence, just a whole ding, no more, no less, just right, and no overflow. It seems that he calculated well, otherwise it would not be so coincidental. Si Rong said. Well, by the way, old man, since we have already searched for it, then that exit? GOKU asked to the wine fairy. No hurry, the old man will give you a ride. After Zhu Immortal Wang finished speaking, he waved his big sleeve, and a teleportation array appeared in front of Wukong and Si Rong. Is that the end of it? Can we go back? Si Rong asked. Of course not, there are other tests waiting for you later. Oh. GOKU nodded, then what other test? Ha, you little baby is in no hurry, wait for the old man to think, the 4 levels of wine-colored wealth, you have passed the wine level. Next, after speaking, he looked at Si Rong next to Wukong. Continued, I see that the little baby Yanfu is good, this flower-like girl next to me should like you quite a lot, right? Color can save that level. What do you call liking? I'm his wife. Si Rong corrected shyly. The wine fairy smiled and said, oh, haha, it seems that the old man has seen it away, or not, the color level will be exempted, the old man sees that you are not the kind of womanizer, so I will send you directly to the wealth and go quickly, the old man is going to start drinking wine, and then sleep in the dark, you also work hard, quickly pass the test. Oh, okay then, thanks so much Sinan. GOKU gave up, and then pulled Si Rong to stand in the teleportation array, and after a few seconds, it flashed, and GOKU and Si Rong and the teleportation array disappeared. Suyu Fantasy Wealth. Hey? This man, it seems, like, is not a shame. GOKU stared closely at the old man riding a lion dance in front of him, but still wearing the face of the god of wealth. With an expressionless face, holding a big jade ruhi in his hand, he stared closely ahead, as if everyone owed him 100 million, and even the expression of his mount was no different from him. It's so serious, I don't speak. Si Rong whispered to GOKU. Well. It seems that this level is not simple, let's ask. After saying to the man, excuse me, how can I pass this level? It's not difficult, just make me happy. A look of anger made people want to beat him up. So, how can I make you happy? Si Rong asked. Cough. There was also a cow fork snort, go and find 10 gemstones for me, listen well as long as the most valuable 9-eyed stone, I can't see the rest. 9-eyed stone. GOKU and Si Rong looked at each other, not knowing what it was, and asked, what does it look like? I don't know, why are you so lonely? At a glance, you know that there is no way to make money, and you are destined to be a poor ghost. That god of wealth seemed to have heard the news of the heavens, and his eyes widened, leaning, bigger than anyone. The 9-eyed stone is a golden stone, I don't know it's so simple. Alas, it is time-consuming and laborious to instruct you, go quickly, and find 11 9-eyed stones for me. Hey? How come there is another one? Si Rong asked. Since you ask me to answer, one more is my reward for answering you. Go find the 12 gems. The god of wealth said angrily. Liar, hey? Isn't the god of wealth supposed to scatter wealth? This guy actually raised the price indiscriminately when he saw the money, Si Rong said in a dissatisfied whisper. Little girl, don't think that whispering bad things about me will not be heard. You ask me and answer. There are a lot of gods of wealth in the sky. If you don't want to collect wealth, where can the wealth be dispersed? My outfit alone isn't cheap. After speaking, he said, go find the 13 nine-eyed stones. As soon as Si Rong wanted to get angry, she saw Wukong grab her and said, forget it, the more we talk, the more he wants, let's go find it. Si Rong thought to herself, humph, if it weren't for Xiang Gong pulling me, I wouldn't know martial arts, and I would definitely beat you. The god of wealth stroked his beard and said, well, this sentence is free, Zioa is still smart for you, go back quickly. Helplessly, GOKU and Si Rong just need to find the gems. Chapter 043. God of Wealth, we have brought the gems you want. An hour later, Wukong and Si Rong came to the God of Wealth with a bag of 9-eyed stones and said. The God of Wealth laughed, not bad, give it to me quickly. Just when he was about to get it, Si Rong took it and put it behind him and said at the same time, slow. GOKU asked, Sarong, is there something wrong? Si Rong said to the God of Wealth, you can see clearly, are these? Yes, don't give it to me soon. The God of Wealth seemed to be about to go crazy. Si Rong chuckled indifferently, hee, since you are the God of Wealth, you must understand business, right? Haven't you heard of paying with one hand and delivering with one hand? After saying that, with a wave of his hand, the teleportation array appeared. The God of Wealth nodded very seriously, well, it makes sense. Si Rong said to Wukong, Xiang Gong, you count, how many gems I put in your bag just now? GOKU nodded, and then counted, hey, 3 more, a total of 16. As soon as these words came out, the God of Wealth's eyes widened. Hee, since the God of Wealth likes these gemstones so much, it must be very valuable. I just got a few more, and I plan to bring them back to sell for money. Si Rong said with a smile. Oh, are you trying to make a profit? But I have money. GOKU said. Oh, Xiang Gong. Si Rong stomped her little foot, and then leaned down on her stomach and whispered in Wukong's ear, Xiang Gong, people don't care about your money, it's just, I did this too. The God of Wealth couldn't hear anything, only saw Goku's head constantly pointing. However, this is not good, let's go through on our own. GOKU whispered. What is this, Xiang Gong, you are too good a person, your heart is too kind, you will suffer losses in the future. Si Rong said to GOKU. Well, in that case, okay. GOKU nodded. You guys, don't do it. These gems are not extraordinary, you can't take the excess away. The God of Wealth said viciously. Cut, we're too lazy to care about you, anyway, the door is open, give you 13, silver goods too. Si Rong said disdainfully, not afraid of the fierce appearance of the God of Wealth. Presumptuous. Dare to talk to the God of Wealth like this. Don't even think about leaving. The God of Wealth suddenly released a murderous aura. You want to fight? GOKU said with Si Rong behind him. Just said yes, pay with one hand and deliver with the other, do you want to speak untrustworthy? Do you understand business? Si Rong said with a small head. You. Hello big daring. The 3 young people don't know how to cherish their lives, don't think that the God of Wealth only counts money and doesn't fight. The God of Wealth is really furious. Okay, just fight, I like fighting the most. GOKU also said with a smile, and at the same time moved his body, crackling between the joints of his body. The God of Wealth glanced at GOKU and swallowed his saliva, and couldn't help but regret a little, because he only now found that he couldn't see through Goku's cultivation, and it seemed that GOKU Root was not an ordinary person like the woman next to him, and this was trouble. No one ever wants to bring more gems. Everyone who tries is trembling and well behaved. You guys who broke through, you, especially you, are so unspeakable. The god of wealth said with a strong and bold look at Si Rong. GOKU said with a solemn expression, "Hey, if you want to fight, fight me, don't bully women." Xiang Gong, Sarong's heart was warm and sweet, and Wukong was the heaven in her heart, protecting everything about her and not letting her suffer any harm. Si Rong, you stand to the side, otherwise it will not hurt you. GOKU said to Si Rong. Si Rong also knew that she couldn't help, so she could only nod. Then Xiang Gong, you be careful. Then he left. GOKU looked at the god of wealth and said, "Hey, fight here, or below. You. The god of wealth couldn't say anything just for you, so angry that his beard was forked, and Si Rong laughed. The god of wealth angrily rode the lion below, and Wukong also smiled slightly, then flew up and slowly landed in front of the god of wealth. The god of wealth was also stunned, because he thought about it, he couldn't see through his cultivation, but he could fly, he was not an ordinary person at all, and he might die now. "I'm coming, take it." GOKU was very excited, it was strange if he was not excited to fight, and he punched him without saying a word. "Wow, you lapey, how can you engage in a sneak attack?" The god of wealth coldly had a panda eye, covered his eyes and gritted his teeth at Wukong, "I'm not ready yet." GOKU smiled and scratched his head, Haha, I'm sorry, I'm so excited, I haven't fought for a long time, and I can't control my mood when I think of fighting, hehe." The god of wealth also took the jade ruyi in his hand and said, "Come on." But his eyes flickered, and there was no longer Goku's figure in front of him, and he suddenly felt movement behind him, and just turned around before saying, "How come, et?" With a scream, GOKU punched another person, the lion flew out, and another panda eye came. Xiang Gong, you are so good, beat him into a panda." Si Rong didn't close her small mouth happily on the side, and now began to vent the anger she had just suffered. I'm sorry, I used it hard, you don't matter." GOKU said embarrassedly. You, and this little lady skin are not good things." The god of wealth said viciously. "You, say, what?" Although this sound has no internal strength, it sounds creepy, and GOKU is the same, he seems to feel that it seems to be Kiki's voice. When he turned around, he saw Si Rong walking towards the god of wealth with a black line, and every step seemed to step on the god of wealth's heart. GOKU habitually turned around, and sure enough, he heard the screams of the god of wealth coming from non-stop. "Wow! It hurts. Weren't you ruthless just now? You call me little lady again?" Si Rong sneered. Don't kick, you kicked my baby." "Hey, kick? I'm going to step on it." The next god of wealth screamed, "Oh. Even GOKU couldn't help but feel cold between his legs, and he didn't dare to turn around for fear of seeing Si Rong, who was very similar to Kiki's personality. GOKU also mourned silently for the god of wealth in his heart, hoping that he could come over. Chapter 044. "Oh, don't fight, I admit defeat, the god of wealth has been flattened into a marshal of the canopy, there is not a piece of his face that looks good, even the long beard was made by Si Rong to make GOKU look like the beard of a circus magician." "Humph, let you bully, the god of wealth is great, the god of wealth is not a person, if you are not your mother gave birth to you, can you still be the god of wealth, even embarrassed to despise the same kind, I think you are really not worthy to be the god of wealth." Si Rong snorted coldly. "Yes, even if he is a boundless god, in the end, he is still a life, a small life born from his mother." GOKU felt something in his heart when he heard Si Rong's words. I'm wrong, don't fight, I'll let you live, don't fight again." The god of wealth covered his blue nose and swollen face and said in confusion. "That's not fast." Si Rong hummed. The god of wealth snorted sharply, and then waved his hand just now that the magic array had changed color. Si Rong glanced at the god of wealth and said, if you dare to play tricks, I will greet you again. Si Rong said the word greeting extremely seriously. With one last glance at the god of wealth, Si Rong walked to Wukong's side and said, Xiang Gong, let's go. GOKU looked back, oh, good. The two walked into the teleportation array together, and at the moment when they were about to disappear, a package fell, and because it fell on the ground, it was also opened, and what fell out one by one was the extra 9-eyed stone. We, really back? GOKU was still thinking about you, and the picture in front of him turned and appeared in Shu Yao's palace. Good, much faster than I thought. Shu Yao was very calm, and seemed to come with an inexplicably excited tone. That's because, GOKU wanted to tell the truth without thinking. Si Rong covered his mouth on guard and preemptively said, because we are all serious and hard to break through. Shu Yao nodded, Si Rong was relieved, let go of GOKU and looked at him coquettishly. Wukong didn't know why, after all, GOKU is not very good at lying. Excuse me, are those real? GOKU asked. Life is a dream, and you don't know what is illusion and what is true. You have only come to know the trick and have experienced a dream within a dream. Shu Yao said slowly. My generation of immortal cultivators is precisely to detach themselves from the dream of life and death in order to glimpse the true meaning of the world. That's right, I don't understand it, anyway, as long as you do something with a clear conscience, and it doesn't harm others and self-interest, then just do it. GOKU said. As soon as he said this, Si Rong and Shu Yao couldn't help but look at Wukong with some surprise, and Wukong looked at his body, and then looked at his back and scratched his head. I don't have anything on me. Si Rong shook her head helplessly, this Xiang Gong is too honest, maybe because of this, many girls like him. And Shu Yao looked at Wukong in a complicated way, although the person in front of her looked less than 20, it gave her a sense of maturity, seemingly an ordinary person on the surface, but in fact she was a person who could give anyone a sense of security. Yuntian He, can you let me see the sword on your body? Shu Yao to GOKU. Wukong nodded and took out the sword behind his back, and Shu Yao nodded. This sword, where did you get it? GOKU said, my father gave it to me. How does it work? I rarely use it, but for the sake of being quite large, it is quite easy to use. GOKU said. So, what's been going on in the last few days? Shu Yao said again. To talk about changes, I remembered that when I was with Lingsha at Qingluan Peak, although Lingsha did not touch this sword suddenly began to glow, and then it was gone. GOKU thought for a moment and said. Shu Yao was silent, and Si Rong said, could it be that this sword used to be something from the Qianghua school? Shu Yao did not answer Si Rong, but said to Wukong, this sword is extraordinary, you must put it away carefully, and don't slack. He turned his tone and said seriously, I have always respected the sword, refined the sword and cultivated immortals, to the realm of the unity of heaven and man. When you first started, you have a divine weapon in hand, and naturally you will achieve twice the result with half the effort. So, will we be able to start practicing immortal arts soon? Si Rong asked. You are an ordinary woman, although you have no cultivation, but your foundation is good. If you don't make a mistake in the middle, you may become an immortal in the future. Shu Yao said to Si Rong. Really? Si Rong was overjoyed, and turned to Shu Yao, who was a little lonely because of his lack of cultivation. Then, how long will it take me to achieve something? Shu Yao said, the heavenly machine cannot be leaked, and it depends on random circumstances. Oh, okay then. Si Rong nodded, but suddenly remembered that his Xiang Gong was not a person with profound cultivation. Even God could fight, so what was he afraid of? I originally wanted an elder of the Suanzi generation to teach him personally, but he has not returned from abroad, so he has to find another candidate, although this person is your master in name, but the rules and etiquette must not be abolished, and he must be respected by the way of the teacher. Shu Yao said. What do you mean? GOKU asked Si Rong. That is to say, no matter how old the other party is, as long as he enters before us, we will call him senior uncle. Si Rong explained. Oh, yes. GOKU asked Shu Yao, who is that person? Shu Yao was silent, and at this time, a person walked in from the door, and said respectfully to Shu Yao, disciple Murong Ziying has been ordered to come. Ah, it's you. Si Rong was surprised, and GOKU also looked at him with a smile. Hey, we met again. Chapter 045. You guys know each other? Shu Yao asked. Back in charge, the disciples had several encounters with them under the mountain. This acquaintance was naturally Murong Ziying, who was dressed in a Kaianghua costume and carried a sword gate on his back. Shu Yao said, Oh. So good, it seems that I did not choose the wrong person. After a pause, he continued, Ziying, these beginner disciples are taught by you. You are also outstanding among your peers, but you have no experience in apprenticeship, so you might as well consider this an experience. Ziying hurriedly and respectfully said, Yes, the disciple will definitely teach it wholeheartedly and not dishonor the order of the master. Shu Yao waved her hand and turned around, Okay, let's all go down. The rest was arranged by Ziying. Several people nodded and walked out of the hall together, and Shu Yao, who was in place, slowly turned around again, and his eyes looked at the back of GOKU leaving, and his eyes were a little confused. Outside the temple. Do we really want to call you Uncle Junior? However, you don't look much older than us, so let's just call you Senior Brother. Si Rong obviously didn't want to be called Senior Uncle Ziying, so it would be too embarrassing to be called Senior Uncle by someone who was about the same age as him. This is what the boss means, and I can't help it. Ziying said helplessly. So, what about you? Si Rong asked GOKU. Me? I do whatever I want, as long as I can learn something I can't know, it doesn't matter what it's called. Nothing mattered said. Si Rong smiled bitterly, and it seemed that she had to call Uncle Ziying. Wukong suddenly remembered something, and asked Ziying, that uncle, do you know my father's mother? His name is Yun Tianqing, my mother's name is Xiu. I heard that they were also members of the Kaianghua faction before. Ziying shook her head, I've never heard of it. When you first enter the main gate, you should concentrate on your practice and not think about other chores. Later, go to the disciple room of Jian Shan to rest, and don't miss tomorrow's morning class. Disciple room? Where is it? GOKU asked. The disciples' rooms are all next to the Jian Shan sword dance ping, and your room is the one with the stone lion at the door. Ziying said lightly. Stone lion? Oh, I see, I saw it over there just now, it's not too far, just a few steps away. GOKU said, looking over. Rest early, tomorrow there will be morning class. Ziying left this sentence and left. Isn't it? It's so cold, it's still polite to us under the mountain, and now it's like an ice cube. Si Rong snorted dissatisfied. Forget it, when you get to someone's territory, you have to follow the rules of people, besides, we are also here to learn what kind of imperial sword. GOKU laughed. Si Rong helped Wukong straighten his collar and said softly, Xianggong, you are just too honest, sometimes you have to be smart, so as not to be deceived and don't know. GOKU scratched his head, who lied to me? Si Rong sighed, alas, this Xianggong ah. But it's not bad, at least it won't mess with flowers. The two walked side by side to the disciple room. GOKU came to the door of the room with the stone lion, and Si Rong was at the door of a room on the left. Xianggong, rest early. Si Rong said to GOKU. Oh, I see, and so do you. After GOKU finished speaking, he walked into the house. And Si Rong also entered the room. Late at night, GOKU was lying on a wooden bed, holding his head in his hands, looking at the ceiling. Well, this is the Kaianghua sect, much better than the previous turtle immortal grandfather and their side, especially the king of the earth mansion, and the king of the realm god realm. Wukong was recalling the past. Gohan, Goten, Xiao Fang, how are you doing? Did you eat on time? Haha, by the way, Kiki, although I didn't mean it, but now it seems that I have a girl who has a similar relationship between me and you won't say that I seduced the little girl again. Goku thought to himself. Goku's expression became serious. Vegeta. What about you, are you still practicing hard and trying to defeat me? This night, Goku passed like this, accompanied by thinking about the past. Tomorrow is another day. Chapter 046. Hey, what about the Tianhe people? Early the next morning, Xing came to Wukong's room, but did not find Wukong's figure, so she went out to the door of Sarong's room, knocked on the door, and heard Sarong's voice, "Who?" "It's me, your uncle." The door opened, Sarong had already dressed in Qianhua's costume, and she changed her appearance, while Xing asked very normally, "Where did Tianhe go? Do you say I'm fair?" He has already run around the Qianhua sect 2 or 3 times at this time, and it is estimated that he should come back now. Sarong looked at the sky outside and said, "Are you saying he got up early and was quite able to run?" Xing asked. Sarong nodded, "Yes, Neo, isn't he back?" Sarong pointed to Xing's back. Xing turned her head, and sure enough, she saw Wukong, who was wearing a Qianhua costume, walking over while nibbling on corn. "Sarong, I also roasted a few corns, you can eat them too." Goku took a package from his arms and handed it to Sarong. Sarong took it with a smile, and then said to Goku, "Thank you Xiang Gong." "And give Goku a look." Wukong blushed rarely, scratched his head, and then said to Xing on the side, "Uncle Master, you are also here, and you can eat some too." Xing shook her head, "The 5 grains are all turbid qi, and they will be contaminated in the morning, and their cultivation will never be able to improve." "What does this mean? People all want to eat. I don't know if you immortal cultivators want to eat, but we still have to eat, especially Sarong, she is a girl, she didn't learn Kung Fu, how can she not eat?" Goku said. Sarong looked at Goku with gratitude and emotion, and had to say that Goku treated people too well. "That's it, you guys come to the sword dance ping after breakfast." Xing shook her head helplessly, and then walked away. "Xiang Gong, why are you so nice to me?" Sarong looked at Goku obsessively and asked. Goku scratched his head, "My father taught me, saying that girls are not like boys are generous, girls are very reserved, so if there are girls around, and you also care, you have to think about each other everywhere." "Care?" Sarong asked in surprise, "Are you saying that you care about me, Xiang Gong?" Goku said strangely, "Yes, what's wrong? I don't know why you girls call boys Xiang Gong, but as far as I know, it should be husband and wife, in that case, I must care about you." Sarong threw herself into Wukong's arms and hugged him tightly, "Xiang Gong, I love you." Goku scratched his head, Sarong raised his head, suddenly his eyes widened, and he asked with some disbelief, "Xiang Gong, your eyes." Goku pointed to his eyes, "What's wrong, has it changed color?" "Yes, it's blue." Sarong said. Goku smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a peculiar feature called the Rainbow 7-color eye, and turning blue means that I can only turn into this color if I care about myself very much." Sarong said softly, "Xiang Gong, Sarong has followed you in this life, and it is Sarong's honor in her life." Goku said a little embarrassed, "Don't you say that, I'm embarrassed." Swoosh. Sarong smiled, "Okay, don't say so much. Didn't Uncle Junior tell us to go to the sword dance ping just now?" Goku slapped his head sharply and said, "Yes, Sarong, you should have breakfast quickly, you can't be late." Chapter 047. That uncle, we're here. Wukong and Si Rong had already finished eating corn and arrived at the legendary sword dance Ping, and at this time Murong Xing had been waiting here for a long time. Well, in that case, since you have joined the Qianghua sect, you should know some of the rules in the section. Xing said seriously. The front mountain of this sect is the place where all disciples cultivate. The Chengtian sword platform used to forge the sword is located above the Five Spirits Sword Pavilion. Huishan Siwigu is a place for disciples to think. The sword forest leads to the Forbidden Land, and you must not come close. Remember. According to what you said, the Shushan Immortal Sword Sect is also a very famous immortal cultivation sect, so in addition to Shushan and Kunlun, are there other places where there are also people who cultivate immortals? Si Rong said in surprise. Xing was silent, and then said. What you ask doesn't seem to have much to do with your initiation practice, does it? What's the matter? It's all immortal cultivation, it's a little related, you as a master should solve the confusion for students like a teacher, right? Si Rong pouted and said rather dissatisfied. Xing was silent. Don't say it, forget it, what about Uncle Junior, the petty ghost is almost the same, said Si Rong indifferently, while GOKU scratched his head, he was not interested in these. When it comes to the wonderland on Earth, there are 10 continents and 3 islands, 10 cave heavens, 36 small cave heavens, and 72 blessed lands, but they do not have any contacts with each other. Xing said helplessly. Si Rong was surprised, wow! So many places for cultivating immortals, they must be very secret, right? Xing said, that's not necessarily, people who have a fortune can naturally see it. GOKU asked at this time, The boss said that something big is going to happen, what is it? Xing said slowly, do you know that there are demon realms in the world that run like stars and have their established heavenly tracks? Demon realm. Si Rong covered her mouth in surprise, this time it was not small. Demon realm, what is that? GOKU doesn't know why. Xing explained, demons are different from people, they are not close to each other, most of them hide alone in the mountains and forests, and only have animal cold-bloodedness. Once they gather in a group, they must be led by very powerful and brutal demons, and their strength is unfathomable. After a pause, he continued, my Qianghua sect is located on the top of Kunlun Mountain, originally the place where Zhonglingyu shows between heaven and earth, but how could I expect that this place is also the heavenly orbit of a certain demon realm, and it is closest to each other every 19 years. If you say so, isn't it? Asked Si Rong uncertainly. Xing nodded, yes, 19 years ago, this sect fought to the death with the demon world, although I have not personally experienced it, I have also heard how tragic the situation is. Now the demon world will come again, those monsters are more ferocious than ordinary monsters, and their magic power is profound, if the Qianghua faction can't resist, the world is in danger, and I am afraid that the lives will be ruined. Xing said again, 19 years ago, in the battle at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. More than half of the disciples of the entire sect were killed and injured, and the previous head of the sect was unfortunately killed in battle, and I even heard that there were traitors in the section. Ah! So miserable, and traitors. Si Rong lost her voice. Xing said, GOKU asked, so what about in the end? Both lose. GOKU and Si Rong were silent, they both couldn't believe that this place with plenty of aura was once a battlefield, or a battlefield full of blood. Now, the demon realm is about to come, and the cultivation of Tianhe can't even be seen through by the leader, maybe it will be a big help to our Qianghua faction, and Si Rong, you, just an ordinary woman, originally could not accept you, but for the sake of your sincere study and participation in the test, I will teach you some practical spells, and then if you are not defeated, you can save your life. Xing said. What about you, are you going to rush up desperately? GOKU asked. If there is a need, it is a necessity. Xing said after a moment of silence. Why do you want to say such dead words? The monsters come and try to defeat them, I don't believe I will lose. Moreover, I have long felt a strange chi gradually approaching us, but you can rest assured, I can also feel the strongest chi inside. GOKU waved his hand to signal not to worry. Xiang and Si Rong were stunned, and Xiang hurriedly asked, "Oh, can you feel that you are not mortal?" "What is not immortal? I am." GOKU just wanted to say that he was a scion, but this is not the original Earth, and the people in front of him are not those comrades he knew. "I'm just a very ordinary person, but, I'm a very powerful cultivator." GOKU laughed. "Really? Then why can you feel it?" asked Xiang puzzled. "In fact, that is also an ability that I cultivate, this is called chi, it may be different from yours, the chi I learned, is to put my mind into the state of a lake, as long as my heart becomes a calm lake, not too far near myself, as soon as there is movement of my own chi can lock it." GOKU said slowly. "Put it in the state of the lake, Xiang muttered, while Si Rong thought obsessively, "Xiang Gong, you really deserve to be my Si Rong Xiang Gong." Wukong's pupils suddenly shrank, and he smiled at Xiang, "Congratulations, your cultivation has improved." Xiang also felt that his strength had improved. This Wukong taught different from the Qianhua school, the chi of the Qianhua school is the sword chi, and the chi of Wukong is the breath of nature, the sword chi mainly depends on the sword, and the breath of nature can certainly have chi anywhere. "Thank you Tianhe, I think that if our disciples of the Qianhua sect can learn this technique, they will definitely have a good grasp of fighting against the demon world at that time," Xiang said. Chapter 048. "It's nothing, by the way, you better call us some sword tricks, this is what I want to learn the most here." GOKU waved his hand and smiled, not forgetting the purpose of his coming. "That's right, it's me, I'll teach you the introductory method of your sect. You know, Qianhua uses the sword as the mighty righteousness, the sword practitioner knows right from wrong, obeys etiquette, even if there is no sword in his hand, he must have a wise sword in his heart." Xiang slowly recited the mantra. After half a ring, Xiang finished reading the mantra and asked, "How, but is it all clear?" GOKU scratched his head, "Well, I seem to understand these esoteric sentences, but if I separate them, I can still understand some. By the way, is there a mantra of the imperial sword in it?" Xiang nodded. "Most of the disciples of this sect practice swords, and they can also cultivate other weapons, and the way of the imperial sword lies in the heart and not in the form." "It's in the heart, not in the form," Si Rong muttered. Xiang said again, "Si Rong has just started, so it will be a little slow to learn, but if Tianhe helps you believe that it is not a problem, you will practice here first. I have something to do, and I will be back in 2 hours at most." "No, this uncle, leave us and run," Si Rong said dissatisfied. Turning to GOKU, he said, "Xiang Gong, you come and teach me, I also want to become a cultivated person, I don't want to be powerful, as long as I can protect myself, I don't want to be a burden to you." GOKU nodded, "Okay, but let's practice this trick first." Si Rong nodded, and the two pondered together. An hour later. "Wow, I can also wield a sword, isn't it difficult?" In the sky, a man in blue was stepping on a rapier and walking in the wind. "Yes, Xiang Gong, even a girl of mine who has just begun to cultivate immortals will be." A woman next to her was also flying with a sword. "Okay, let's go down, Uncle Junior will be miserable when he comes back and can't find us." GOKU stopped and said. Si Rong nodded, and the two turned back randomly, and then slowly fell. It's enjoyable, it's just, it doesn't seem to be too fast," GOKU said with a slight pout. "Oh? Xiang Gong, do you have faster flying tools?" Si Rong asked curiously. "I have two, one is a cloud called a tendon cloud, and the other is to burst out its own chi and then fly quickly," GOKU said. "I still understand a little about the first one, what is the eruption of qi in the second one, what is it? Sirong asked puzzled. That, well, Sarong, you didn't learn qi, I'll teach you now, let you know what qi is, and then you will cultivate slowly, don't worry, with me to help you, you will definitely practice soon, and then you can fly. Really, thank you, Xiang Gong, you are so good. Sirong smiled sweetly, and then sneaked up on Goku's face. Goku scratched his head embarrassedly, and the color of his pupils turned orange the moment he lowered his head, and then returned to his original state. Then let's get started. Is this gas? Sirong stared closely at Goku's palms, a small spot of light that appeared out of thin air between the palms of his opponents. Goku nodded, well, yes, this is qi. Wow, that's amazing, Sarong, you learn faster than I did at the beginning, I will take at least 2 days. And you have only learned it in nearly an hour. Goku said in surprise. Sirong smiled shyly and said, that's all the credit of Xiang Gong, how can Sirong be so smart? Goku smiled and scratched his head, don't say that, I learned it was very physically exhausting, and you didn't even breathe, so I'm sure it won't take long for you to learn. Sirong looked at Goku's appearance and showed a happy smile. Goku looked at the sky and frowned, didn't Uncle Junior say that he would be back in 2 hours? Why haven't you come back yet? Sirong said, Xiang Gong, it may be that Xiang encountered something and delayed, or let's go down the mountain to play first. Goku nodded, his eyes lit up, well, okay, good idea, I also want to go back to see my father, you can go with me. Sirong couldn't help but be surprised. The meaning of Goku's words was that her little daughter-in-law was going to see her in-laws, and it was inevitable that she would be a little nervous and expectant. At this time, a Qianghua sent himself behind Wukong and the two, junior brother, junior sister. Senior brother, what's going on? Goku turned and asked. The man said, the head said that he had something to summon you, and senior uncle Xiang was also there. Oh, I see. Thank you. Goku nodded, and the man returned the salute and left, and Goku said to Sarong, let's go. Sirong was a little sullen, and Wukong smiled slightly, I'll take you out tomorrow, okay? Sirong immediately showed a sweet smile, Then sneaked into Goku's face, and the two walked side by side to the hall of Shuyao. And at this time, in the hall of Shuyao, a girl's voice was anxious, Chief, is Tianhe not here? Shu Yao said lightly, no hurry, I have sent someone to find him, come immediately. Shu Yao didn't know why the girl in front of her came to find Goku, and she was so anxious. At this moment, Wukong and Sirong had already entered the hall, and Wukong, who was walking in front, habitually said hello with his hand, hey, is there something wrong with the boss calling me? Suddenly, Goku spotted two very familiar people and was surprised, Ryasa. Mengli. You, aren't you Kotoheim? Chapter 049. Surprised, puzzled, etc. Everything kept floating in Goku's mind, how could he also want to see Ryasa and Yumirai again, and so soon? You're here, and so are you, Kotoheim. Goku pretended to laugh very normally, in fact, even Goku didn't know what was going on, and he suddenly wanted to escape from Ryasa. Husband Kun, Ryasa hurried to Goku's side to grab Goku's hand, but a figure stopped her. Who are you? Why are you holding me back? Ling Sha shouted angrily at the figure owner Sarong. Husband Kun? Your name is Xiang Gongfu Kun? Could it be that you are the other wife of Suanja and Huishuo who they said they were at that time? Sirong asked lightly. Xiang Gong? You said you called him Xiang Gong? Impossible, you lied to me. Ryasa asked incredulously, turning to look at Goku and asking, Husband Kun, is this true? Goku scratched his head and said, I don't know how to say it, anyway, that, forehead, head, I went back to the room first, I was a little, uncomfortable. GOKU said and ignored the others and left. Seeing that Wukong left like this, Si Rong said to Ling Sha coldly, "Humph, are you so fair to the one you haven't seen for a long time? Ridiculous." After saying that, he sneered twice and turned around and ran out, standing there dumbfounded. What's going on?" Ko Toheim whispered to Mengli. This time, it was not only Rishiko who was excited to see GOKU, but also Mengli, because she found that since GOKU was gone, she felt as if something important was missing in her life, and later found out that GOKU was gone, which was the reason. Alas, this matter is simple, and it is complicated, and I don't know. Mengli sighed. Ko Toheim is also a woman, naturally she can see what the situation was just now, and she knows that she can't say anything, but in turn she suddenly feels that her heart is so sad, and she is even more sad when she just saw GOKU running out, as if something is pulling her heart. She feels strange, but she doesn't know that the position of the fair in her heart is getting farther and farther away, and another position gradually someone sits up. As for Ziying and Shu Yao, they looked like they didn't care about themselves. Of course, Shu Yao showed a sad color that could not be scrutinized. In Goku's room, GOKU lay on the bed and kept thinking, what to do. Ryasha is coming, Mengli is also coming, and Ko Toheim is also here. I thought something good was going to happen just now, it turned out to be. Oops, what to do, it's so annoying. GOKU kept scratching his head and said in annoyance. Xiang Gong, it doesn't matter to you. At this time, Si Rong's voice came from outside the door. Squeak. GOKU opened the door and said to Sarong, I'm fine. After saying that, he turned around and went inside. Si Rong also followed in, closed the door, sat on the edge of Goku's bed, looked at GOKU lying on the bed and said softly, Xiang Gong, don't be unhappy, in fact, you will meet sooner or later. I know, but she hates me, so I left her, but I forgot that they also came to Kyanghua to cultivate immortals. Oh, why am I so forgetful? GOKU kept scratching his head. Si Rong felt a pain in her heart, held Wukong's hand, and then gently groped Wukong's hair with her hand to arrange his hairstyle for him, and said, Xiang Gong, don't think so much, the one who should come always has to come, and you can't hide. Now the truth is in front of you, you should face it, right? GOKU sat up and stuck his chest in, Si Rong, do you say that Lingsha still hates me? Si Rong was stunned and said, Xiang Gong, how excited that woman was when she saw you just now. Si Rong could see that she didn't hate you at all, but loved you deeply. Deeply loved? GOKU asked. Si Rong said to Wukong, Xiang Gong, Si Rong is a woman, naturally understands the mind of women. Of course you men don't understand the mind of our daughter's family like a needle under the sea. In fact, sometimes, we say something bad to the person we like, it's just a joke, but Xiang Gong, I didn't tell you, because, you are an honest person who always believes in people, Si Rong doesn't want to accidentally let you leave me like that woman. After a pause, he said to GOKU, Xiang Gong, will you forgive her? Forgive her? Did she make a mistake? GOKU asked suspiciously. Si Rong said, I don't know if it counts, but I can see that she wants you to forgive her, she wants to be with you. GOKU scratched his head, actually, I didn't know how to do it at that time, I made her cry after saying a few words, and also said that I hated me, said that I was a big color wolf, a big bastard. I felt a little uncomfortable when I heard it, left her some money and left, but forgot that they would also come here. Si Rong smiled slightly, Xiang Gong, you must learn to be clever, you are very good to be honest, but if you are too honest, you will suffer. I know that, but I thought it was just. But my heart really seemed to be very uncomfortable, as if I couldn't breathe. My father said that I couldn't make the girl I cared about sad and uncomfortable, so I had to leave. GOKU said. Si Rong held Wukong's hand, Xiang Gong, you are a very good person, Si Rong is just an ordinary girl, Si Rong is very satisfied to be with you, but Si Rong looks at that Lingsha, I see that Xiang Gong still has to try her to determine if he really wants to forgive her. How do you try? GOKU asked. Let's do this, Si Rong leaned over and started whispering in Goku's ear. Goku's eyes widened when he heard this, and then said to Sarong, wow, this attention seems to be a little creative. Chapter 050. Han Lingsha and the three naturally completed the trial in various ways and became disciples of the Qianghua sect, and Murong Ziying was also their uncle. On this day, GOKU got up early to start his morning run, but it was not a coincidence that a woman who had long known his habits was waiting for him earlier than him. Husband Kun, a very unconfident voice shouted out from Han Lingsha's mouth. Han Lingsha also knew that GOKU was an emotional idiot, but it couldn't be said that GOKU was not angry if he wasn't angry, there was no such reason, the dog would jump off the wall when he was in a hurry, not to mention GOKU. However, yesterday, under the series of irrigation by Si Rong's long time, GOKU gradually knew that he should also have his own ideas and could not always rely on others, just like now, in the face of emotional problems, Goku's distress is slightly better. Ryasa, it's so early. GOKU said lightly, expressionless. Looking at Wukong like this, Han Lingsha was very frightened and worried, because in her heart, Wukong had never spoken to her like this, but now Wukong's words could not hear any joy, anger, and sorrow, how to make Han Lingsha not sad. Husband, don't be angry, it's me who is not good, I shouldn't be jealous, I shouldn't guess, can you forgive me? Han Lingsha grabbed Goku's hand and said with pity. Lingsha, don't say it, yes, I'm emotionally blind, but I'm not the kind of person who doesn't understand anything, I still understand a little about feelings, you say you hate me, I naturally have to leave you, but now you come to be with me again, you mean I understand, you still want to be my wife, but, what about Si Rong? GOKU said slowly. The more he said this, the whiter his little face became, and he said sadly, Fu, Tian He, don't you really want me, I just. Woohoo! Ryasa covered her face and cried. Oops, this GOKU can secretly call bad, this 1,000 calculations, I forgot how to deal with Lingsha will cry, this time can give GOKU original form. Lingsha, don't cry, I just lied to you, I didn't forgive you, don't cry, come and laugh. GOKU grinned after speaking, revealing his white teeth. Ryasa looked at GOKU with still red eyes, and snorted for a long time, and then threw herself into Goku's arms and kept pounding Goku with both hands, and said with disgust, Humph, bad husband Kun, stinky husband Kun, let you lie to me, let you scare me, do you know how much pain I just felt in my heart? Goku patted her pink back and whispered, actually, I just want to see if you really like me, if it's not true, maybe you just left. Ryasa raised her head, looked at Goku and asked, Fu-kun, who taught you? In my impression you would not do this. Lingsha suddenly understood something, is that it? Si Rong, right? Goku nodded and scratched his head embarrassedly, yes, but don't blame her, she is also quite pitiful, she was almost bullied by a bald head at that time. Swoosh! Lingsha smiled, hee hee, bald head hee hee. Lingsha buried her head in Goku's chest again, feeling the familiar embrace holding herself again. Lingsha said with satisfaction, husband, don't leave me again, I can't live without you, in the future, I won't guess casually, I will be your wife in peace. Wukong's old face turned red, his eyes turned blue, and he said gently to Lingsha, Lingsha, I won't object if you say so, it's just, Sarong also said to be my wife, you know. I can't know it, I can't refuse her, if you refuse it, it's like you said it's a negative person, I don't understand what a negative person is, but it seems that he likes another person and abandons the person who originally liked and liked himself. Si Rong said that no matter how many wives I have in the future, she is willing to follow me. Lingsha, what do you think? Ryasa listened to Goku's words in amazement, and thought, when did the husband become so mature, and the words he said began to be a little profound. However, after being stunned, Ryasa still said softly to Goku, "Husband-kun, you can do whatever you say, it is normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, as long as you don't leave me like last time in the future, you know that I seem to have lost hope of living at that time, so as long as you don't live up to me, I won't care how many women you marry." Ryasa's last sentence was a little dissatisfied, or full of vinegar, of course, saying that no matter how many women her husband marries, she will be jealous and dissatisfied with any woman, but now Ryasa is afraid, she is afraid that Goku will leave her again, if that, Ryasa may really kill herself. Chapter 051. After Goku and Ryasa Xiaoan stored for a while, Goku began to exercise in the morning. Goku's is running, boxing, and other sports, will not sweat, but can strengthen the body. After a while, Goku came to Ryasa's side after training, and Ryoko habitually wiped Goku's sweat and the like. Goku also enjoyed such treatment in Sarangna, so Goku didn't say anything. "By the way, husband-kun, did you also teach that sarong martial arts?" Ryasa asked as if remembering something. "Well, yes, you are here now, I will teach you together, save more trouble in the future." Goku nodded and said. "That, husband-kun, do you think you can also teach Mengli and sister Kinji martial arts?" Ryasa asked with some hesitation, because in her impression, only a wife like her who was Goku could learn martial arts with Goku. "Mengli and Kotohime also have to learn, okay, no problem." Goku didn't want to answer. "Husband, you agreed?" Ryasa asked incredulously. Goku asked strangely, "What's wrong, can't I teach?" "No, it's not, it's just, Lingsha doesn't know how to speak, just forget it, if the husband is willing to teach, he is willing to teach, anyway, Mengli and the husband are also a good choice, and sister Kinji." The two walked towards the sword dance ping one after the other. As soon as he arrived, he saw Mengli, Qinji, and Si Rong there to learn swordsmanship with Xing. This sect emphasizes the unity of man and sword, and when you have a sword in your heart, it doesn't matter if you have a sword in your hand. Xing said this lightly, seemingly without any philosophy. Saying that, Xing also used qi to draw a sword from the sword gate, then dangled in the sky, and flew back to the sword gate a few seconds later. "Wow, that's amazing!" Si Rong was surprised. The world is so great that people who cultivate immortals must be different from ordinary people. Mengli said in a crisp voice. Qinji also looked at these sword techniques that were more powerful than himself with some envy. In previous years, he only sought exercises in moves and internal strength, but did not have any tips like half-immortal arts, so it was inevitable that he was eager to learn. Xing saw Wukong coming, so she handed over her hand. "Tianhe, you are here, just right, I have something to leave, you will help them lay some foundations, so that learning is more effective with half the effort." After saying that, he left without paying attention to Goku's answer. "Isn't it? It's gone again, really, how to spread this uncle?" Si Rong said dissatisfied, but immediately came to Wukong's side after seeing Wukong and smiled. "Xiang Gong, you are here." Goku nodded and said with a smile, "I'll teach you martial arts." "Really? Really?" Originally, a very normal answer, but it made the atmosphere a little embarrassing, because just 2 answers, in addition to one was answered by Mengli, there was also a sentence answered by Kinji. Mengli is still good, because Mengli found out after Goku left, she was actually in a short time together, there was a vague shadow in her heart. After Goku left, she felt that Goku's figure and this shadow were completely integrated. Obviously, Mengli's heart already had Wukong, so after Goku left, it was not only Lingsha who was sad, but Mengli was not very good. But for Kotohime, Goku only helped her, even if it was to repay the favor, it didn't have to be so excited. "Yes, but until then. Can you tell me, Ryasa, Umarai, how did you end up with Kotoheim? Goku asked. Oh, that's right, when we arrived in Chenzhou, we heard that a virtuous woman in a tower committed suicide, and we kept inquiring about the news and saw Sister Kinji who was about to leave, and then Sister Kinji heard that we were coming to Kyanghua to send immortals to cultivate, so Sister Kinji came here with us. Mengli said slowly. Oh, that's right, but it's not bad, at least you don't have to break your promise and return to Chenzhou. Goku said to Kotoheim. Kotoheim didn't speak, just nodded. Originally when Goku mentioned her sadness, she felt that she should be very sad, but why? The pain in her heart was not as strong as it was at the beginning. Kotoheim, who is still complicated, does not know that she slowly has Goku in her heart. Chapter 052. Come on! In the palace where the Kyanghua faction was in charge of Shu Yao was shouting out with a cold face. After hearing the sound within a few seconds, a disciple of the Kyanghua sect walked in, knelt on the ground respectfully and said to Shu Yao, the head does not know what to order. Go and call Yun Tianhe and say that I have something to discuss with him. Shu Yao said lightly, but in her tone. Yes. The disciple immediately walked out of the hall. And Goku sighed. Ryasa, remember not to be anxious, to relax, imagine that you are a calm lake. Right. That's it. Goku is a very careful teacher of the 8 sutras to Ryasa. Seeing that Ryasa was good, Goku shifted his targets to Sarong, Mengli, and Kotoheim one by one. Xianggong, I can already fly, but I feel so tired after flying. Sirong wiped the sweat from her face. Goku smiled and said, Hehe, you are very good, you learned to fly so quickly, I would have taken a long time, and the aura is not as abundant here. Goku came to Mengli and Kotoheim, who were learning Qi, and saw that the 2 daughters were sitting cross-kneeled on the ground with their eyes closed, their hands wrapped in shape. Goku didn't bother them either, to see if they could cultivate after a few days of hard work. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Goku to see a small cloud of gas appear in the palms of Mengli and Kotoheim. Wu, this is really tiring to learn. Mengli wiped her sweat and muttered, then turned to look at Wukong and asked, Tianhe, how long have you been learning this Qi? Me. Goku pointed to himself, and saw several women looking at him. Goku scratched his head, picked his fingers, his eyebrows formed an axisymmetric image, and said in his mouth, about a few years, it seems to be 3 years, at that time you can learn Qi, and then slowly fly, and then there are tricks such as Qigong waves. 3 years. Several women were surprised, because the time they learned by themselves was a world away from Goku, but thinking about what Goku had said to them, Goku was still a child when he was cultivating at that time, and the aura was not at all better than here, so the girls learned very quickly. God, Xianggong, how many secrets do you have? Sirong asked in surprise. Secret, I don't have what secrets can I have, I tell you everything I know. Goku thought for a moment and said, yes, I have no secrets, even I am a scion and told you, although you all said that you don't know what it is. At this time, Qin Ji suddenly said, actually, we are all just wondering, because a young person like Tianhe you can have such a profound cultivation, when you fought with those monks in the temple tower, you knocked them out lightly, so we want to find out how powerful you really are. Goku scratched his head, in this way, I don't know how powerful I am, but it seems that here I can feel a powerful aura far away, and also in the sky. Heavenly. The women were shocked when they heard this. Well, yes, there is a strong Qi in the sky, the one I just said is in the distance, the breath seems to be, it is a dragon. Goku frowned. Dragon. The women were surprised again, and they kept being startled by Goku. I'm not sure, but I've met dragons before, and that breath should be. Goku wasn't sure if it was a dragon or a worm. Xianggong, are you immortal or not? How do you know so much? Sirong covered her small mouth and said in surprise. Hehe, of course it's mortals, it's just mortals who can fly, hee. Goku smirked. Swoosh. Seeing Goku's smirk, several women couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. At this moment, a disciple of the Qianhua sect came to Wukong and the others, first surprised by the 100 flowers bloom, and then said to Wukong, "Junior brother, the head wants you to go over, saying that there is something to discuss." "Oh, okay, I'll pass." Goku nodded, turned to the women, and said, "You guys practice first, I'll teach you when I come back." Well, Si Rong wanted to say something, but she had already seen that Goku and the disciple had already walked away. "What's wrong, Sister Sarong?" Ling Sha saw that Si Rong wanted to say something and couldn't help but ask. "Sister Ryasa, I just wanted to go with Xiang Gong." Si Rong said deflatedly. "Hey? Why? Not to play again?" Ling Sha asked puzzled, and Mengli and Qin Ji also looked at Si Rong with a puzzled expression. Si Rong sighed regretfully and said, "Alas, you don't know yet, the head, it's the head of Shu Yao, she seems to like Xiang Gong." "Ah? What? I don't know how many hertz sounds." Chapter 053. Shu Yao has been soulless all day these days, and she has entered the stage of maturity and young woman at nearly 40, but she is a person who cultivates immortals and is the palm of a faction, so she will not have any thoughts of falling in love. But not long ago, her heart that has been closed for a long time, when she met an innocent man, gradually opened, and it became more and more incredible. Cross kneeled on the bed every day. As soon as she closed her eyes, she was full of the man's handsome and extremely attractive smile, without any pollution, very innocent and kind and simple. At a glance, it was the person who could bear hardships and stand hard work. This kind of person is very rare for Shu Yao as the head for decades. "Chief, Yuntian he brought." When Shu Yao was deep in thought, this voice interrupted Shu Yao. "Well, you go down first." Shu Yao waved her hand lightly. The disciple answered and turned and left the hall, leaving only Shu Yao and Wukong standing in place scratching his head. "Chief, what do you have to discuss with me?" Goku asked. Shu Yao didn't know what to say. In fact, she herself somehow called Wukong, and now, regret seems to be too late. "That, I have something to discuss with you." Yes, Shu Yao couldn't tell what was going on. And our innocent Goku clapped his hands and said in understanding, "Oh, I see, do you want to learn from me too?" "Gas? Oh, yes, that's it." Shu Yao first asked suspiciously, and then immediately nodded and said yes, because in the past few days, she suddenly found that not only the cultivation of several women around Wukong suddenly began to increase, but even the cultivation of the genius Murong Xiang, who had always been jealous of herself, also began to soar, making herself envious, and when she asked Murong Xiang, she knew that it was Wukong who did it. "Then Chief, are you starting to learn now?" Goku asked. Shu Yao nodded. Wukong moved to come to Shu Yao, who was startled and asked, What are you doing?" Goku scratched his head and asked really innocently, "Chief, don't you want to learn Qi? I won't show you, will you?" Shu Yao really wanted to give herself a slap at this time. She just thought that Wukong wanted to. But if Goku is really like that, will he resist? Thinking of this, Shu Yao lowered her head, her face, and blushed shyly. Wukong, who did not notice the strange appearance of Shu Yao, began to make a small light mass between the palms of his hands like teaching sarong and several girls. "Is this just gas?" Shu Yao stared at the light group and asked. "Yes, in fact, it is very fast to learn, and the aura here is very abundant, but this Qi is still very physically draining, but if you are in charge, I believe it will not take long to completely control the Qi." Goku nodded. Wukong's originally normal words, but in Shu Yao's ears became very praising her words, making her heart constantly happy. This man who is more than 10 years younger than himself, sounds like a boy, but after careful observation, he found that he is not worse than some mature men, or even better. So, what should I do? You teach me the mantra. Xu Yao said. Wukong nodded, and then told Su Yao the key to Qi. Su Yao deserved to be in charge, and remembered the key really quickly, but if you actually act to gather Qi, then... Xu Yao frowned and looked at her hands together, biting her fragrant lips. And her head gradually began to sweat. Chief, you don't need to be in such a hurry, just take your time, I also learned it for several years. Wukong saw that Xu Yao was obviously impetuous like this, and couldn't help but persuade. How many years? Xu Yao was shocked, and then thought of Si Rong's daughters and asked Wukong, then how can Si Rong learn so fast? Chief, in fact, as long as you are just calm, you will soon be able to gather Qi. Si Rong they do this, it is impossible to be impetuous. GOKU said seriously. Goku's serious words seemed to be filled with a stern tone, which made Xu Yao's heart tremble even more, and the eyes that looked at Goku began to become obsessed. Wukong came to Xu Yao's distance of less than half a step, teetered behind Xu Yao, held Xu Yao's hands with Xu Yao's heart jumping, and then put his hands together, and said in Xu Yao's ear, "Don't be anxious, relax, and think about something happy." Chapter 055. After losing people for a few days, Goku fulfills his promise to take Si Rong out to play. But what? Si Rong has been getting along very well with several women in Lingsha these days, the so-called 500 ducks for a woman, these 2,000 ducks are whispering in your ears, can you not be depressed? What's verbose, isn't it just going down the mountain together? In fact, Mengli and Kotoheim also want to go out to play, not for anything else, just because, Mengli already likes Goku in her heart, and there are many people here, so she is embarrassed to confess. As for Kotoheim, it's quite complicated. Junior brothers and sisters, please stay. When Goku and the others came to the mountain gate, the disciple who had been a gatekeeper who had whispered shouted to Goku and the others. Hey, you're alone today? Want to stay again? Isn't it forbidden for people to enter here casually, and no one is allowed to go out casually? Si Rong saw that he was a half-acquaintance and asked. Ming Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Junior sister doesn't know something, you have just started, your qualifications are still shallow, if you want to go down the mountain, you must be ordered by the senior commander." Poof! The order of the leader Si Rong suddenly covered her mouth and chuckled, and the other women also covered their mouths and smiled, because Ming Chen did not know that the very handsome Wukong in front of him was now the future head husband. Then there is no problem, exactly, Xingxi uncle let us go to the mountain to do errands. Lingsha, this little girl, has a character with sarong, sometimes naughty, sometimes well-behaved. It turns out, it's junior uncle, that junior brother and sister should be more careful. Ming Chen obviously flickered over to Lingsha, handed over to a few people, and after speaking, he turned around and continued to look at the gate. Goku saw that there was no problem, and when he went down first, he didn't know how many women were teasing him in the back. He, if the one who watches the gate knows that Xiang Gong is the future Xiang Gong in charge, I don't know what will happen to him. Si Rong said with a smile. Yes, I can now imagine that his already silly expression has become more dull. Lingsha also smiled the same as Si Rong. Mengli and Qinji looked at each other helplessly and smiled bitterly, these two little girls, it is really. But Mengli doesn't seem to be much older. Lingsha, don't call that senior brother that, it's a bad guy who is also a disciple of the Qianhua sect. Mengli said. Lingsha turned her head and walked backwards, her hands behind her back and said to Mengli, "Oh Mengli, why are you suddenly so good to the one who is watching the gate?" Mo Fei, you like Lingsha just wanted to say something, but saw Mengli uncharacteristically said to Lingsha, "Lingsha, don't talk nonsense, the person I like is not him, it's heaven, for it." Mengli suddenly covered her mouth and didn't want to say It's a pity that the two little girls Lingsha and Sarong are so smart, they grabbed the handle at once. Haha, good Mengli, I know that you also like Xiang Gong. Lingsha hugged Mengli and smiled. Ryasa, you. Mengli didn't know what to say. Hee, don't quibble, I can see it very well, every day when Xiang Gong teaches us martial arts, you look at Xiang Gong with the eyes of me and sister Lingsha looking at Xiang Gong. Oh. Don't be when we can't see it, hee. Si Rong laughed. You guys, Mengli's thoughts were completely guessed at the moment, and her face blushed. Lingsha and Sarong discovered the new world and exclaimed, oh, blush, haha. Oops. It hurts. Lingsha and Sarong suddenly stopped and screamed, looking back and seeing that it was Wukong who had stopped a long time ago. This time Sarong and Lingsha walked upside down, and naturally bumped into it. What are you talking about, what are you blushing? GOKU looked at the blushing Mengli and said to her, Hey, Mengli, your face is so red, do you have a fever? No, God, Tianhe, I'll be fine. Mengli suddenly quickened her pace and walked forward. GOKU scratched his head in place, what's wrong with Mengli, why is it different from ordinary Mengli? Lingsha and Si Rong looked at Wukong covering his mouth and forced a smile, Xiang Gong, it won't be long before you know the reason. After speaking, they also quickened their pace together, as if they went to chase Mengli. There is also a Kotoheim beside GOKU. GOKU looks at Kotoheim. Kotoheim is suddenly stared at by GOKU, and her heart is somehow beating. Qinji muttered in her heart, what's wrong with me? I'm a married woman, but, Tianhe, others are really good, and Xiang Gong he doesn't even come on the wedding night. Kotoheim, are you sick too? GOKU asked Kotoheim. Kotoheim touched her face reflexively, and sure enough, it was hot. Qinji panicked, no, it's okay. After saying that, he also ran away in one breath. Goku's eyebrows were symmetrically muttered in place, what the hell is wrong with them, women are so strange. What a man's voice. Chapter 056. Hey! Where are we going? There were several flying swords flying in the sky, and there were people flying with swords on the swords, and one of the men asked. I don't know, good Mengli, you give an opinion. A woman in red asked to the purple-clothed woman beside her, who was also flying with a sword. A few people are Wukong, Sarong, Lingsha, Mengli and Qinji. So far, they have flown away from the Qianghua faction, but they seem to have forgotten a very important thing, that is, going down the mountain is going down, where to go, it has not been discussed. When I came from Chenzhou, I saw that the smoke and dust in the southeast of Bangxian town were endless, and it seemed to be very vast, so why don't we go there and take a look? Mengli thought for a moment and spoke. Okay, just go there, yes, Russia. Our GOKU seemed to have a fight ahead, and he flew faster with his sword first. Wow, Xiang Gong, slow down, we can't keep up. Si Rong and Ling Sha were shocked. To be honest, they were not too worried about GOKU, because GOKU would be able to fly without any weapons, and they couldn't, because they didn't learn for a long time, they were not familiar with it. If they were not careful, Si Rong and Ling Sha were better, Mengli and Kotoheim could be. 10 minutes later. Wow, how is the soil here different from that town? GOKU looked at the earth in amazement. Just pull the whole sand to it. However, there seems to be a river here, and it should have dried up to become like this. Kotoheim looked at the long section of the pit on the ground and said. Is this the desert? I read in books that when the earth dries up, trees die, and people migrate, said Mengli Muna. Desert, the other side may be an oasis, let's go over and take a look. GOKU said. Well, Xiang Gong is right, let's go and see it together. Si Rong nodded to a few people. Crescent Village. There's a village here, I don't know if there's no one yet. GOKU and the others come to a village, but this village is very desolate. Hey? Like, as if there is a cry for help. Goku and Yumari said at the same time. Hey? Really at? Si Rong and Qinji Lingsha also listened carefully, and indeed, a few people hurried to the village. In this, Mengli pointed to a dilapidated house and said. Let's go in, the sound is much weaker. Goku said as the first one rushed in. However, after several people entered the house, the sight made the women of Lingsha unable to help but be shocked, because a very poor woman was pinching a child, and the cry for help was made by the child. Stop! Ling Sasi Rong shouted. The woman was shocked, and as soon as she gave it away, the child fell to the ground. Si Rong glared angrily at the woman. What are you doing? No, I don't. The woman panicked and didn't know what to say. That kid is so young, what kind of hatred does he have with you? You actually want to strangle him to death. Lingsha drank coquettishly. It's not. I didn't. The women are still panicking. Si Rong also shouted coquettishly, I also said no, what was it just now, we saw it with our own eyes. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in behind Goku and the others, and the middle-aged man immediately opened his mouth and said to the woman, Oh my god! Ulan, you actually did such a stupid thing. Village chief. I came in when I heard the voice. But I didn't expect you, the village chief looked visibly disappointed. Ulan suddenly collapsed on the ground, his eyes were red, and he said in a trembling voice, Village chief. I can't help it. As long as there is still a little way, how can I be ruthless? After all, this child is my blood and bones. Si Rong's daughters were shocked. What's going on? He's your child, what's wrong, so that you even want to kill your own child? Mengli said at this time. If it weren't for the child's great spiritual power, we would hear his cry for help. Ulan shook his head. What can I do again? This child's sister died before she was even a year old after she was born. There is so little water, and there is no food. Going on. Let me watch him not survive, it's better than. The village chief said, Ulan. I know that you have been very sad since your husband and daughter died of illness, but no matter how hard you suffer, you have to get through it. The only one who can take away human life is God in heaven, and if you really do that, even your soul will not be forgiven by God after death. The village chief said with indignation. Chapter 057. Village chief, what should I do? Ulan asked bitterly. Goku stepped forward at this time and took out a large package and said, Didn't you say that there is no water and no food? All of this on me is for you. Seeing that Goku bought himself dozens of buns, rice dumplings, and other foods were taken out, Lingsha and the others also took out the food and water on their bodies one after another. Ulan looked at Wukong and the others stunned. The village chief looked at Goku and the others carefully, and then said, You? This outfit? Oh, my god! You are servants of God on the immortal mountain. The village chief suddenly knelt down and said to several people, Please. Can you help the people in the village pray to God that the Crescent River will return to its former appearance? Qinji and the others were shocked, and quickly said, Don't worry, tell us what's going on. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind Goku and the others, Not bad, I also want to know what is going on. Uncle Junior. Wukong and the others were a little surprised, and Murongzing also came. Well, I just went to find you, and the disciple of Xiao Shan said that you went down the mountain, and I found you according to the qi taught by Tian He. Ziying said. Oh, haha. Goku smiled. Well, didn't you say that the disciples of the Qianhua sect should help the needy? This time, we accidentally bumped into it, only to find that there is such a village with such a shortage of water at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, so it makes sense that we should help them first, right? Ryasha said. I know this, but it is too bold for a few of you to use the boss as a shield to go down the mountain. Ziying suddenly said to several people. Ziying, don't say turn your face and turn your face, this is my idea alone, it's not about Lingsha and their business. GOKU scratched his head and said. Several women looked at Tianhe, their eyes were surprised and unbelievable, while Lingsha and Sarong were more affectionate, obsessed, and moved. So, you said you were going down the mountain. Ziying looked at Wukong. Murong Ziying was like this, he was a good friend in private, but on the other hand, he had the style of a master uncle. Goku nodded, then waved his hand to shut up the women. The village chief looked at several people chatting and couldn't help but ask Ziying, are you? Ziying said to the village chief, old man, in Xiamurong Ziying, he is a disciple of the Kunlun Kyanghua sect. Can you tell us why this village is so arid? If you can help, it will be obligatory. You, indeed, are people from the mountains, this is really heaven, pity us. The village chief said excitedly. Then the village chief began to explain the reason. It was a long time ago, and Crescent Village was once a beautiful oasis, with the Crescent River flowing down the Kunlun Mountains to feed the entire village. At the source of the river there is also a wood, although not very large, but especially luxuriant. After a pause, he said, but in my grandfather's generation, many people from the Central Plains who did business came to the village, saying that the forest was the legendary Kunlun holy wood, and it could be sold for a good price after cutting it. How can this be? Ling Sha and Si Rong exclaimed. The village chief sighed, alas, yes, it's a pity that at that time, although the priests in the village were strongly opposed, everyone else wanted to become as rich as the merchants of the Central Plains, and finally agreed to cut down the trees. After those trees fell, the water of the Crescent River slowly dried up. Everyone regretted it, thought of many ways to restore the water source, and even built a new altar to pray to heaven, but it was useless. The gods have been enraged. In recent years, the Crescent River has completely dried up, and many people have died of serious illnesses due to lack of water. There are also young and strong people who left here and wanted to live elsewhere, but never came back. Ziying asked, old man, why don't you move to other places as well? It is surrounded by wind and dust, and it is really not suitable to settle. The village chief sighed again, alas, how can the orphans and widows in the village withstand a long journey? More importantly, Crescent Village is where our ancestors have lived for generations, and as the village head, I can't even keep this homeland. Si Rong asked, is there no other way? The village chief nodded, there is a way, but it is too difficult. I heard the deceased old priest say that there is a treasure called the water spirit bead in this world, as long as it is possessed, the water source can be restored, and everything will change back to its original form. Water spirit bead. Several people except Goku were surprised. Water spirit pig? What kind of pig is that? Is it tasty? Goku suddenly burst out this classic sentence. Chapter 058. Xianggong, the water spirit bead is a very magical bead. It and the earth spirit bead we have now can be said to be the same root, but the use is different. The earth spirit bead is used to help us leave quickly through the retreat technique, and the water spirit bead is free to control the water. Si Rong pulled Goku aside and explained to Goku in a low voice, it's better to say a thunderous word next time Goku can't move, that's it. Oh, yes, I thought it was a pig again, so I said, where are there so many pigs, more than on Qingluan Peak? Goku scratched his head and smiled. Leaving Wukong alone, Ziying said to the village chief, wait for me to be in charge and see if I can borrow the water spirit bead for use. The old priest should be right, the water spirit bead is the most precious treasure in the world, and I believe that with the power of the water spirit, the source of the river will be revived. The village chief was extremely moved, and said in a trembling voice, thank you, you are indeed the messengers of the heavenly gods. Ulan also trembled, thank you. Mengli said gently, don't worry, this child has strong willpower and will definitely grow up healthy and become an excellent man. Thank you. Thank you. Ziying spoke at this time. Without further ado, you will return to the mountain with me and go to Qianghua Palace together to explain this matter to the head of the house. GOKU and the others nodded and walked out of the house under the grateful gazes of the village chief and Yulan. Then, shall we go back to the Qianghua sect? Outside the house, GOKU asked Ziying. Ziying nodded. Well, at this point, we must go back and discuss this matter with the leader, because... Ziying turned around and continued, the water spirit bead is in the hands of the master. Oh! GOKU and the others nodded very calmly. Then let's go, hey! Come on! GOKU summoned Wangshu and stepped on it, and with a bang he was already the first to fly, and the speed was fast. Xiang Gong! Wait for us! Si Rong and Ryasa also summoned their respective swords and followed GOKU to catch up. Mengli and Qinji looked at each other, and both saw obvious smiles in each other's eyes, and helplessly, they also randomly flew away with their swords. Poor Ziying, only a lonely person became the last. An hour later, outside the Qianghua Palace of the Qianghua School, Ziying pulled GOKU, who was about to walk in with a swagger, and said to GOKU and the others, "You guys are waiting outside." Then a man walked in. "Hey, didn't Yaoer say that I can go in and find her at any time?" GOKU said with dissatisfaction in his chest, as if he was really angry. "Yaoer? Is it the boss?" Kotoheim, who had been silent, asked. "Well, she really is, and said that I can come whenever I want, and I can't think of waiting for her outside." GOKU said with an axial symmetry of his eyebrows, but it was impossible for GOKU to be really angry. "Hehe, Xianggong, you really are. In private, you can call the head Yaoer, and she is also the future sister of me and sister Sarong, but what, this is the Qianghua faction, you can forget if you break people's Kingziu, and blame people for letting you wait for her outside." Ryasa heard this and came to Goku's side and smiled. Si Rong also smiled and said, "Xianggong, Sister Lingsha is right, the villain is also a leader, she said that you can come to her at any time, but what? Do you at least look at the situation, this is not Ziying although she is our uncle, but she is also an outsider, it will make people gossip." GOKU listened confused, straightened his head, thought about it, and then stood up and said to the women, "Then you guys wait." After that, he ran away without waiting for the call of several women in Lingsha. "Xianggong, where are you going? We will go in later." "Xianggong. There is no use in shouting. Come in, pass on you." Ziying came out at this time and said to Lingsha and the others. Helplessly, several women had to go first, waiting for GOKU to come. Inside the temple, Ziying finished what she said one by one, and it was also confirmed by Si Rong's daughters. Shu Yao asked, "Oh? So that's it, that's what you're talking about?" Ziying nodded, "Yes." The disciple pleaded with the leader, if he could cast a spell with the water spirit bead, it would not be difficult to solve the drought in Crescent Village. Shu Yao was silent for a while, and suddenly said sharply, "I don't allow this matter." Several people were stunned. "Chief." Shu Yao said lightly, "The water spirit bead is a treasure of this sect, it is extraordinary, how can it make such a lending move? What's more, the demon world is about to attack, and at this time, there should be no extraneous branches." Ziying hurriedly said, "But those villagers have this difficulty, disciple. The disciples can't think of any other way to help them." Shu Yao still said in a cold tone, "Ziying, you have to know that difficulties abound in the world, I wait for immortal cultivators to get the way, and it is my own way to help the needy, but how to manage the affairs of the world?" Ziying still wanted to say something, but unfortunately Shu Yao still looked firm, "I have already decided, and I will mention this matter again." At the same time, he turned around, but if someone saw Shu Yao's expression at this time, he would definitely point at her with trembling hands and say that she was in charge. You, how can you look like this? Just as Xing was about to tell Lingsha and the others that she wanted to go out, there was some commotion outside the hall. What's going on? Shu Yao turned around and asked. Humph, this voice, could it be? Suddenly, the door of the temple opened, and the eyes of several people fell on a place in the doorway, which should be a relatively small object. What is that? Si Rong and the girls couldn't help but wonder, just wanted to go to see. Wukong's voice came, Yaoer, I'm sorry, I broke your Kingxiu, I brought a wild boar, I hope you don't blame me, haha. Boar. Chapter 060. Ko Toheim didn't continue to run far after running out, but began to walk around unintentionally, walking back, but her heart was still thinking about what had just happened. Yourself, do you really like Tianhe? Ko Toheim kept asking herself in her heart. I, really. It's true. Ko Toheim muttered. Ko Toheim's heart at this time is not much more complicated than the original, because she has been with GOKU for a while, and her heart over the years has been reopened by the naive GOKU, although GOKU is unintentional, but Ko Toheim can't help it. But, Tianhe, will he like me? I am a married woman, although my husband is gone, Tianhe, will he still want me? Ko Toheim thought contradictorily. Suddenly, Qin Ji stopped, raised her head, and showed a determined look in her eyes. It's okay, I'm still a complete body, Tianhe people are so good, although there may be girls who like him in the future, but I won't give up, I want to seize this opportunity. After speaking, Qin Ji smiled with relief. At this time, her expression, if you say it, is, it turns out that love is not so complicated, as long as you like it. Disciple room, in Wukong's room, Wukong is lying on the bed in a big shape and falling asleep. Suddenly, out of nowhere, some kind of sound came, but unfortunately our GOKU was still huffing and falling asleep. The voice still didn't stop until knock. Who? GOKU sat up and asked without the slightest spirit. Xiang Gong, it's us. Si Rong's voice came from outside the door. GOKU stood up and walked over slowly, opened the door, didn't look at who was outside the door, then turned and walked back to the bed to lie down, and then went to sleep. Qinji, Mengli, Sarong and Lingsha can only smile bitterly. No wonder, anyone who let others disturb sleep is uncomfortable. Oh, by the way, Xiang Gong, did you hear any strange sounds? Si Rong shook Goku's body and asked. What are you doing? Don't sleep in the middle of the night, come to me to make trouble. Goku said dissatisfied. People have it, but we heard a voice, so let's take a look. Ryasa said. Tianhe, let's get up and take a look together, okay? Mengli asked softly. Goku reluctantly sat up, scratched his head, closed his eyes and asked, what sound, why can't I hear it? After speaking, he was about to fall down again, but suddenly Wukong's body stopped, his eyes opened sharply, he didn't have the sleepiness just now, and stood up. I also heard it, there is a sound. Yes, Xiang Gong, we are right, let's see what it is. Si Rong said. Goku nodded, and then began to look around, and finally, the target was locked on the sky blue sword on the table, Wangshu. That's it. Goku came to the table and picked up the Wangshu sword and said. Yes, that's it, that's the sound it makes. Ryasa approached the sword with her ear, and then said affirmatively. Although the sound is not loud, it can directly affect us, and this sword is really not simple. Ko Toheim spoke. Hey? Wait a minute. Goku suddenly said, and then Wangshu directly levitated, the tip of the sword pointed in one direction. Goku and the others walked out of the room and looked in that direction. Goku asked, where is that? I heard Uncle Junior say that it is a forbidden place. Ryasa said. Forbidden land? Goku asked puzzled. Tianhe. The Forbidden Land is a place where no one can enter, that is, no one is allowed to go there except the head of the house. Mengli said. Then let's go over and take a look. GOKU said, completely ignoring the second half of Mengli's sentence. Tianhe, you're going, how can it work? Mengli asked in surprise. Oh, what are you afraid of? Xiang Gong is the husband in charge, do you think Sister Yao will punish Xiang Gong? Si Rong said indifferently. GOKU patted his chest and said angrily, yes, I am a Sang Gong, who am I afraid of? Poof. Chapter 061. Hey? Is this okay? On the road back of the mountain of Qianghua, a man and 4 women were walking slowly there, and one of the blue-clothed women whispered a few words in the man's ear, and the man was suddenly surprised. Why, can't it? Ryasa pouted and said. I don't know, but even if it's sleepwalking, it can't be the 5 of us together. GOKU scratched his head in puzzlement. The world is so big. Si Rong said playfully. It's really convincing you, you can think of this kind of idea, but it's better than not thinking of anything. GOKU waved his hand indifferently. Hee, how about it, I'm smart with Sister Sarong. Ling Sha said with a smile. GOKU smirked, hee, smart, clever. After saying that, Goku's expression suddenly turned into a helpless look, and he muttered in a voice that he could only hear, woman. Wow, what a big sword. GOKU and his group finally came to a forest under the chatter of several women, but the environment here made several girls except GOKU suddenly have a creepy feeling, as if they were in the netherworld. Is this sword a decoration? GOKU asked as he walked around a large stone sword that stood in front of the woods. I don't know, Xiang Gong, if you want to know, wouldn't it be better to ask Sister Yao directly? Si Rong said. That's right, why didn't I think of it, hee, I'm confused. GOKU scratched his head and laughed. At this time, the Wangshu sword that GOKU was holding in his hand made a sound again. The voice seems to be getting louder, have you noticed it? Ryasa asked several people. Well, yes, maybe it's going to meet the real route, maybe it's just ahead, let's go in quickly. GOKU nodded. The women nodded, then calmed down and followed GOKU into the woods. Hey, there's such a big open space in the middle. When GOKU and the others walked to the middle of the woods again, they found that there was a large area of emptiness, no trees, only rotting branches. I think, this may be Sister Yao or has other uses, there seems to be a door in front, let's go over and take a look. Si Rong said. When GOKU heard this, he was about to walk forward, when suddenly his brows frowned, his pupils shrank and his figure disappeared suddenly, and the women who followed behind him suddenly found that GOKU suddenly disappeared, and when he was about to shout, he suddenly heard the screams of 2 women. Ryasa and Sarong looked back, and saw that GOKU was holding Mengli and Kotoheim in one hand, and then pushed them behind him. The voice just now was what they called. Ringsa and Sarong couldn't help but wonder why GOKU suddenly went to hug them. Could it be that GOKU was emotionally enlightened? Started taking advantage? Wrong, not only the 2 of them were wrong, but even Mengli and Kotoheim, who had just not reacted and were held in Goku's arms, were also wrong, because they had the same thoughts as Si Rong Lingsha, but unfortunately, when the 4 women saw why this was the case, what made GOKU do this, they understood. GOKU looked coldly at the half-figure surrounded by a blue ball of light in front of him, not knowing whether it was a human or a ghost. Who are you? Why attack us? GOKU asked. The master has a life, and the trespasser will not be killed. The figure said in a voice without a trace of emotion. You're guarding the forbidden place. Si Rong exclaimed. Just now when Si Rong and Ling Sha were still discussing why they were unguarded, they really appeared. The master has a life, and the trespasser will not be killed. The figure did not answer the same words. How can you only say this like a robot? GOKU asked the girls. The women shook their heads and didn't know. GOKU turned his head to the figure and said, Hey, then let's go back now, okay? The figure didn't speak this time. Goku thought he would disappear, but he didn't want to. The figure pointed his hand, and a blue light shot directly in front of Goku. Be careful! Goku surrounded several women with chi and flashed to the side, and the few people who had just stood in place were hit by that blue light. Bang! With a sound, a big pit appeared in front of Goku and the others. It's really powerful. It's the first time I've seen such a powerful trick. Shinji has been wondering for a long time, and once he only saw that a half-immortal could do this, and the illusory figure he saw today was so sharp with a casual finger. However, if she saw Goku's true strength, would she be surprised that she couldn't close her mouth? Yes, but you don't have a problem with Xiang Gong. Si Rong said to Goku. Goku shook his head. The corners of his mouth turned up, as if he was smiling badly, making several women's hearts tremble. It's okay, it's just exercise. Goku came 10 steps in front of the illusory figure and took a fighting stance. Your strength is good, I would love to fight you. The figure did not speak. Another blue light shot towards Wukong. Wukong did not move. The anxious hearts of several women next to him were raised, and Lingsha and Sarong shouted even more. Xiang Gong, be careful! Although they have seen Goku's skills, but no matter what, as long as Goku and people do it, they will be worried, and it is no wonder that some people say that women in love are stupid. Just when the blue light was only a centimeter away from Goku's nose, I thought it would shoot through, but Goku's figure still did not move, and next, the commonplace scene appeared, and when the blue light shot at Goku, Goku's figure suddenly began to disappear. The hearts of the women relaxed, and Mengli and Kinji patted their chests and said, "Wu, it's okay." After looking at each other, Mengli saw that Kinji's eyes had thoughts that were very compatible with her, and Mengli asked softly, "Sister Kinji, are you?" Kinji smiled slightly and whispered, "Yes, Mengli, I figured it out." Mengli was silent and responded to Kotoheim with a smile. Chapter 063. What, Mother, you said you never loved Daddy. Although Goku does not understand feelings, he still slightly understands that men and women like each other when they are together, just like he and Ryasa are together. Yes, Tianhe, the reason why I married your father is because your father took me to visit famous doctors all over the world in order to save me and drive away the cold on my body, and when I saw your father's tired face, my mother agreed for a while. Shuyu said slowly. What do you mean, Mother, are you a poor father who married him? Goku wondered. Tianhe, Niang also said, you are still young, some things do not understand, moreover, in terms of feelings, Niang is also more experienced than you, so don't ask so much now. Sudama touched Goku's head and said gently. Mom, I know the prefecture, it's where people's souls will go after death, shall we go find Daddy? Goku said. Shuyu shook his head, Tianhe, no need, before your father died, I told him all, your father did not blame me, but said that he could not take care of me in the future, but he did not regret this time with me, he said that he was too tired to live in this life, but it was worth it, and he wanted to find a woman like me in the next life. Mom, Daddy, he's too infatuated, isn't he? Goku asked. Maybe, Tianhe, you have to promise your mother that you must not be willing to dedicate your life to a woman who doesn't like you like your father, you know. Okay, Niang, then you answer my last question, don't worry, Niang, you know me, I won't care too much about your business. Goku said for a long time. Tianhe, does Niang know what you want to ask? Is it to ask who the person Niang loves is? Suyu said. Wukong nodded, and Shuyu smiled slightly. Tianhe, this question, will the mother answer you after a while, the mother begs you. Okay mother, I don't force you, oh yes, mother, I'll take you down the mountain, that Daddy. Your father's favorite place in his life is here, so let him be here forever. Suyu looked at Yun Tianking's spiritual position and said. Goku didn't speak. Outside the house, Goku turned to Suyu and asked, Mom, is that piece of jade in your place? Jade? Or a jade? Suyu said. Well, yes, that's it. It's on me, what's wrong? It's good on you, mother, you hold me tight, I'm going to take you flying. Goku hugged Suyu's delicate body and gradually flew into the sky. Soaring in the starry night sky, smelling the charming breath of the late night, Suyu couldn't help but get intoxicated, closing his eyes and enjoying it. So beautiful. Suyu looked at the shining bright moon and sighed. Do you like that, mother? Goku asked. Well, like. Then I'll often take my mother to fly up to see it in the future, okay? Goku didn't feel that these words had any special taste. But after all, Suyu is a human mother and a wife, and she has a deep understanding of this hint, and she wants to be in the drunken shade back then. Thinking about it, Suyu suddenly shook his head, and Goku noticed Suyu's situation and asked, Mom, are you okay? Suyu returned to his senses and smiled at Goku, it's okay, it doesn't matter if my mother does. That's good. Suddenly, Suyu opened his mouth and asked, Tianhe, what you just said, will you definitely abide by it? Without thinking, Goku replied. Of course I will comply. Goku did not observe Suyu's expression, but saw that Suyu's face at this time once again flowed the more deeply rooted and shocking smile under the moonlight, leaning into Goku's arms, making a slight murmuring sound. Flying in the sky, like a pair of lovers. Chapter 064. Why hasn't Xianggong come back yet? If he doesn't come back, the sky will be dawning. In the stone gate of the forbidden land of Qianghua, Lingsha was constantly walking back and forth, and her mood was very anxious. Oh, don't go any further, my eyes are gone. Si Rong stood up dissatisfied and said to Lingsha. Can I not be in a hurry, will something happen to Xianggong? Lingsha, you don't have to worry too much, the Tianhe people are so good, and the martial arts are strong, nothing can trap him. Mengli comforted Lingsha softly. Wow, good Mengli, I didn't see it, after joining us, you have become so convinced of Xianggong, he he. Si Rong laughed at Mengli Dao. Sarong, how do you? Mengli was shy and anxious, and she kindly advised Lingsha to understand this again. Okay, you guys stop teasing Mengli, see what Mengli is said by you. Qinji held Mengli in her arms and comforted Mengli like a big sister. Si Rong and Ling Xiao looked at each other and smiled, and then when they looked at the sky again, they suddenly said in surprise, Xianggong, it's Xianggong, he's back. Kotoheim and Yumarai suddenly raised their heads to see, and sure enough, that figure was not Goku or who else. Hey, Xianggong seems to be holding someone. Si Rong's eyes were sharp and she saw Goku holding a person. Really, that figure, so familiar, shouldn't it be? Ryasha was originally confused, but when she got closer, she covered her mouth and was surprised. Mengli and Kotoheim also saw that Goku was still holding a person. How could it be impossible for a man? They wouldn't think that Goku was as good as Long Yang, either a man or a woman. Why would Lingsha have that expression? Wukong finally flew to the back mountain of the Qianghua faction with Suyu in his arms. Mom, we're coming. Suyu was still intoxicated in Goku's arms, and when he heard this, he opened his eyes, and when he saw where it was, his beautiful eyes widened and trembled. This is not here. Niang, what kind of Qianghua sect is here? Niang, you and Dad used to stay here. Goku laughed. Suyu looked at Wukong and asked, Tianhe, why are you in the Qianghua faction? Mother, after I went down the mountain with Lingsha, I met the people of the Qianghua faction, and I heard that there seemed to be some tricks of imperial sword flight. I sounded like it was quite fun, so I came to learn it together, but after learning it, your imperial sword art does not seem to be very good. Goku scratched his head. Tianhe, Suyu let out a long sigh. Alas, is it the will of God? By the way, Mother, do you know that Yaoer? Goku asked. Yaoer? Suyu looked at Wukong suspiciously, and suddenly said in surprise, "Could it be, is it senior sister Shu Yao? It seems to be called Shu Yao, similar to your name, hee." GOKU laughed. "You know senior sister Shu Yao?" Suyu asked. "Well, yes, besides, she said she liked me and wanted to be my wife." GOKU blinked, and these words thundered Suyu. "Tianhe, what do you say, senior sister?" She said, "How come?" Suyu couldn't help but ask. "I don't know, it's here, mother, you see, they are all there." GOKU saw that he had already arrived at the back mountain, and also saw the women of Ryasha waving at him. Wukong held the jade and landed in front of the women of Lingsha, and when the women looked at the jade in Wukong's arms, in addition to Lingsha, Mengli, Qinji and Sarong all seemed to be pointed. It's not that they haven't seen a beautiful woman, but they've never seen such a earth-shattering, ghost-weeping woman, and her appearance is no longer enough to be described as a fairy. For a while, the atmosphere was much quieter, until Lingsha happily came to Shuyu's side and said obediently, "Mother-in-law! Mother-in-law!" Mengli three girls covered their mouths in surprise, they couldn't believe that Lingsha would call this woman's mother-in-law, then isn't she Wukong's mother-in-law? "Lingsha, I haven't seen you for a long time, I didn't expect you to really become Tianhe's wife." Suyu held Lingsha's hand and smiled gently. "Yes, mother-in-law, I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you a lot." Lingsha leaned into Shuyu's arms like a good baby. Wukong spoke at this time, "She is my mother," called Suyu, "Niang, they are Lu Mengli, Qinji and Sarong, by the way, Sarong is also my wife." Wukong's words surprised Suyu and made Sirong shy, but his generous personality still made Sirong also obediently come to Suyu's side and say, "Mother-in-law." Sudama saw that a beautiful man married his son, and he was happy in his heart, but at the same time he had a trace of unclear loss, or rather, jealousy. "Well, in the future, you guys have to get along, you know." Shuyu's gentle tone made the two women's hearts intoxicated. Suyu looked at Mengli and Kotoheim and asked GOKU, "Tianhe, they are too?" When GOKU scratched his head and didn't know what to say, the playful Sirong said, "Yes, they are also the wives of Xiang Gong, and our four sisters are together every day." This time Shuya was shocked again, looking at Goku's eyes could not help but have a variety of complicated feelings. She really did not have such a great charm that her son could make four such beautiful women like him, and he just said that his senior sister seemed to like him. "Tianhe, you are really a complicated child, and my mother can't see through you more and more." Shuyu couldn't help but muttered in her heart. "Mother-in-law! Mother-in-law!" Mengli and Kotoheim came to Shuyu's side with a shy mood and saluted. "It seems that the charm of Tianhe is not bad, and I am very happy to be a mother to get the hearts of your four girls." Shuyu didn't know why he had mixed feelings when he said this. "By the way, mother, look at this, is it a spiritual jade?" GOKU came to the groove in the stone gate and asked to Shuyu. Only then did Shuyu react, began to observe the surroundings, and then lost his voice after a while, "Isn't this a forbidden place?" Chapter 065. "Yes, mother, have you been here too?" GOKU said. "Tianhe, how can you bring your mother to the Qianghua Forbidden Land? This is a violation of the door rules." Shuyu's tone became serious. Wukong was stunned by Shuyu's words, and even the women of Lingsha were stunned, because they had not seen Shuyu angry, and Lingsha also got along with Shuyu for a few days, when Shuyu was very gentle, but I didn't expect that when I heard that it was in the forbidden place now, her tone would be so harsh. "Mom, I'm sorry." GOKU seemed to have made a mistake and bowed his head to admit it. Shuyu also seemed to regret why she spoke like that just now, and she remembered that she was no longer a disciple of Qianghua, so what was wrong with coming to this forbidden place? Suyu came to Goku's side and touched Goku's face and said, "Tianhe, I'm sorry, my mother shouldn't say this about you." "Mom, I want to go in and take a look." Goku pointed to the groove. "Tianhe, do you really want to go in?" Shuyu was not angry this time. GOKU nodded, and when Yuya heard this, he just took out the green orajade from his arms and handed it to GOKU. Take it. Thank you, ma'am. GOKU said happily, seeing Goku's smile. Shuyu didn't know why, every time he saw Goku's smile, any troubles in his heart disappeared, and his mood was a lot happier. GOKU aimed the jade at the groove and slowly put it in, only listening to a dull sound, and then, Mengli spoke, the enchantment is gone, we can push the door in. GOKU clapped his hands, I'll come. So he pushed the stone door hard, and with Goku's strength and the dull sound of the stone gate, the stone door was slowly opened, but it was dark inside. It's so dark. Si Rong said. Let's light the fire. Kotoheim spoke. Let's just use fairy magic to summon light. Mengli said at this time, and several women also reacted, and they learned immortal arts by themselves, which also came in handy at this time. Only Shuyu, after GOKU opened the door, suddenly had a feeling in his heart that he didn't know how to describe. Mom, are you coming in too? GOKU turned back to Sudama who was standing in the doorway and said. I. Shuyu seemed to be fighting in his heart at this time. Mother-in-law, since you are here, let's come in together. Lingsha and Si Rong came to Shuyu alone, took Shuyu's arm and walked inside. Before Shuyu could react, he was pulled in. Walking in the dark stone path, several women used fairy magic to summon light, but they did not find that GOKU, who was walking in the front, did not use fairy magic, because Goku's pupils turned yellow at this time, which is a symbol of being able to see anything. Gradually, GOKU suddenly spoke, there is light ahead. At the same time, Goku's pupils returned to black. Really, but do you feel like it's getting a lot warmer? Kotoheim said. Si Rong and Ling Sha both kept fanning their faces with their jade hands. Yes, it seems to be hot. A few people were silent and continued to walk forward, and when they reached the place where there was light, several people were stunned, because the sight in front of them surprised several people, making GOKU think of his hometown, Bunza Mountain, the volcanic magma there. No wonder it's so hot, it turns out that there is molten slurry. Si Rong said. Let's keep walking, there is a road there, if we don't go, we have to die of heat. Ling Sha said. While pulling Si Rong to take the lead and walking towards a road next to it. GOKU and the others looked at each other, very helpless, these two little girls are really just following behind. Not long after, I saw Si Rong and Ling Sha, two women, running back quickly, and came to both sides of GOKU as if frightened by something. GOKU asked, what's wrong? Front, so cold. Si Rong leaned tightly into Wukong's arms, her delicate body trembling constantly, and so did Ling Sha. What's going on, why is it cold and hot? GOKU asked in bewilderment towards Yumarai and Kotoheim. Mengli and Kinji shook their heads, and Shuyu spoke, this should be the two heavens of ice and fire. Ice and fire, two heavens. GOKU and the four girls were surprised. Shuyu nodded, well, this place was originally used to practice, but later it became a forbidden place. Shuyu seemed to be remembering something when he said this. There is also such a place to practice, I used to think that there was only a spiritual time room. GOKU looked at the two sides, one hot and one cold, there was really a big difference. Xianggong, what do you say, what is the spirit time house? Si Rong asked. Oh, nothing, by the way, I seem to feel a very weak breath in front, it is the breath of people, let's go over and take a look. GOKU said. Si Rong and Ling Sha were a little scared, and GOKU smiled, it's okay, you guys won't be so cold when you lean around me. Several women leaned over when they heard this, and sure enough, a very warm breath came from Goku's body, and the women couldn't help but get closer to GOKU. Shuyu also hesitated for a while, when she saw that the four women were close to GOKU, she couldn't help but approach GOKU, feeling the warm breath, and Shuyu also felt that her heart was much calmer. Okay, let's move on. GOKU said. The six continued walking. Until the cold place, GOKU saw a special icicle in front of him, and a yellow sword next to it. There are people inside. GOKU observed with his golden eye and said. Ah, it's someone, it seems to be a dead man. Si Rong also observed it carefully, leaned into Wukong's arms and said in fear. Don't be afraid, it's okay. Hey, mother, what's wrong with you? GOKU found that Shuyu's situation at this time was a little strange. Impossible, impossible, how could he? Shuyu looked at the person in the icicle in disbelief, and kept repeating the words in his mouth. Chapter 066. Who are you, and you don't know that trespassing on the forbidden land is a felony? The sound of the man in the icicle is like a piece of ice. Hey, it's really not dead, it's still alive. The two little girls, Lingsha and Sarong, chatted here without any scruples. You guys. You are. The tone of the man in the icicle seemed to be a little wrong. GOKU and the others also found the abnormality, but GOKU reflexively looked at Suyu, and saw that Suyu's beautiful eyes were staring at the icicle, and there seemed to be unknown tears in his eyes. Senior brother, Suyu said these two words as if in pain. Senior brother. GOKU and the others were surprised. Then aren't you my uncle? GOKU asked to the man in the icicle. Uncle? You, the son of Shuyu? The man in the icicle looked at GOKU and asked. Well, my name is Yuntian He. GOKU nodded. The man said again, it seems that your father is Yun Tianqing. It seems that you are really my uncle, otherwise how would you know? GOKU laughed. Oh my god! River! Heavenly hanging Zing, Shuyu, since you are married to Tianqing, why do you use such a name? The man asked Shuyu again. Shuyu forcibly endured the unclear touch in his heart and spoke, Senior brother, I'm sorry, what happened back then was all my fault, and I don't blame Tianqing. The past, even if it's over, I don't want to mention it again, the past is like smoke, forget everything you can forget. Shuyu, you don't have the support of Zai, how can you spend these 19 years? The man asked again. Senior brother, as soon as Shuyu spoke, the man immediately said, you and I are no longer senior brothers and sisters, so we are already worthy of our names. Shuyu was silent for a while and said, Master. Xian Xiao, 19 years ago, after I gave birth to Tian He, I thought that I would lose my nature because I didn't have the support of Zai, but for some reason, I broke off contact with Wangshu, and my illness got better. So it is. I see. That, Azure is okay. Xian Xiao asked again. Azure He, has passed away. Shuyu said slightly. Azure He. Xian Xiao was obviously shocked, not only Xian Xiao, but even Lingsha. What? Mother-in-law, father-in-law, how come? I was still fine when I took Tian He away, how could it be? GOKU grabbed Ryasa, who was about to step forward and ask Shuyu, Ryasa, don't disturb my mother, I'll talk to you. Xian Xiao, why are you in icicles? Shuyu asked Xian Xiao. Xian Xiao was silent for a while when he heard this, before he slowly spoke, Shuyu, I didn't want to say it, but the reason why I am like this, everything is also caused by you and Tianqing. Xie and Wangshu will lose their nature if one loses the support of the other, and you also know this result, but at the time of my attack, Shu Yao and Elder Chong Guang and others sealed me here, and this became a forbidden place. I'm sorry, Suya covered her mouth and left tears. You don't need to say sorry, everything has a cause and effect, and this must be a hurdle in my life. Suang Xiao's tone was much calmer. Senior brother, Shuyu called senior brother Xianxiao again. Shuyu, I think that at the beginning, the two of us practiced Xi and Wangshu together, I thought that I could soar to become an immortal, but I didn't want to happen to come to the demon realm that day, it seems that everything is the will of heaven. Senior brother, after so many years. Have you given up ascending? Suyu asked. Ascension? Shiyu, I'm not afraid to tell you, I have never given up, although I have not practiced for 19 years, but my cultivation has not retreated, and now, it seems that I can soar to immortal status without relying on Xi and Wangshu. Suang Xiao's tone seemed a little arrogant. Senior brother, if you were willing to go with me back then, you wouldn't have to suffer like this, so why bother? Hehe, I said that all this has cause and effect, everything is providential, and there is no blame for others. Everyone heard Suang Xiao's laughter for the first time except for Shiyu. Suyu was silent, and at this time, Wukong, who had finished talking to Lingsha and other women about Yun Tianqing, came to Suyu, and Suyu seemed to have a dependency, leaned in Wukong's arms, buried his face in Wukong's chest, and sobbed softly. While gently patting Shiyu's pink back, Wukong said to Xianxiao, "Uncle, I don't know what happened between you and my father and mother back then, but I can guess from your conversation that the reason why you were sealed is because of my father's mother." Xianxiao said, "Tianhe, this does not complain about others, if you want to complain, you can only blame yourself." "What to blame yourself? I don't understand. I only know that since you have done something wrong to make the other party suffer, you must make corresponding compensation, since this is the case." Wukong looked at the jade in his arms and looked up at Xianxiao, "I'll help you lift the seal." Chapter 067. You said you helped me lift the seal? Oh, kid, you're just as humorous as your dad. Xianxiao said with a smile. Goku shook his head, "I'm not kidding, I know, this icicle is protected by very powerful spiritual power, it is difficult to lift, I guess, it must be with the help of some special items, so that you can come out on your own, right?" Xianxiao was stunned, "You? Are you really the son of Azure and Shiyu? How can you understand so much?" Goku scratched his head and smiled, "Hehe, to be honest, I've experienced a lot of things too." "You boy, that's funny." "Hey? Silence, someone is here again, today is really lively," Xianxiao suddenly said. The women who were chatting on the side all gathered around Goku at once, and Suyu also hurriedly stood up from Goku's arms, and when he heard someone coming, he quickly wiped the tears on his face with his jade hand directly. The sound of footsteps was getting closer and closer. "It's so late, does the head know that we are in the Forbidden Land?" Kotoheim said worriedly. "Oh, what are you afraid of? The head is coming, our boss is here, what are you afraid of?" Si Rong said with a big grin, "Fortunately, this voice is not loud, otherwise Xianxiao listened." "You guys, sure enough, here." When they saw the people coming, several people breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Master, do you know that people are scary and scary to death?" Lingsha patted her chest and shouted to Xing. "You guys are really daring, you don't rest in the disciples' room late at night, and you come to the forbidden place, don't you know that you violated the door rules?" Xing reprimanded. "You still said that didn't you come yourself?" Si Rong said. "You guys," Xing was short of breath. Xianxiao said at this time, "Since you have already come, why shout? There is nothing shocking in this forbidden land." Xing reacted and looked at Xianxiao in the icicle, and asked suspiciously, "Are you?" "My name is Xianxiao." Xiao. Xing's eyes suddenly widened, and she exclaimed, "Are you senior uncle Xianxiao? Shrimp? Uncle's uncle? That's not it." Except for Shiyu, several people looked at each other and said in unison, "Uncle Tai. Uncle Junior is on top, please accept the disciples' worship." Xing knelt in front of the icicle and said respectfully, "Hey? Who are you? It actually bears the sword box forged by the cold moon ice spirit?" Disciple Murong Xing. Elder Zheng Mengzong taught martial arts and the art of forging swords. Xing said every word clearly. "Zonglian? How is he doing now?" "Back to Uncle Junior, Uncle Shi, he died a few years ago." Xing said. "Alas, I can't think of many old people, but he told you that I am in the Forbidden Land. Xianxiao asked. Master, she never said, but he explained that if you can see Uncle Xianxiao in your lifetime, you must treat you respectfully. If the uncle has any sending, regardless of the reason, the disciple will achieve it even if he is crushed and broken. I'm just an outcast, and I'm making a fuss. In any case, the disciple should obey the master's orders. Don't ask why. Good, good. Xianxiao seemed very happy. In this case, I have commanded you 2 things. First, do not inform the head of the Forbidden Land today. Xianxiao said. This, okay. Xing was a little embarrassed, but the words had already come out, so she had to agree. Second, the other people who broke into the forbidden place were only curious for a while, and you also took it lightly, but you can't pursue this matter. The disciple obeys. Xing said respectfully. It's okay, you don't need tiger stool chili water. GOKU breathed a sigh of relief. What's tiger stool chili water? Lingsha and Sarong, who didn't understand what they meant, asked. Mengli and Kotoheim also looked at GOKU suspiciously, and even Suyu couldn't help but look at GOKU. That means let me lie on a stool and then pump my ass with a braid dipped in chili water, hee. GOKU scratched his head and laughed, not knowing if he was right. Swoosh! Several women couldn't help but smile, and 100 flowers bloomed for a while. Okay, you've been breaking into the forbidden place for a long time, let's all go back. By the way, I have one more thing to tell you. Uncle Master, please speak. It's this woman next to Tianhe, she is also your junior uncle, my former junior sister, you have to treat her well, don't snub. Yes, Uncle Master. Xing first glanced at Chuyu in surprise. In that case, then let's go back first and come back another day. GOKU waved his hand to Xianxiao. Another day? Hey, good. Xianxiao said with a smile, and then looked at Suyu in a complicated way, and Suyu also looked at him in a complicated way, and then followed Wukong and the others to leave the forbidden place. Ling Feng, long return, leisurely my thoughts, will never backfire. There is no end to the disaster, when will it fly? Shiyu. After Wukong and the others left, Xianxiao whispered the poem. Chapter 068. Mom, are you okay? Why do you seem to have lost your soul after returning from the Forbidden Land? Back in the disciple room, everyone except Xing gathered in Wukong's room, and they were not afraid of squeezing to death. Tianhe, my mother is fine, don't worry. Shiyu wore a gentle and beautiful smile, but only Si Rong's daughters could see that it was a complicated smile. Mother-in-law, do you really not matter? Si Rong and Ling Shat are really good babies around you now, and this mother-in-law is so intimate. Mengli and Qinji also wanted to call it like this, but they were embarrassed to speak, and they could only care about Suyu with their eyes. I'm really fine, it's late, let's all go to rest, what's the matter, I'll talk about it tomorrow. After Suyu finished speaking, he stood up. Mom, where are you going? It's late, it's time to go to bed. GOKU said immediately. GOKU said that a few people reacted, this person is a room, and there is only one bed, so what to do? Xing is also true, why don't you help your mother-in-law arrange a room? Then Senior Xianxiao also ordered to take good care of her mother-in-law. Si Rong pouted and said dissatisfied. Otherwise, mother-in-law, you go to sleep with me, I will sleep with Sister Qinji. Mengli said to Shiyu. Shiyu saw several daughters-in-law, each of whom cared about himself, and his heart was moved. But he still shook his head, no need, thank you, how can I occupy your room, besides, I miss Tianhe very much and want to talk to him. This way, then, mother-in-law, we won't disturb you, let's go to rest first, call us if there is something. Lingsha said obediently. Shiyu nodded, and the women said hello to each other and left the room one by one, and outside the room, the women chatted on the way back to the disciples' room. "Hey, you guys say, why is my mother-in-law so sad to see that Xianxiao?" "How do I know, but I can see that Xianxiao seems to like her mother-in-law." "Ah, don't talk nonsense, beware of your mother-in-law getting angry and ignoring you." "That's not necessarily, from the conversation between my mother-in-law and Xianxiao, I can vaguely hear that they once seemed to be in love." "Even Mengli, you said that, is it true?" "Alas, the things of the world are really unpredictable." Sister Kotoheim. In Goku's room, the candle light was still there. "Mom, sleep in my bed," Goku said while letting Sudama sit on the edge of his bed. "What about you, Tianhe, or you sleep, my mother can't sleep." Suyu shook his head and smiled. "When my mother said this, I don't seem to be able to sleep, hehe, then let's talk, I want to hear my mother's story." Goku scratched his head embarrassedly and laughed. Suyu smiled and touched Wukong's head. "Tianhe, you are really... hehe. It seems that there is no longer the trouble I had just now." Goku and Sudama sat by the window together. Sudama rested his head on Goku's shoulder. Goku asked, "Mom, tell me about your previous story, it's definitely not simple." Suyu glanced at Wukong, sighed, and said slowly, "Tianhe, didn't you ask who your mother loves?" Goku said, "Well, yes. Tianhe, the person my mother's previous love is your uncle, Xianxiao." "Yes." Goku didn't seem to have the kind of surprise that Suyu was expecting, but only calmly responded so. Suyu raised his head and asked Goku, "Tianhe, aren't you surprised?" Wukong said with a smile. "Niang, in fact, those words in Qingluan Peak are only what I learned in Sarong and Lingsha, you know, I don't understand feelings at all, I am emotionally blind, whether my mother loves my father or not, to be honest, I don't pay too much attention, but I know that Niang must have had a very happy time in Qingluan Peak." Shu Yu nodded when she heard this. "Yes, those days, it was really carefree, without the burden of anything, every day, as long as I take care of you and your father, this is a good wife and mother." Chapter 070. In the early morning, the gentle sun, fresh air and the soft chirping of birds made Goku open his sleepy eyes, and he wanted to habitually sit up and stretch, but he suddenly found that his arm was sore, as if something was pressing. Goku turned his head and saw that it was Suyu curled up there like a small family Jasper, asleep. Goku doesn't look at it or tighten it, but this look, Wukong's emotional blindness can't help but be attracted. Suyu is a peerless woman who can't help but be eclipsed by the fairy in the sky, on the face, skin, figure, everything is the best, especially now Suyu's sleeping appearance, it makes Goku feel that for the first time in his life, he has noticed the beauty of women, it turns out to be like this. Goku looked at Suyu's rosy lips and closed slightly with Suyu's breathing. If it were replaced by those who have a very colored heart, it is estimated that the overlord would have been the Bao. Suddenly, Suyu's eyebrows moved, and then slowly opened his beautiful eyes, and when he opened his eyes, his son stared at him intently. Suyu never expected that he would be stared at by his son when he woke up, and his eyes were full of amazement, which made Suyu both shy and happy. "Tianhe, early." Sudama smiled slightly and looked at Goku, who was still staring at her. As if he had been pointed, Goku just replied, "Mom, early." Still staring at Suyu. Looking at Wukong's righteous feeling that he was really surprised to look at his jade, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Tianhe, have you seen enough?" "Wow, ma'am, you look so good," with a smile. Goku couldn't help but marvel. Shu Yuxiu's face turned red, and she said with disgust, "What is beautiful, my mother is old, what is there to see?" Wukong immediately said very firmly, "It's true, Niang, you are really too beautiful, I also found that the original Niang is so attractive, it seems that many people liked Niang at the beginning." Shuyu sat up and straightened her somewhat fluffy hair. "How did you know that my mother was liked by many people in the first place?" Goku also sat up, scratched his head, and smiled stupidly, hee, guess. What if I say no? Shuyu's tone changed and asked. Then I'd rather believe that there are no wild boars on Qingluan Peak. Goku blinked. Look what you said, hui. Suyu smiled again and added the beauty of that again. Suyu was on the roof at the moment, looking at the familiar and unfamiliar environment around him, sighing. Goku heard Suyu sigh and asked, Mom, what are you sighing? Suyu glanced at Goku and said, Alas, Niang saw these familiar rooms and remembered the scene when Niang was here. Goku patted his head, Oh, this is touching the scene. Suyu nodded, Well, that's what it means, but unfortunately, now things are already different. The same disciples who started with me back then, during the battle in the demon world, also sacrificed a lot, now it seems. Mom, didn't I say it? I'll help stop it then, don't worry, I won't use force if it's not a last resort. Goku said when he heard this. Shuyu nodded, Well, Tianhe, Niang has long been a disciple of the Qianghua sect, and logically speaking, she should not have taken care of these things, but now that I am back here, moreover, you have become a disciple of the Qianghua sect, so what you do, Niang will not interfere, but you have to promise Niang one thing. Goku said, What's the matter? Mother. It's just that no matter what, if you can persuade, if you can't persuade, you have to live well, and your mother can't live without you. Suyu didn't seem to realize that he had another meaning when he said this. Well, I promise. Goku nodded in agreement. Ah yes, mother, do you want to meet Yao, Forehead, the head? Goku almost shouted out this intimate title. Shuyu was silent for a short moment at first, and then said, She and I will meet sooner or later, so it is better to meet earlier. Then let's go for breakfast, okay? Goku returned to the house with Shuyu in his arms, and it happened that at this time, a group of disciples who had just finished their morning training passed here. Fortunately, Goku was just fast, otherwise he would have been caught. Knock knock. Goku and Sudama were eating breakfast at this time, but they heard a knock on the door. Needless to say, Goku also knew who it was. Who else could there be besides them? But this time Goku probably guessed wrong. When Goku shouted fast cake to the door to open the door, his eyes widened in disbelief, and the cake in his mouth also fell to the ground. Before he spoke, Yaoer. Master. Chapter 071. How can Shu Yao say it these days? She always feels a strange feeling in her heart, and there is a familiarity in the strangeness. It may be because the demon world is coming. After deciding on this idea, Shu Yao decided to come to Goku to talk about this demon world, but she suddenly felt that the closer she got to Goku's room, the stronger her feeling became. Finally, she reached out and knocked on the door, and in the moment after Goku opened the door, she finally found the reason that really upset her. Shu Yao couldn't help but lose her voice. Senior sister, Shu Yu didn't expect to meet so quickly, but she still called senior sister Shu Yao very calmly. It's not convenient to talk here, you guys come to the hall with me. Shu Yao felt that she was standing at the door, and there might be disciples passing by from time to time, so she planned to take them to the main hall to talk. Goku and Suyu followed Suyu towards the main hall, but not long after walking, 4 women appeared at the door of Goku's house, and they didn't need to think about it to know who it was. Ah, I didn't expect to meet so soon. Ryasa said in surprise. How do you say this? Mengli asked. Lingsha pouted, the head is called Shu Yao, and the mother-in-law is called Shu Yu, what do you say it matters? Qinji said at this time, they should have been in the same family. Si Rong was also surprised, wow, really, no wonder my mother-in-law is so familiar with the environment here after coming here. Sister Sarong, do you want to hear about your mother-in-law's affairs? Sister Ryasa, you're here again. Let's go, Hao Mengli, Sister Qinji, let's go together. This, not very good. Oh, don't be so stubborn, how to say that we are also the daughter-in-law of my mother-in-law, go and listen to it to understand my mother-in-law's past, let's go. In the main hall, Wukong and Suyu stood opposite Suyu, and Suyu spoke, sit. When GOKU and Suyu heard this, they each sat on a stool, and Suyu also sat on a stool opposite, and then they were relatively speechless. For a long time, Suyu broke the silence and said, Senior sister, how have you been in the past 19 years? Shu Yao said slightly, it's not bad or bad, as the head of the family, there will always be some things to keep you busy, but that's also a matter of course. Senior sister. I'm sorry. Shu Yao asked, why do you want to say sorry to me? If it weren't for me, it might be. Shu Yu wanted to say something but was interrupted by Shu Yao, it's all gone, don't mention it, even if you want to say sorry, it shouldn't be me, but another person. I know, I've seen him. Of course, Suyu knew who Suieo was referring to. You've seen him, can't it? Shu Yao looked at Wukong, who scratched his head and said, I'm sorry, I took my mother to the Forbidden Land, and I have also seen that Uncle Xian Xiao. Shu Yao was not angry, but just sighed, alas, finally, that's it, Shu, you and I were a senior sister back then, I didn't have a chance to ask you a question, can I ask you now? You ask. In the end, what do you think about cultivating the truth? Other people hope to become a master of cultivation at all costs, but you seem to have nothing to do with you, don't you want to become a true cultivator? Shu Yao asked the doubt in her heart. Shu Yu smiled slightly, senior sister. This question, if you asked me at the beginning, maybe I don't know it myself, but after going down the mountain and living in Qingluan Peak for more than 10 years, I really found that the best thing in this world is not whether you can make yourself immortal, or invincible in the world, but just make yourself happy. Shu Yao asked in surprise, happy? Shu Yu nodded, well, yes, when I became married to Tianqing, he told me that when I first started, my expression was cold and indifferent, but there was intelligence in my eyes, I think. I didn't know why I entered the Qianghua sect at that time. Is that so? Shu Yao smiled bitterly, and then asked, so, what about Tianqing, didn't he come? Suyu didn't speak, and GOKU spoke at this time, my father has passed away. What do you say, Azure him? Shu Yao was shocked. Shuyu nodded, yes, in order to expel the cold qi in my body, he was unfortunately eaten by the cold qi, and not long ago, he passed away, presumably now, he may have entered reincarnation. I can't imagine that Tianqing's life is so short. Shu Yao sighed with emotion. Senior sister, Tianqing begged me for one thing before she died, that is, if you can see senior sister and senior brother, you must personally say sorry to you. Shu Yao waved her hand, that's it, no matter what, we have to forget the past and meet the future, right? Senior sister, in that case, Tianhe, when Sudama looked at GOKU, he found that GOKU was eating the pastry on the table. Shuyu Shuyeo looked at each other and smiled bitterly, this kid, it's really... Well? You're done talking, well, water. Wukong was choked, and Yu Shuyeo was so frightened that he quickly poured tea. Shu Yao and Suyu handed a cup of tea to Wukong at the same time, and Suyu first looked at Suyao suspiciously, and then her eyes widened, because she saw Suyao's beautiful face crimson, especially when Suyao saw that she was looking at her, she dodged even more. Senior sister, you really, Suyu couldn't believe it. What's true, if you don't give me water, I'm going to see my father. Chapter 072. Hey, did you hear it? Sure enough, the person my mother-in-law liked back then was that Xian Xiao. Outside the Qianghua hall, 2 women were leaning over the doorway, and 2 more were standing behind them. In fact, we can also see this, the mother-in-law is so beautiful, 19 years ago I thought about it, it's just that I didn't expect that in the end, she wasn't with Xian Xiao, but with Uncle Yun. Being with someone you don't love is just to stop missing the person you love. Is it really so hard to love someone? Si Rong and Lingsha looked at the sad Mengli and Kinji and comforted. Oh, what are you worried about? Aren't we together now? Say okay, no one is allowed to leave without permission. Lingsha, how can you say that? I like Tianhe, you all know about this. Qin Jixiu said with a crimson face. Shh, don't make a sound, let's keep listening. Si Rong silenced and then eavesdropped with Lingsha. Inside the temple. Now the Qianhua sect, is senior sister in charge of you alone? Suyu asked. Yes, since Chong Guang, Qing Yang and the others have been hidden from the world one after another, I have taken the position of head alone. Shu Yao nodded. Wow, that's not very tired, care of so many people, basically I see you don't sleep every day. GOKU said with admiration. However, I heard that if women do not pay attention to rest and sleep, they will not be good for their skin, they will easily age, and menopause will be early. GOKU paused and said reminiscingly. GOKU doesn't say this tightly, as soon as he said that this skin and face are the most important things for women, especially Shu Yao, after hearing Liu-Kong's words, he lost his voice. You mean, I will be easy? Easy? Shu Yao covered her face with her hands. Ah, yes, I heard them say that if a woman does not rest often, the moisture in her skin will disappear, it will become drier, and when the time comes, it will become old. When the few women outside the door heard this, except for Lingsha, they couldn't help covering their mouths and chuckling, and Si Rong laughed even more. Sister Lingsha, your words are really remembered. Seeing that several women were laughing at themselves, Lingsha was angry and shy, and muttered with dissatisfaction, humph, smelly and public, bad public, make me ugly in front of my sisters. Just as the so-called husband and wife are of the same heart, Lingsha's small scolding immediately made GOKU usher in that familiar and strange feeling. Yawn. GOKU sneezed violently. Shu Yu said softly, Tianhe, what's wrong, is it because of sleeping on the roof last night? Why, Tianhe, you sleep on the roof? How about that, aren't you afraid of the cold? Shu Yao said in surprise. GOKU scratched his nose and signaled that it was okay, it doesn't matter, it's just that the nose is itchy, it's okay, oh yes, you guys continue to talk, I'll go out. Suyu nodded, and GOKU turned and walked towards the door. Oh, no sound. Really, what's going on, is the conversation over? Squeak, the door was suddenly opened, and Goku's head was exposed, looking at Si Rong and Lingsha very calmly. I know that there is a reason why I sneezed just now. At Xianggong, early. Ryasa and Si Rong saw GOKU suddenly appear, and quickly pretended that nothing had happened to greet GOKU. Okay, I don't blame you, it's just, what are you doing here, Kinji Mengli? How do you like eavesdropping? GOKU and Kotohime Mengli have not been getting along for a day or two. In Goku's eyes, they are the big lady, but they don't know that they are gradually being damaged by Lingsha and Sarong. I'm sorry, Tianhe, we were listening to my mother-in-law talk about my mother-in-law back then. Kotohime and Mengli stood there as if they had done something wrong. You want to know that you can come and go and listen directly or ask my mother, why stand outside the door and listen? I just felt your breath inside, I thought you would come in, but you just stood at the door and didn't come in, I really don't understand. GOKU said inexplicably. Ah, hey, yes, we're just here. Si Rong said with a smile. Oh, okay, my mother is talking to Yaoer, I see we don't bother, speaking of which, I would like to go to the forbidden place to see that Uncle Xianxiao again, after all, I promised him to help him lift the seal. GOKU moved his body and said. Then let's go together. Mengli said that she found that the feelings for GOKU in her heart were getting stronger and stronger, and she couldn't bear it anymore, and decided that she would follow him wherever GOKU said to go, like Sarong and Ryasa. Well, okay, here we are. Before GOKU finished speaking, This voice said. GOKU suddenly squatted on the ground weakly. Ha, I'm so hungry, let me eat before going. The fourth girl smiled. Chapter 073. After eating the big meal, GOKU went to the Forbidden Land with Sarong, Ryasa, Kotoheim, and Mengli. However, on the way there, he met the Ziying uncle who gave Wukong a headache. Uncle Junior is early. GOKU said hello, and the four women also said hello one after another. Ziying's signature ice cube face, where are you going? Forbidden Land? Well, GOKU saw that he was guessed by Ziying, and he was overwhelmed by the fact that he was not good at lying, and could only scratch his head. Humph, you are really not enterprising, blindly caring about your own curiosity, what a system! Ziying said in a deep voice. Hey, why are you angry? We just went there to keep our promise. Rong said dissatisfied. Promise? Ziying was puzzled. Yes, last night, Tianhe personally promised to help Senior Xianxiao lift the seal, so this time we went to see what was the way. Mengli said. Is that so? Well, that's right, besides, Senior Xianxiao also promised that we could go to see him again. Kotoheim also spoke. Okay, but I can't go with you. Firstly, I have important things to do, and secondly, unlike you, I do not have the freedom to enter the Forbidden Land without permission, but I will talk to the leader, but when you return, you must tell me how to lift the seal of Uncle Master. Ziying said after a moment of silence. No problem. GOKU nodded. That's good. In addition, your movements must be secretive, and you must not let other disciples see it, otherwise there will be unnecessary trouble. Ziying instructed. Oh, you know, why is it so verbose? Ryasa waved her hand and said impatiently. The corner of Ziying's mouth twitched, and with a light sigh, she walked past several people. Ice cubes are ice cubes, it's always so cold. Rong muttered softly. Puff, Sister Sarong, Uncle Junior, he may be a natural personality, there is no way to change it so easily, I believe as long as we explain him more in the future, it will be fine. Mengli covered her mouth and smiled. Untie him? I think it's better to let our family open up their feelings. Ryasa hugged GOKU's arm and pouted. Why did it involve me again? GOKU scratched his head and wondered. But Uncle Junior is right, I think we better hurry up and go to the Forbidden Land, otherwise those disciples will really be troublesome when they see it when they come back. Kinji said at this time. Several people nodded, and then walked in the direction again, only stopping from time to time to see if other disciples saw it. Let's move carefully. GOKU said seriously, and the women also nodded. Are they going to the enemy camp to explore the enemy? After an hour of attack, the five finally came to the forbidden place again. This place in the day is not very different from this place in the evening. A few people observed that it was very ordinary during the day, but in the evening, it seemed very gloomy. Okay, it's irrelevant, let's go inside. After GOKU finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in, and several women followed. After passing through the two heavens of ice and fire again, the group of 5 people came to the icicle again. Are you? Xianxiao was a little surprised. Didn't you come at the wrong time? GOKU asked puzzled. It's okay, what's the matter with you guys? Xianxiao said. Actually, it's nothing, it's that I promised to help you lift the seal, and I will definitely do it, and secondly, I want to know why you were sealed here. I just vaguely know that you are like this because of my mother's departure. GOKU asked. Xianxiao was silent, and GOKU asked, can't you say? Adult past, since you want to know, then I will tell you. Xianxiao began to say the events of that year from one to the end, and the 5 people present couldn't help but have various expressions and moods. After your mother and your father left, I practiced Zai, but without the support of Wangshu, I was gradually devoured by the heart demon, and was sealed here by Shu Yao and others before going crazy. GOKU didn't hear too much last time, and what Sudama told him wasn't too complete. Goku wanted to know the full story, so he asked this question at the beginning. Then you also said that your skills will not retreat. I believe you can also break through this icicle yourself. Si Rong asked. That's natural, just some scruples. Scruples? What is it? Kotoheim asked. Since I was frozen in ice, I painstakingly practiced the self-created ice condensation technique to counterbalance it. If I break the ice, I am confident that I will not repeat the mistakes of the past, but in order to be safe, I need 3 things that are dark and cold. Oh? And these 3 magical treasures? Goku was surprised, and quickly asked, where can I find that? Xianxiao did not answer but asked, Tianhe, are you really willing to help me? Goku nodded firmly, I can say it, I can do it, since I said it, I will definitely help you, and you have been locked up for more than 10 years, isn't it enough? In other words, if it is me, I can't stand it for 19 hours. Xianxiao in the icicle showed a smile, well, since you have said this, it will seem pretentious for me to push back, but you can regret it at any time, I will not complain. No, besides, I also promised my mother. Shiyu, your mother also wants you to save me. Well, uncle, I want to tell you something, maybe you have known it for a long time, that is, back then, before my mother married my father, and after marrying my father, the person she liked was always you, although my mother did not mention you again after marrying my father, but my mother definitely did not forget you. For the first time, Goku said so. Is it? Xianxiao asked calmly. Yes, uncle, I won't care about the relationship between you and my father back then, my father is no longer there, I only hope that my mother can live happily in the future, so I will agree to any request from my mother. Tianhe. You are very filial and worthy of being your mother's child. Xianxiao said with admiration. Yes, maybe. The atmosphere fell silent, and at this time Mengli broke the silence and asked, Senior Xianxiao, forgive the elder for asking more questions. Xianxiao said, you ask, and it seems that you are Tianhe's wife, just call me uncle the same as Tianhe. Mengli's little face blushed, but she still asked seriously, do you still love your mother-in-law now? To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 074. For Mengli's question, except for Wukong, the 3 girls were surprised, because they couldn't imagine that Mengli would ask this question, but for this question that had been asked, they were also looking forward to Suang Xiao's answer. Is it that important to love or not to love? Xianxiao said slightly. Of course it's important, don't you know that whether it's a man or a woman, it's only happiest to be with the person you like and love the most. Si Rong said urgently. Is it? Maybe I used to think so, but after all, I have been joining the Kyanghua sect for many years, and most of my heart has been occupied by immortal law, and I am not too clear about emotional matters. Xianxiao said. That. Haven't you ever loved your mother-in-law? Ryasa asked. This, I can tell you for sure, I loved, and loved very much. I also wanted to try to give up Ascension and stay with Suyu like this, but I didn't take that opportunity well. You may think I'm stupid, because at that time, I was really irresistible to the temptation of Ascension, and I practiced for a long time to practice the 2 swords to the mirror. How can I say give up? Xianxiao said as if relieved. So, you gave up my mother, gave up the person you love the most, and only wanted to ascend. Goku couldn't help but ask. That's right, and at that time we were fighting with the demon world, with countless deaths and injuries, and your mother begged me to give up the idea of ascending, but unfortunately, I cursed her for being a woman, and she and I ended like this. Several people were silent again, and for a long time, Goku suddenly asked, is Ascension really that good? Tianhe, you are still young, Ascension is the wish of every cultivator, everyone aspires to become an immortal, become an immortal body, have immortality, and escape heaven and earth. However, compared to that, I think that being with the people I like is the ultimate thing. After all, those are dispensable in my opinion. GOKU. Although Wukong's words were not philosophical, listening to the women of Sarong, it made them moved. Oh, Tianhe, your mother, like you, saw it very early, when your father praised your mother for being beautiful, but your mother just said, beautiful and ugly, all white under the skin, appearance and sound, what is the difference? When I heard those words, I could feel that your mother definitely did not desire to cultivate the truth to join the Qianghua sect, perhaps only she knew about it. Xianxiao said gently. Beautiful and ugly, the woman kept repeating this sentence, and the two naughty little girls Sirong and Ling Sha also showed a worried look at this time. You don't have to worry or be sad, because you've found a good husband, a man who can truly entrust you for life. Xianxiao said after seeing it. When the women heard this, their little faces turned crimson and they were shy. Oh yes, where should I find those 3 cold weapons? GOKU asked as he remembered business. If you really want to help me, you can walk through the drunken shade of flowers in the back mountain of this sect and go to a place called Clear Breeze Stream. The 2 elders Qingyang and Chongguang who lived in seclusion there should know where to find the 3 cold tools. Xianxiao said. After a pause, he said, report my name, if they are willing to help, it is naturally good, if they are unwilling. There is no need to force it. Don't worry, we'll go. Wukong was just about to leave after speaking, but was stopped by Xianxiao. Wait. I forgot to ask you, but you've been afraid of the cold since you were a child. Chills. Wukong obviously didn't know what it meant, and Sirong explained, it's the meaning of being afraid of cold. Oh, don't be afraid, and it's never cold, it's never hot. GOKU replied naturally. Xianxiao was surprised. Strange, with your physique, it shouldn't, Xianxiao muttered, it should be because Wangsha broke off the contact. Okay, you can go, remember, if it doesn't work, don't force it. Xianxiao instructed. Oh, good. GOKU turned to the women and said, let's go. The 4 women agreed in unison, and the 5 left together. Shuyu, Xianxiao read the name of Shuyu again. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 075. After coming out of the Forbidden Land, Wukong suddenly stopped, several women were puzzled, and Sirong asked softly, what's wrong? Goku's mood is not as good as before, and the previous Goku, no matter when and where, will face all kinds of things optimistically, and will not drag mud, let alone in terms of feelings. However, since coming to this strange and familiar world, he found that his previous self had become farther and farther away from himself, or in other words, more and more blurred, and he could no longer find that happy feeling. Alas, Goku sighed and touched his forehead, not knowing if it was annoyance or what. Xianggong, what are you sighing about? Ryasa saw Goku sigh, thinking that Goku never sighed or anything, because it was tantamount to some kind of difficulty trapping Goku. In her eyes, Goku was invincible. Kotoheim came to Goku's side and saw that Goku looked troubled with his eyes closed, so he used his jade hand to help Goku rub his temples, and said softly, Tianhe, are you tired? Goku closed his eyes and said, I don't know, I just know that after I experienced something, I suddenly found that I was really naive and didn't know about this world. Mengli also came to Wukong's side and said, Tianhe, don't care so much about so many things, you know, in Mengli's eyes, you will always be the Tianhe who is not afraid of the sky and the earth, and will always face all difficulties with a smile, and it is also Mengli's favorite Tianhe. Mengli, thank you. Goku smiled. And us, Xianggong, you can't hope for one or the other, we will always support you. Sirong and Ling Sha were not to be outdone. Good, good, I won't snub you. Goku signaled that Kotoheim could stop, so he opened his eyes and moved his body. Okay, let's go to the main hall, let's tell my mother and the head of the house about this. The women nodded, and then walked towards the main hall together. Out of the forbidden place, when passing by the disciple room, Wukong and the others met an acquaintance Suanja. Hey, we're meeting again. GOKU laughed. How, does it feel bitter here? Xuanji looks like a little loli, although not too short, but she looks as cute as a little girl, 2 small dimples, and a round little face is very lovely. It's okay, it's not bitter, it's much easier than when I used to practice, it's just that there are too few wild boars here. GOKU scratched his head and smiled. Haha, you are so interesting, I heard Qianghua disciple say this, you are also the first. Xuanji laughed when he heard GOKU's words. After Xuanji smiled, he remembered that behind Wukong, he was just about to say hello but found a raw face, came to Qinji's side and walked around, looked at him and said, this sister is so good-faced, is she also with Tianhe? Kotoheim nodded and said, yes. Masters. Little senior sister? Hee, I'm also a senior sister, but the little senior sister is too ugly, just call it senior sister. Xuanji also seems to be a romantic person. Hee, okay, senior sister, okay. Kotoheim smiled. Wow, you are so beautiful, Tianhe, why are there always so many beautiful women around you, are you lucky with peach blossoms? Xuanji found that every time he saw GOKU, he saw that there were always beautiful women around him, at least one. Of course, but senior sister, you will definitely be a big beauty in the future. Lingsha touched Suanja's head. And Suanja immediately flashed, covered her head, and pouted and said dissatisfiedly, don't touch my head, I'm not a child. Wukong and the others smiled and said nothing, and Mengli said, by the way, why don't you see senior brother Huishuo? Qinji pouted, he, maybe go after his junior sister who started some time before you. Hey? What do you mean? Does he not like you? Ryasa asked. You say, he used to pester me, and since that junior sister came, he hasn't come to me anymore, but well, it's good, I'm still young, I don't want to be involved in feelings so early, and it's good to practice martial arts happily every day. Xuanji said indifferently. I really didn't expect to meet again, senior brother Huishuo empathized and fell in love. Si Rong said incredulously. The world is unpredictable, don't care too much, and it is possible that Huishuo is really not suitable for Suanja. Ryasa also said. By the way, where are you going? Xuanji asked. Seeing that Suanja was not as sad as he imagined, several people didn't want to ask more, everything was casual. Hearing Suanja ask this, Wukong said, we are going to find the leader. Boss? Oh, by the way, just now when I was passing by the main hall, I saw a beautiful woman inside, so beautiful that I don't know how to describe it, I saw that she and the head seemed to be very talkative, really strange. Xuanji pointed his finger and said, looking very surprised. Oh, that's my mother. GOKU laughed. Your mother? How can it be? Xuanji stammered and pointed at GOKU in disbelief. If you don't believe it, how about you come with us to witness it? Si Rong said proudly. Well, go and go, anyway, if I don't see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it if I hear it with my own ears. Xuanji looked like she had to go. Let's go then. After GOKU finished speaking, he took the lead and walked forward, followed by several women and Suanja. Along the way, Xuanji pouted, the little faces on both sides were very cute, and the two little girls Si Rong and Ling Sha kept poking and poking with their fingers, and giggling. Mengli and Kotoheim also covered their mouths and chuckled. Soon, several people came to the door of the main hall, and at this time, Wukong and the others remembered a serious question, how come there is no disciple guarding the door of the main hall, and when the head calls someone, where did the disciple come from? _. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 076. The women stayed at the door, while Goku walked into the hall and shouted, "Mom, I'm back." Suyu and Suyu are chatting casually, and the target is Wukong, and it just so happens that Goku comes in at this time. "Tianhe, where have you been? How did it take so long to come back?" Suyu helped Goku tidy up his somewhat messy clothes. I went to see Uncle Xianxiao with Lingsha." Goku spoke a little embarrassed. "Did you go see him again?" Suyu didn't have a reaction that was too surprised, but the hand that helped Goku sort out his clothes paused for a moment before resuming his movements, and asked very calmly. "Mom, why are you so calm?" Goku couldn't help but ask. "Tianhe, this matter, my mother has already told senior sister, you don't have to be so restrained." Wukong looked at Shu Yao, only to see Shu Yao nodding and saying, "You don't say a word to me when you go to the Forbidden Land. If you show it to other disciples, won't you cause unnecessary trouble? How do you say the same thing as Ziying?" Goku touched his nose and said, "Ziying? Is that the man with the sword gate on his back?" Suyu said. "Mom, have you seen him?" "Well, he came in not long ago, and I also learned that he was Zonglian's apprentice. Alas, I can't imagine that I will see you again. It's really..." Shu Yu couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion in his heart. "Okay, junior sister, forget about everything in the past, don't mention it again. What I just said to you, you think about it." Shu Yao held Shu Yu's hand and comforted Shu Yu. "Well, thank you, senior sister." Leaving the hall in a daze, Goku and Sudama saw a picture at the door. Goku asked, "Hey, is Suinja sleepy? How did you sleep?" It turned out that Xianji was already lying in Si Rong's arms at this time, and Si Rong said with a smile, "Hehe, it's not because you called your mother-in-law just now, so that the little senior sister can't stand the stimulation and goes. Is that so? Then you won't faint, that's it." Goku wondered. Shuyu said, "Let's take her in quickly, otherwise it's not good to get cold." Then, Si Rong hugged Suinja, and suddenly several people came to Wukong's room together. After putting Xianji on Goku's bed, Goku slapped his forehead. "Ah, I forgot about the important thing." Shuyu asked, "What's important?" Wukong said, "It's about helping Uncle Xianxiao lift the seal." Shuyu was not anxious, but asked directly, "Why, Tianhe, you have a way?" "Well, Uncle said that as long as he collects the 3 cold weapons, then he can lift the seal with greater certainty." Shu Yu heard this, 3 cold instruments. "Yes, Uncle Xianxiao said that we can go to Qingfeng Stream to find 2 retired elders, and we can find 3 things from the sky to the cloudy to the cold, and we can help him break through the ice." Mengli replied. Suyu just nodded. Everyone was very strange. Why did Suyu seem to be very anxious and sad when he saw Xianxiao, but why is it so calm now? "Mom, why are you so calm about your reaction?" Goku couldn't help but ask. "Yes, mother-in-law, isn't Uncle Xianxiao the one you really love?" Si Rong also asked. Hearing this, Shuyu suddenly spoke up, No, he is no longer." Shuyu suddenly sat on the stool and turned around, looking very flustered. "Mom, are you okay?" Goku asked with his hands on Shuyu's shoulders with concern. Si Rong also came to Shuyu's side and squatted down and said, "I'm sorry, mother-in-law, I shouldn't have asked you like this." Shuyu calmed down and said to Si Rong with a smile, "It doesn't matter, I'll be fine." Suyu stood up and said to Wukong, "Tianhe, since this is the case, my mother begs you to help your uncle find those 3 cold weapons and let him break the ice, which should be my compensation for him." Reparations. Goku was puzzled. "Well, okay, anyway, you just need to remember, by the way, you don't tell senior sister about this first, I'll find an opportunity to tell her, you guys go find those 3 cold weapons." Suyu said. That mother, you. Don't worry, Niang will be waiting for you here, don't worry about Niang. Suyu smiled slightly. That. Well, here we go. Goku glanced at Suyu again, and then left the room with several women who had finished greeting him. After Wukong and them left, Suyu sat on a stool, holding the orajade in his hand, and muttered, Why did I want to say that senior brother is no longer the person I love? Why is senior brother's shadow no longer there, is it? Sudama stood in the doorway and stared blankly at the figure of Goku who was walking farther and farther in front of the women. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 077. By the way, do you want to call Xing? Goku suddenly asked. Unexpectedly, the 4 women all shook their heads in unison, and Si Rong said, Don't call him, this ice cube face, I don't want him to follow us. Goku was embarrassed, this is not good, otherwise he will be verbose again. Say Cao, Cao will arrive. When Wukong looked behind the women, Murong Xing, the person he was talking about, was walking towards here. How, do you know there is a way? Xing came to several people and asked. Qin Ji nodded, well, Senior Xianxiao said that you only need to collect 3 cold weapons that are yin to cold. Seriously? Zai Yinki was very anxious. Why are you so excited? Ryasa asked puzzled. That's natural, then, does the head know about this? Xing asked. Mengli shook her head, not yet, but the mother-in-law will tell the boss. Uncle Yu, that's great, are you 5 going together? Of course. Si Rong seemed very proud. It's a pity that the demon realm will come soon, if not. I want to go with me. Xing said regretfully. Oh, you go get busy with yours, don't worry about ours, we'll find it for sure. Si Rong and Ling Sha couldn't wait for Xing not to go. Xing glanced at Si Rong and Ling Sha suspiciously, and then said, in this way, this burden will be handed over to you. So he turned and left. Did I read it wrong, is that Xing? Sister Sarong, pinch me. Hey? Why are you pinching me, Lingsha? Goku suddenly felt his waist being attacked, but asked calmly. Hey? Xiang Gong, aren't you in pain? Ryasa asked incredulously. Goku scratched his head, it doesn't hurt. Si Rong came over and pinched Wukong's waist and said, does it hurt? Goku shook his head, the 2 girls oh no, there are also Mengli and Kotoheim shocked. Okay, don't pinch it, let's go to Qingfeng stream. Kotoheim stopped the 2 little girls who kept pinching Goku. Helplessly, he had to admit that Goku was a copper-clad iron-clad bone. I remember that the Qingfeng stream should be in this direction, and Uncle Xianxiao said it should be there. Mengli looked at a long corridor and said. Then let's go. Not long after, the 5 came to the breeze stream. Wow, it's so beautiful here, there's a lot of clear water. Seeing the breezy environment, Si Rong had to admire. There's a house there, let's go and see it. Goku sharply spotted 2 wooden houses on a small hillside not far away. After circling around the wooden bridge over the river, several people came to the wooden house. Goku immediately shouted, is there anyone? And the echo. Tianhe, it's too rude for you to shout like this. Mengli said, and turned to Qin Ji and shouted, Disciple Qin Ji, there is something important to come to see the 2 elders. Immediately, there was an old man's voice, the head of the sect sent you. Before he could answer, the voice came again, the head of the rule is good, the 2 of us have been retired for a long time, and nothing can help her, you go back. Mengli said, it's not the head, but Senior Xianxiao ordered us to come. In an instant, 2 rays of light appeared in front of Goku and the others, and then 2 people appeared, one was dressed in a blue robe, and all the hair on his face was white, and the other was terrible, Night Tsuru had a childlike appearance. The two are elder Qing Yang Chong Guang. Mengli saluted. Well, you just said Xian Xiao? Qing Yang asked. Yes. Mengli nodded. How did you reserve disciples see Xian Xiao? Shigemitsu asked. It's me, I took my mother's aura jade to the Forbidden Land. Goku scratched his head and said embarrassed. Qing Yang was surprised. You look a lot like a person. Chong Guang said, Qing Yang, you can see clearly that he is not that person, but just has a similar appearance. Who? Is it Tian He's father? Si Rong asked. Qing Yang stroked his beard and said, disciples in the sect, how can we not know? Kong Guang's tone was a little impatient. Gossip, Xian Xiao sent you here, there will be something big, say it quickly. Oh, he said he was going to break the ice. Goku replied. Goku glanced at his mouth and said, it's just that he said that he also wanted 3 cold weapons from the world to the clouds and cold, and said that you would know their whereabouts. How does Xian Xiao look now? He is absolutely sure that he can break the ice. Qing Yang asked. I don't know, I just know that he said he must be very sure. Goku shook his head and said. Suing Xiao's body is full of blazing sun, how can it be suppressed by relying on a few cold weapons alone? Shigemitsu wondered. Qing Yang said, maybe Xian Xiao has cultivated some kind of method to restrain the blazing sunday. Chong Guang frowned, could it be? Is it ice freezing? Qing Yang nodded, maybe, but this is too amazing. In just 19 years, he can suppress the yang qi in the body. Xian Xiao is really an unearthly wizard, but it is a pity that he created people, and he fell to the end of being frozen in ice. He has always been arrogant and has never asked for help, and today we have entrusted each other, and I should do our best to help. Qing Yang suddenly asked Wukong, this little brother, you are the son of Yun Tianqing and Zhiyu. Goku nodded, yes. Qing Yang muttered, this. Maybe it's all providence. Hey? This little brother, your sword, but Wangshu? Qing Yang asked when he saw Wangshu behind Goku. You know this sword? Why do you all call him Wangshu? Your sword, and Suing Xiao's Xi and sword are all things of this gate. Sure enough, I said, I always think this sword is something special. Goku pouted. Chong Guang suddenly said, wait, Qing Yang, why can't I feel Wangshu's aura? That's right, what's going on? Qing Yang was also surprised at this time. Chapter 078. What's out of aura? What are you talking about? Goku asked in confusion. Little brother, how long have you used this sword? Shigemitsu asked. It's been used for more than 10 years, and it's quite smooth. Goku recalled. So when you were using it, did any strange phenomena occur? Shigemitsu asked again. Phenomenon? No, it's just a normal sword. How come? Qing Yang frowned. How? Is there anything wrong with Sanko's sword? Ryasa asked aloud. Why are you surprised to be like this? Si Rong couldn't help but wonder, because Chong Guang and Qinjiang's eyes suddenly widened when they looked at Lingsha. This girl, you were born in the cloudy year? Qing Yang asked. Lingsha said incredulously, it's amazing that you know when I was born. We didn't mean that, it just involved Wangshu. That's it, in that case, do you feel something different in your body? Strange? No, I'm fine. Ryasa thought about it and shook her head. Strange? Well, since this is the case, although there are not many things in the world that are cloudy and cold, there are no less than 5, but it is difficult to find, and it is not easy to find 3. After a pause, Qing Yang continued, I have only heard some rumors, one of which was Guangji Hantu appeared on the seashore hundreds of years ago, today's Jimo, and Kunlun is the scales of the big fish in the north, that fish swam near Chao Lake a few years ago. As for the third one, I don't know what it is, I only know that it is hidden in the legendary Yandi Sheneng cave. We might as well go over and visit these places. Are you going to? But we're going to go on our own. GOKU scratched his head and said. Humph. If you have the courage, then go for yourself. Shigemitsu snorted. Did I say something wrong? GOKU scratched his head in confusion. It doesn't matter, it's good for young people to have more experience, and if you come to Qingfeng Stream again in case of difficulties, we will definitely help. Qingyang helped his beard and said. Go ahead. Coming down the hillside, several people began to talk. Han Lingsha said, has that heavy light long cultivated into an immortal body, although his hair and eyebrows are white, his face is so young. Qin Ji said, that's where his cultivation method has reached. The two elders lived 20 or 30 years longer than ordinary people, but they were not immortal. Bored, I rummaged through all the books in the library, and I didn't see anyone from the Qianghua sect who cultivated the immortal body, said Lingsha with a pout. Library? Books? GOKU wondered. No. I mean, when are we going to go find those three things? Of course, we'll go right away, but which one to start with? GOKU said immediately. Since the two elders said that it is not simple, then there is no difference in any of them, it is better to start with the light level cold map. Mengli said. Well, let's go to Jimo, I can lead the way, I know, just in the northeast, by the sea. Ryasa said with a smile. Leaving the breeze stream, GOKU and the others came not far from the mountain gate, because they didn't want to communicate with the gate anymore, which was annoying. Let's go with the sword. The five of Wukong summoned their swords together, and just as they were about to take off, they listened, Tianhe. GOKU and the others looked back and saw that it was Suyu who was running towards here. Mom, why are you here? GOKU asked. Suyu came to Wukong and said with a light breath, Tianhe, Niang has thought about it, take Niang with me. Mom, are you going to? Seeing that Suyu nodded so affirmatively, GOKU let Suyu stand on the sword, turned around and shouted, let's go. As soon as the sword trick was thought, all five swords flew up. Because it was Ryasa who led the way, and GOKU had to take care of Suyu, he flew at the back, but GOKU didn't know that Suyu behind him was intoxicated holding his waist. Wukong suddenly turned around and asked Suyu, Mom, where is Suanja? Suyu raised her head, that little girl. When she woke up, she went back to her room. Oh! Tianhe, are we looking for a cold weapon? Suyu asked. Well, we're going to find what pictures are there. GOKU didn't know what the diagram was. By the way, Mother, does the boss know about this? GOKU asked again. Well, Niang has already told senior sister. GOKU turned his head and was slightly surprised. Wow, Mom, you move so fast. Shuyu smiled and then said softly, Tianhe, do you remember that Niang said that the person she loved the most before was Xian Xiao? GOKU replied, remember, what's wrong? Did you hear what Niang said before? Tianhe, Niang will soon be able to tell you who the person you love really is. Suyu said. Is it? Mother, they are flying fast, Mother, you hold tight, I want to accelerate. GOKU saw that the speed of the women in Lingsha was getting faster and faster, and if he didn't catch up, he would have to use his anger again. Suyu smiled slightly, hugged GOKU's waist again, and as soon as GOKU thought the trick, he slowly caught up. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 079. Needless to say, although the speed of the Imperial Sword flight is not as fast as Goku's Chi flight, it is not slow, and it only took 10 minutes to reach the hiding point of the Guangji Han to Jimo. But when the 6 people got off the sword, looking at the storm in the city, Lingsha looked at it and wondered, wow, Zhang Lantern, is there some celebration? Celebration, then, is there something to eat? GOKU thought that in the past, when everyone gathered together, there would be a lot of good things to eat. Goku's stomach sounded in protest. Scratching his head and giggling, the signature move, but it made several women laugh. In this way, I will buy some food for Tianhe first, and you will go and inquire about the news first. Suyu said. Mother-in-law, I will go with you. Mother-in-law, you are too beautiful, with me, you will be safe. Si Rong playfully came to Shuyu's side and took Shuyu's hand sweetly. Okay, then let's go, we'll make peace on the bridge ahead. After Shuyu finished speaking, he took Si Rong and walked towards the crowd. Okay, let's go. Goku turned back to the three girls and said. To say that this Wukong's appearance, plus Qinji, Mengli, and Lingsha, three fairy-level beauties, appeared together in the crowded market, it was like a bomb coming over. Wow, my god, am I dreaming? Is this still human? Passerby looked at Goku and the others blankly and said. Mom, it's the first time in my life I've seen three big beauties, and the man in front of me is also handsome. Passerby B also said stupidly. After the passers-by around saw the four Goku, they began to focus their eyes on them. Why are you all watching us? Goku wondered. That's not because of Mengli, or Sister Kotoheim, or me. Lingsha said proudly. Lingsha. Mengli and Qinji said with shame, their pretty faces were blushing, so that those passers-by with colored hearts and no color could see that it could already rain. Let's hurry up and ask if anyone knows the whereabouts of Guangji Hantu. Kotoheim said. Goku and the others nodded, but unfortunately it was not suitable to ask here, so they continued to walk. Fortunately, when they arrived at the front, the four Goku were not in the situation that the Discoverer had just been, but many people kept running in one direction. Goku casually grabbed a young man. Hey, do you know the Hikari Hantu? Young Jia impatiently ignored Wukong and the others and said, Oh, don't talk to me, I have to rush to the Fox Immortal Temple, if I don't hurry up and send the tribute, I don't know what will happen. At this time, another young man ran over. Yes, if you miss the hour, it will be miserable if the Fox Fairy is unhappy. Just as Goku asked young B again, a man's anxious voice came from behind him. You, who has seen my daughter Lotus Treasure? Young Jia stuck his chest and said, I said Xia Shu's Hung, of course, your own daughter must take care of herself, why do you come to ask us if you lose it? Just now she was following me, and she disappeared in a flash. No hurry, let's help you find it together. A man who looked like a butcher came over and said very strongly. Young B said. Today is a big day for Jimmo to hold a celebration, and everyone wants to congratulate the Fox Immortal on his birthday, why is it at this time? After a pause, if we annoy the Fox Fairy, all of us will suffer. Fox Fairy. Perhaps, he took Lian Bao away. Xia Yuanchen muttered. What? You said that Xiao Lianbao was a fox fairy. That may not be able to help you. After that, the butcher actually left. Young B said. Xia Shu's Hung, Fox Immortal birthday, are you not sincerely celebrating? Otherwise, how could this unfortunate thing fall on your head? At this time, an old man also came over. Yuan Chen, Lianbao, she was really taken away by the Fox Immortal. Xia Yuanchen shook his head. I don't know, I just guessed. Lian Bao, she has always been very well behaved, and she will not run around casually. The old man said again. You said yes, that's it. You always seem to be able to sense something, and most of the time it is also enlightened, and everyone has escaped a lot of disasters because of you. But this time, how do you ask everyone to help? The old man asked. Watching the butcher leave, Young Yi was silent, and Xia Yuanchen said in a firm tone, Don't be embarrassed, I'll go and get the lotus treasure back myself. The old man sighed, alas. Several people left one after another. That surnamed Xia is so pitiful, her daughter is missing, and there is no one to help." Ryasa muttered. I saw that his anxious face turned pale, and I thought, let's help him find it together. Mengli said slightly. Well, I think so too, but I think we should first get along with my mother-in-law, and then look for it together, otherwise my mother-in-law will be in a hurry at that time. Kotoheim said. Well, let's go to that bridge then. GOKU and the others finally arrived at a bridge at the place of the meeting, but when GOKU and the others came, they found that Suyu and Shirong were already waiting here. Suyu and Sarong were holding a large package in their hands, and the image they looked at really did not match the two beauties. Wow, mother-in-law, Sarong, how much did you buy? Ryasha asked as she looked at the two packages in surprise. Sarong thought for a while and said, we bought 20 buns, 20 pancakes, and a jug of wine. Wine? Ah, Sarong, don't you say that I forgot, when we were in the Illusion Realm trial, didn't we hide a lot of wine in our ring? GOKU hammered his palm, and finally remembered and said. Yes, how did I forget, you look at me, obviously there is wine, and I still buy wine, hee hee. Sarong smiled embarrassedly. Ring? Sister Sarong, I didn't even find you actually brought rings, Ha Xianggong you are biased, and people want it too. Ryasa pouted and reached out to GOKU to coquettishly. GOKU smiled and conjured 4 rings, and Ryasa quickly took one and put it on his ring finger, and kissed Goku's cheek. Thank you Sanko. GOKU turned to Yumarai and Kotoheim, you guys take one too. Yumarai and Kotoheim shyly took a ring from Goku's hand, and also stayed on the ring finger, and looked at the ring as if she cherished it. GOKU found that it seemed that he had taken one more, but soon, GOKU found the object, came to Suyu, and said to Suyu, who had not yet reacted, Mom, this is for you. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 080. When Shuyu heard Sarong say the ring, she stood on the spot. In fact, even she couldn't believe that her heart suddenly filled with vinegar when she heard these 2 words. Then, seeing that Ryasa and GOKU coquettishly asked for one, GOKU gave Mengli and Kotoheim another one. Seeing that they were all very sweet rubbing the ring, Suyu pretended to be congratulatory on the surface, but there was an urge to cry in her heart, and at the same time laughed at herself. I am the mother of Tianhe, what am I thinking? Hee hee, that's it, it's good to be around Tianhe in the future, what else do I ask for? However, just a few seconds after she finished thinking about it, she saw her son come to her, stretching out his hand and saying what he had just said. Suyu didn't react for a long time, just stared blankly at the ring that glowed in the sun, did not speak, and did not move. Mom? Mother? GOKU stretched out his left hand and shook it in front of Shuyu's eyes, calling twice. Hey, hey. Suyu didn't know what he was thinking, but now he was shook by Goku's shout, and suddenly turned back to his senses and looked at GOKU. Mom, what are you thinking? You have this ring. This, Tianhe, this, how can Niang? Suyu looked at the ring in Goku's hand reluctantly, but the problem of identity made her want to refuse. Mother-in-law, since Tianhe wants to give it to you, you can take it, otherwise you will fail Tianhe's wishes. Kotoheim came to Suyu's side and held Suyu's hand. Yes, mother-in-law, in fact, this ring it is very useful, you see. Sarong magically put the package containing the food into the ring, and said to the surprised Yu, this ring, Xianggong said that it is a storage ring, and it can put a lot of things. Shuyu hesitated, but at Qin Sarong's persuasion and Mengli and Lingsha's persuasive eyes, he looked at his son scratching his head, standing there as if he was very wronged, holding the ring at a loss. Suyu smiled and said, okay, then I'll take it. When GOKU heard this, he immediately handed the ring to Suyu. Shuyu took the ring and said, okay, let's go. However, after turning around, he put it on his ring finger without everyone's knowledge. While walking, Mengli suddenly said, by by the way, just now we said that we were going to help that Mr. Xia find his daughter. What to find a daughter? Who are you talking about? Si Rong and Chuyu obviously didn't know what Mengli was talking about. Qin Ji told Chuyu and Si Rong about the matter, and Chuyu said, in that case, then let's go help him, maybe we can get the whereabouts of the cold weapon from Mr. Naxia. Okay. After GOKU finished speaking, he turned around and took the lead to walk towards the place where Mr. Naxia had just left. The women in the same place. You look at me with question marks, I look at you, Ryasa asked. Okay. What is it? The other women all shook their heads, and Lingsha crossed her waist. Xianggong is also true, always doing some strange actions and saying strange things inexplicably. Okay, let's go with it, otherwise it's not good to lose it. Si Rong pulled Shu Yu as she walked. At this time, Wukong had followed Xia Yuanquan's breath to an alley, and Wukong saw that Xia Yuanchen was constantly asking passers-by, but unfortunately they all shook their heads. Wukong stepped forward and slapped Xia Yuanchen on the shoulder, and Xia Yuanchen screamed in pain, "Oh! It hurts!" Xia Yuanchen covered his shoulders, cold sweat on his head. Wukong quickly scratched his head embarrassedly and smiled, "I'm really sorry, I tried too hard, hee." This reminds GOKU of the time when he accidentally shot Kiki out of the house. "No, it's okay, I don't know what happened to this son-in-law, I still have to look for my daughter." When Xia Yuanchen rubbed his shoulders and looked at Wukong, he looked like he remembered, "Hey, you didn't just..." Before GOKU could speak, he heard Si Rong, who had already rushed over, say, "We'll help you find your daughter." "You say, you want to help me find my daughter?" Xia Yuanchen questioned. "Yes, we have something to visit, we just arrived, and we just heard that your daughter is missing, so we want to help you," Shuyu said gently. "Oh, what a fairy!" Xia Yuanchen couldn't help but lose his mind for a moment when he looked at Suyu's fairy-like beauty, but his anxious task made him not overly obsessed. "I see that you are all extraordinary, do you?" Xia Yuanchen wanted to ask something. "We are disciples of the Qianghua sect and know a little about swordsmanship." Ko Toheim saluted. "So it is, it's a true cultivator, that's really good. By the way, 9 out of 10 times my daughter Lianbao was taken away by the fox immortal of Yingxiang Mountain. If you are willing, please follow me to rescue her. Yingxiang Mountain is in the northeast of the fox immortal temple." Xia Yuanchen heard that Wukong and the others were cultivators, and his expression of joy was clear. "But why did that fox fairy take your daughter? Isn't the fox fairy supposed to protect one side?" Ryasa asked. Xia Yuanchen said with a look of embarrassment, "I'm afraid it's hard to say anything, right now I just want to find Lianbao quickly and see that she is safe and sound." Mengli said, "There is no need to say more, everything is not too late to find your daughter." Xia Yuanchen threw up his hands and said, "Thank you, great kindness." Xia Yuanchen remembers it in his heart. Coming to the mountain where the fox immortal residence in Xia Yuanquan's mouth was located, seeing that the environment here was simply comparable to Qingluan Peak, Ling Sha couldn't help but mutter, "What kind of fox immortal actually lives in such a good place, and he will enjoy it." While walking, Xia Yuanchen stopped, and when everyone was puzzled, Xia Yuanchen suddenly said, "Lotus treasure." "I hear Lian Bao's voice." Xia Yuanchen surprisingly suddenly disappeared in the eyes of everyone. "Hey? Teleportation?" Wukong scratched his head and observed where Xia Yuanchen was just now. Shu Yu said, that Xia Gongzi is afraid that it is not simple, otherwise how could he hear the Kunlun Qianghua sect and know that he is an immortal cultivator? "Well, what my mother-in-law said is reasonable, I think this mountain is unusual, we must be cautious." Ko Toheim also said. "Well, I can lock in Mr. Naxia's breath, let's hurry over." GOKU said. Lingsha, Sarong, Qinji and Mengli have also studied with Wukong, naturally they can feel Xia Yuanquan's breath, and are about to leave, when suddenly several people look at each other and say, Not good. Chapter 081. When everyone followed that Xia Yuankan's weakening aura to the place, Wukong and the others finally found his traces. That kid. Is it Lian Bao? Mengli looked at the few years old girl standing next to an unknown creature not far away, stupidly gnawing her fingers. Mr. Xia. What happened to him? Si Rong exclaimed. It turned out that Xia Yuanchen was already lying on the ground. The unknown creature smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, it's not much, but it's just faint." Shu Yu said coldly, "Since you are an immortal beast, you should protect mortals, why do you want to hurt people?" The unknown creature is naturally the fox fairy, and it is indeed a fox-faced person, and he still has a bell in his hand. Hearing Shu Yu's words, the fox demon sneered, "Interesting, there are really many nosy people today. You are also stupid to ask this question, you have already become an immortal, if you can't tease mortals as you like, what's the point?" Shu Yu said coldly, "It is not easy for beasts to cultivate immortals, it will take thousands of years at every turn, don't you act like this, aren't you afraid of being punished by heaven?" The fox demon smiled disdainfully, "Heavenly punishment? Haha, ridiculous. I am already an immortal, can I still be beaten back to my beast form? Alas, mother-in-law, why say so much, just teach this stinky fox a lesson and snatch Mr. Xia and his daughter back." Lingsha had already taken out the double-ring weapon. The fox demon smiled disdainfully again, "Want to rob? Humph, not so easy." After saying that, the bell in his hand shook, and suddenly several bodies exactly like him were separated from his body. "This is magic!" Mengli exclaimed. "I'm idle and bored, it's good that someone will send it to the door by himself. Don't say that Uncle Ben bullies people, if you can recognize the real one from these five, I won't say a word, release Xia Yuanchen and his daughter." The fox demon said proudly. "Abominable stinky fox, just beat him." Si Rong was very angry, this was the second time she was angry after beating the god of wealth last time. "Slow, no matter how he says, he is also a scattered immortal, we don't know the details, it's better to just follow his rules first." Qin Ji stopped Si Rong, who was about to step forward, and persuaded. "So what to do, the more I look at him, the more unhappy I become, Xiang Gong, do you have a way?" Si Rong thought about it and decided to ask GOKU. Hehe, don't forget that GOKU has fought with people with avatars many times, and basically uses the same move. "No problem, leave it to me." GOKU twisted his head and smiled. "It's absolutely no problem to go out of the horse." Lingsha said proudly. "Well, you close your eyes first." GOKU said. "Hey? Why?" Si Rong said suspiciously, "Xiang Gong, you can beat, why do you want people to close their eyes? It's not that I haven't seen you beat people." "Don't ask, shut it up, or you'll regret it then." GOKU said again. "Okay then." When Suya heard this, he must have known that GOKU had a way, so he was the first to close his eyes, and the rest of the women also closed their eyes when they saw this. GOKU saw that they had closed their eyes, so he came to the fox demon, who grinned, "Hey? It's a pity that such a handsome little brother came to die, but it seems that the few little ladies behind you are your women, or you will be handed over to me to take care of after you die. You will definitely take care well." Ha 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 ha. The fox demon laughed very discordantly. The few women next to them, especially the impulsive Ryasa and Sarong, were so angry that they didn't fight each other, but when they thought of Goku's words that you would regret otherwise, they forced themselves to close their eyes with anger. When Goku heard this, he didn't have any expression on the surface, but he was already angry in his heart, scolding himself for "Okay, but don't scold the woman you care about." Goku raised his hands in front of him, palms facing him, and the fox demon looked at Goku's appearance and felt even more ridiculous. "Hehe, are you going to play ghost catching?" Ha ha ha. Goku smiled slightly, and then said with a cold face, "2. Yang. Fist. From the palm of Goku's hand emitted a strong dazzling light to the extreme. The fox demon, who was still laughing, hearing Goku's Sun Fist 3 words, felt even more ridiculous, but when he saw that strong light, a feeling of regret to the extreme surged in his heart. Ah! 5 screams sounded at the same time, because the fox demon suddenly felt that his body was attacked. My eyes are... The fox demon covered his eyes in pain, and the bell in his hand had already fallen to the ground. It's time to open it, Goku said to several women. Hearing this, the 5 women immediately opened their eyes, and they found that there were 5 fox demons just now, and at this time they had returned to one, and this one was still covering his eyes and rolling on the ground screaming. Looking at Goku again, he found that Goku had rescued the girl at some point. Great! Lingsha and Sarong were pleasantly surprised. Tianhe, what tricks did you use? Kotoheim also looked at Goku with admiration and asked. Oh, I learned it with a friend, called Sun Fist. This trick can temporarily blind the enemy for a period of time, which is convenient for escape. Goku said. Hey? Friend? Tianhe, when did you make friends like that? Mengli asked incredulously, because Goku was basically with them, who made friends with Goku, how could they not know, but seriously, they didn't know more. Ah, this one, Goku was embarrassed and didn't know how to say, if he was a friend of another world, he couldn't be neurotic on the spot. But coincidentally, at this time, the temporarily blind fox demon had begun to recover his eyesight and relieve Goku's embarrassment, but he gritted his teeth and said, Damn, you actually used this trick. Soldiers are not tired of deceit. Si Rong pouted and said proudly. It's because you are still true cultivators, and you used such fraudulent methods. The fox demon said facelessly. Oh, then you still call yourself an immortal? You actually arrested someone's daughter for no reason, we cheated it, so what are you? Is it teasing? Lingsha crossed her waist and pointed at the fox demon like a strong woman and shouted. Chapter 082. Bah! What teasing? Sling the bull! The fox demon was angry when he heard someone say that he was teasing a little lowly or an idiot lowly. Humph! Then what do you say you are arresting this little girl for? Si Wrong, Lang snorted. Che, that's not because of him. The fox demon pointed at Xia Yuanchen, who was lying on the ground, and hummed, who told him to lose the face of our scattered immortals. Sangxian. Mengli wondered, not only Mengli, the rest of the women, including Wukong, did not know what it meant. You still don't know? The fox demon was about to collapse, and it was so obvious that Goku and the others didn't even understand what it meant. This stupid scholar is so useless, who can meet him as a mountain god? The women except Goku all looked surprised. What? Mr. Xia is not immortal? Kotoheim said in surprise. The fox demon had the same expression as you, look, you are also surprised, right? Xia Yuanchen is obviously a mountain god, he wants to pretend to be immortal, mix with other stupid people, and adopt a daughter, but he is an idiot, isn't it the laughing stock of all scattered immortals? Mengli said, how he wants to live, but it is his own business, it has nothing to do with you. The fox demon shook his head and smiled disdainfully, non he is weaker than me, and he does not measure himself, every time he has to spoil me for good things, who am I going to trick? He wants to eliminate the disaster for that person, and it is clear that he is against me. After a pause, he continued, today I have a big birthday, and I have to teach him a lesson, so I feel unspeakably comfortable. Shuyu scolded, as an earth immortal, it is common sense for the mountain god to shelter mortals. How can you be? The fox demon raised his nose high, and proudly said, don't talk to the uncle about what big reason, anyway, this scholar is stupid, and raising a daughter is as idiotic as him, I just don't like him. You're foolish. Foolish Mengli couldn't help but frown, because she had never seen such a despicable Sangxian who claimed to be an immortal. Humph, it seems that I still have to do it, but well, just now I was negligent and didn't notice this kid's tricks, and I'll show my hand now. The fox demon shook the bell that he picked up at an unknown time, and suddenly the lotus treasure that was originally beside GOKU appeared between GOKU and the fox demon, and turned into 4 identical lotus treasures, no different from the fox demon just now. This again, what do you want? If you want to hit us, we will fight, do not swallow slowly. Ryasa was so angry that she didn't fight anywhere. Ha ha ha, if you can choose the real one among these 5, then I will release the person. Hey, don't use that trick again, otherwise you will play tricks. The second half of the sentence is said to GOKU. Seeing that there was no way, the women looked at Wukong anxiously. Xianggong, what should I do? Tianhe. Seeing that several of his daughters-in-law were shouting anxiously, Shu Yu quickly persuaded, you guys are in no hurry, let Tianhe be quiet. In fact, GOKU doesn't know what to do now, it's true, because if it's in battle, GOKU can rely on the nothingness of the breath to determine which is true, but the girl in front of him is not good at martial arts at all, plus she is an idiot, let alone angry, which makes GOKU difficult. Seeing GOKU frowning, the fox demon thought that he had won, but he didn't know that his next words made him lose completely. Haha, how, can't you guess? Humph, I think you better go, this stupid scholar, I still don't disdain to kill him, just tease him, I won't take his life, but if this mess comes to me again, I won't let him go so easily. Suddenly, the fox demon was stunned, because just as he was laughing, the original 4 lotus treasures had become 1, and the fox demon was surprised. How is it possible? Impossible, you guess. The fox demon shouted as he pointed at GOKU. GOKU smiled slightly, actually, I really couldn't guess it before, but what you just said made you lose, and you insulted Mr. Xia before, and I inadvertently found that Lian Bao's eyes showed an angry look, so when you insulted again just now, I found her based on this. You're cheating, it's not. The fox demon shouted in anger. What cheat? If we win, even if we are cheating? Don't forget that she may not be as smart as other children, but the relationship between father and daughter is no different from others. Kinji said in an icy tone. You guys. Good, 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 in that case, watch Uncle Ben clean you up. The fox demon laughed back angrily 3 times and wanted to fight. Be careful, his chi has increased. GOKU said to the women behind him in a fighting stance. Lingsha, Sarong, Mengli, and Kinji all nodded, and they could naturally feel that the fox demon's chi was constantly improving. I want you to die. The fox demon shouted and immediately rushed towards GOKU, who was closest to him. Chapter 083. GOKU deftly dodged the fox demon's first attack, and was about to counterattack, but GOKU found that the fox demon's target was not him, and the fox demon's figure rushed straight behind GOKU just now, and it turned out that his target was the women of Ryasha. Ugh! Seeing the fox demon suddenly rushing over, several women couldn't help but be shocked, and they couldn't help but shouted out, and then dodged the attack in a lightning speed, but they were hit in a big hole in place. The 5 women all dodged in different directions, each standing on the side, looking at the big pit, and their faces were surprised. It is worthy of the power of immortals, so powerful. Wukong saw that several women had dodged over, and his heart was relieved, and he just wanted to say something, but he only heard a call from unknown people, Tianhe. Be careful! Bang! With the sound of a fist hitting his flesh, GOKU suddenly felt that his face was hit strongly, and a feeling of pain arose. Yes! GOKU was hit by this punch. Naturally he would scream, but before he could react, his stomach was also hit with a bang, and GOKU was actually knocked out, marking a long path on the ground. Tianhe. Xianggong. Several women saw that GOKU was knocked off to the ground, motionless, tearing pain in their hearts. Everyone's eyes were full of tears, and Chuya was already in tears. That is his favorite son, how can he be wrong? With tears in his eyes, Shuyu looked at the ring on his ring finger, his face turned cold, he forgot that he had no weapons, and rushed towards the fox demon empty-handed. Humph, don't measure yourself. The fox demon smiled disdainfully, although Shuyu has not used force for a long time, but she who has practiced double swords, even without Wangshu, still has a strong strength, just in front of this scattered immortal. Suyu slammed a palm into the fox demon's chest, the fox demon dodged sideways, Suyu withdrew his palm, and at the same time came a roundhouse kick, but was also blocked by the fox demon's left hand. Seeing Shuyu's fist and foot melee kung fu, Lingsha, Sarong, Mengli and Qinji couldn't help but be stunned, and sighed secretly, mother-in-law is so powerful, and she is also very powerful without using immortal arts. It's just that fighting with fists and feet and immortals, it is inevitable. The fox demon bell shook, and a light shot towards Shuyu, who turned over, and bang was blown up in place. Shuyu put 2 fingers on his chin with one hand, chanted words in his mouth, and then pointed sharply towards the fox demon, and the same light shot towards the fox demon. The bang fox demon did not dodge, the light shot to the fox demon and exploded, but after the fog cleared, the fox demon stood in place intact, and the women had to admire that the immortal was really not simple. Abominable! Mother-in-law, I'll help you. Seeing that Shuyu was about to fall into a bitter battle, the women of Lingsha also took out their own weapons and joined the battle. The double rings of Lingsha have been transformed by the Wukong sect, and it is very easy to use, and with Shuyu's fist and foot kung fu, it is even more amazing. If it is changed to an ordinary martial arts person, it should have been exhausted to death. It's just that they are now facing immortals, and immortals are not simple. Qinji naturally uses swordsmanship. She once fought with the monks in the temple when she was with Wukong's thousands of stupas, and if Qinji did not have Goku's help, thousands of pagodas must have difficulties, but today, she is no longer what she used to be, martial arts have greatly improved, and the sword technique is even more powerful, which is completely inseparable from a person she already loves deeply, Wukong. Mengli has no way to use melee combat, because her weapon is the piano, and Mengli can only confuse the fox demon by playing music that can confuse people's hearts, but how can Mengli, who has just joined the primary immortal method, control the fox demon? Rong had just cultivated not long ago, and she had just learned the imperial sword. How could she, a woman who was new to immortal law, support her for a long time? For a time, 5 fairies attacked a fox demon at the same time. The scene was extremely spectacular, and from time to time the legend of several women's cheers. Ugh! Sure enough, immortals and mortals fight, and it is mortals who suffer after all. No, Mengli, who relies on music attacks, is the first to receive invisible attacks, because the fox demon shakes more powerful music with a bell. Mengli's piano fell beside her, and Mengli collapsed on the ground, covering her heart and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Mengli! The 4 women exclaimed, but how could they make a fork at this critical moment? The fox demon waved his sleeves, and a breath hit Rong, and Rong flew out backwards, fell beside Mengli, and also vomited a mouthful of blood. Ugh! This time it was 2 cries. Lingsha and Qinji were hit by the strong palm of the fox demon's palm at the same time, and they fell to Mengli Sarong's side in the same way, still spitting blood. How? Are you all right? The 4 women on this side asked each other weakly. Shaking her head, Rong said, but, mother-in-law, she. Seeing that only Shuyu and the fox demon were fighting now, they were injured at this time, how could they step forward to help? Although Shuyu is an immortal cultivator who has been cultivating for a long time, but 19 years of desolation, giving birth to Wukong, plus some sequelae when disconnecting Wangshu, not to mention that she is a woman, she is exhausted after all. The fox demon once again shot a light at Suyu with a bell. Mother-in-law! The women shouted anxiously. Suyu had no way to dodge this time, because she was very tired, and bang, Suyu was hit by the light and flew upside down. Suyu looked at the sky on her back, Blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She looked at the sky obsessively. She seemed to see the innocent smile of Goku when those white clouds in the sky gathered together. Tianhe, Suyu closed her eyes, and she seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. Mom! I don't know when, a voice and breath came from Shuyu's ears that made her feel very relieved. Opening her eyes and entering the purpose was exactly what she thought in her heart and loved him in her heart. Tianhe, is my mother dead? Suyu looked at Goku obsessively and said. Goku smiled slightly and shook his head. No, Niang, you are still alive and well. As long as I am alive, Niang, you can't die. Tianhe, Shuyu leaned his head into Shuyu's arms with emotion. Goku held Shuyu and moved in an instant, came to the side of the women of Lingsha, gently put Shuyu down, and turned to the women. I'm sorry for letting you get hurt, I will avenge you. Xiang Gong, you have to be careful. Tianhe, you have to be careful. Several women covered their chests and said with difficulty. Goku was so moved that he took out a few fairy beans from the ring, gave them to several women in turn, and stood up and slowly walked towards the fox demon. Chapter 084. Could it be that Goku was really playing dead just now? Did Goku really want to hurt them just now? Wrong, in fact, Goku is not afraid of death at all. Death, Goku is not afraid, and Goku is not dead. However, when he had just been knocked off and lying on the ground, suddenly, the divine dragon sleeping in his heart sent a secret word to him. Goku, your responsibility is getting bigger and bigger, although you don't have to protect the earth than before, but now, you have more important things that you need to protect. Yes. Lingsha them? Goku asked. This, you have to ask yourself, Wukong, you have been in this world for many years, I believe you have also begun to gradually understand feelings, otherwise, why did you leave the silver ticket when you left Liaofu? Why did you save people in the inn? Why did you help go to the 1000 Buddha Pagoda? Why do you want to help your mother save Xian Xiao? All of this has become the fundamental reason for your change. No wonder, I feel as if I have changed a lot, not like before, I can do whatever I want, and I used to like to fight, but after I got along with my mother, Lingsha, Mengli, Sarong, and Kinji, I suddenly found that I like to live a stable life more and more. I think that is also very good, making me feel more and more good to be alive. Goku muttered. Yes, that's it, Goku, you are no longer the same Goku you used to be, you have begun to become a brand new Goku. When you keep contacting the people around you and caring about the people you like, you are already different. Don't think about others, don't care about others, remember, protect the people around you, especially the people you like. Shenlong's thick voice said. Well, I see. Goku smiled, and at this moment, Goku changed. At this time, Wukong was already standing not far in front of the fox demon, and the fox demon smiled coldly. Humph, it seems that you are really not simple, and the few strokes just now seem to cause you no harm, but this time I will not show mercy to my subordinates. Goku's originally smiling face suddenly became extremely cold, his pupils gradually turned red, and his qi also increased. Xiang Gong, Xiang Gong's qi is improving. The women who felt Goku's anger muttered. Suddenly, Si Rong's women were surprised. Good, so strong. Even stronger than that fox demon's. At this time, the fox demon was no better, because a feeling of regret arose in his heart, because he saw Goku's bright red pupils and the strong breath all over his body, and his legs actually began to tremble. You hurt what I like, the person I love, I want you to regret it. Goku said this without a trace of emotion, but it made the women behind him deeply moved, and the injuries they suffered felt uncomplaining. The fox demon did not speak, but the trembling legs and cold sweat on his head made him terrified, because as an immortal, he had never felt that a mortal had such an aura. Ha! The violent figure rushed towards the fox demon, extremely fast, so fast that before the fox demon could react, he was hit on the cheek by Goku's punch. The sky, Goku jumped into the air, came to the sky above the fox demon, clenched his fists with both hands, slammed the hammer on the fox demon's back, and the fox demon slammed towards the ground. The strong voice, with the strong breathless feeling, that kind of pain he had never felt. Now I believe he knows how much he was beaten by his own strong people. GOKU landed on the ground, grabbed the fox demon who stood up, punched the fox demon in the cheek and said at the same time, "This is for Mengli." Another punch hit the fox demon's eyes, "This is for Si Rong. This is for Lingsha." GOKU punches the fox demon in the chest. "This is for Kotoheim." A punch hit the fox demon's jaw, the fox demon flew into the air again. GOKU took off and came to the sky above the fox demon again. This time GOKU kicked upside down and shouted, "This is the help of the mother." Wow! The fox demon was kicked, suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, fell to the ground, lay on the ground, and kept vomiting blood. Well! It hurts. The fox demon couldn't move in pain. GOKU fell to the ground and looked coldly at the miserable fox demon, believing that the fox demon regretted it a lot at this time. This is the consequence of underestimating the enemy. Suddenly, the fox demon's whole body emitted light, and when the light dissipated, there was no fox demon's figure, but the clothes were still there, and there was something moving in the clothes. When he saw that thing, Wukong said lightly, "Thinking that you are an immortal beast, it is not easy to practice for 1,000 years, I will let you go today. If you are evil again in the future, I will never just beat you back to your original form, get out." GOKU snorted coldly, and the fox quickly fled. Seeing that the fox had fled, GOKU turned to the women and cared, "It doesn't matter if you guys are." Seeing that GOKU cared so much about himself, several women couldn't help but be moved, and they all said softly, "It's okay, we're okay." "Oh, mother-in-law!" Ryasa exclaimed, and GOKU looked over, only to see Ryasa holding Suyu, and Suyu was in a coma. "Didn't the fairy lady eat it just now?" GOKU said anxiously. "I ate it, but my mother-in-law didn't wake up." Rambin is also very anxious. At this time, Xia Yuanchen, who had been unconscious for a long time not far away, woke up and looked around in confusion. This is... Daddy!" It turned out that Lian Bao, who was not far away, cried out dumbly. Xia Yuanchen immediately came to Lian Bao's side and hugged Lian Bao, quickly carrying, "Lian Bao! You made your dad worry about dying, did you do it?" Lian Bao still called out dumbly, "Daddy!" Wukong picked up Shiyu and stood up with several women. Mengli said to Xia Yuanchen, "Don't worry, we have driven the fox fairy away, and Lian Bao she is not injured." Xia Yuanchen was extremely grateful, "Thank you so much, thank you so much. However, I can't imagine that you are still a mountain god, which is amazing." Si Rong said. Xia Yuanchen laughed at himself, "What about the mountain gods? I can't even protect my own daughter." Lingsha said, "Whatever, we all heard the stinky fox say, you are only resented by him because you have helped many people. It's just a pity. When something really happens, those people are not willing to help." Xia Yuanchen shook his head and said, "You can't blame them, they are all kind and good people, but when the manpower is poor, how can they fight the ghosts and gods of heaven and earth, and it is reasonable to be afraid." GOKU said, "Your daughter is really attached to you, thanks to her, we can see through the fox fairy's tricks. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read favorites, recommendations. Chapter 087. How can this be? GOKU opened his mouth in surprise. Suyu sat up, looked at Wukong, and asked lonely, "Tianhe, do you dislike your mother?" No, how could I?" GOKU stood up and walked around anxiously, scratching his head constantly, and his dandruff went straight out. It's just that." GOKU stopped and said with a wry smile, "We seem to be in love." When Shuyu heard this, a sad look appeared on her face again. She was also very distressed. "Why, although the day and Xianxiao were not long, but that little bit, now her memory of that seems to have been blurred. Tianhe. I'm sorry. Shuyu's voice was extremely hoarse. Niang doesn't know why she likes you, you are Niang's child, but during this time with you, Niang gradually turned the mother-son relationship between us into. Tianhe, is Niang a woman with water-based poplar flowers? Shuyu raised his head and his eyes were hazy, and his expression of pity was heartbreaking. Wukong's wooden head will naturally not be indifferent, seeing Suyu's sad expression, listening to Suyu's heart-wrenching words, Wukong's eyes can't help but become confused. Mom. Actually, I like my mother very much, and I like the feeling of being with my mother. GOKU sat next to Suyu again and looked at Suyu, using the heart to learn how to use a fleshy expression, affectionate eyes, looked at Suyu and said softly, as long as you don't care about the relationship between us and don't care about other people's gossip, I swear to take care of you for the rest of my life. After listening to GOKU's sincere words, although she did not speak, her trembling body and the tears that could not be controlled had completely betrayed her mood. She could not have imagined that mother-son love would happen to her. However, the matter has come to this, according to her character, the things she has identified will not change. Tianhe, Shuyu leaned into GOKU's arms, feeling GOKU's warm embrace and charming breath, which calmed her heart. GOKU quietly hugged Shuyu, but GOKU's heart was shocked that he could actually say something like this just now. Could it be that I'm already starting to understand feelings? That's what they say. Opening? GOKU thought to himself. Lingsha and the others outside the door had already arrived at the upper level of Xia Yuanqin's house. Xia Yuanchen took out a painting and said to the women, "You see, this is the Guangji Han picture. According to legend, this is the thing left by the winter god, and I also got it by accident." The light Ji Hantu in his hand actually shone brightly. Lingsha immediately said happily, sparkling, "So beautiful. It's amazing baby at first glance." Xia Yuanchen smiled and said, "It seems that girls are similar, and Jinglan also likes this the most." Jinglan? Mengli asked. "Ah, this, she's my lover." Xia Yuanchen said in a hurry. He, blush, he, she must be a very good person. Si Rong said with a grin. Xia Yuanchen showed a happy expression, and his eyes were reminiscent, Jinglan, she is gentle and beautiful. In the past, I lived in the mountains near Jimo, and every night, I would unfold the Guangzhihan map and place it on the top of the mountain, which looked like an ordinary scene under the stars, which was Jinglan's favorite scene. Ko Toheim asked, "So where is she now? Didn't live with you?" Her. Xia Yuanchen smiled bitterly and said, "She has been dead for hundreds of years." Xia Yuanchen said, "Maybe they are all reincarnated and reincarnated several times. I am an earth immortal, and she is just a mortal. A human immortal has a different path." Qin Ji said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Reminds you of sad things." Xia Yuanchen shook his head and smiled slightly, "Don't mind. At least in that life, I stayed with Jinglan until I was old, and I stayed with her and watched her return to dust. How many lovers in the world have suffered a lot, after all, there is no fate. Jinglan and I are happy enough, how dare we have more luxury?" At this time, a voice came from the entrance of the stairs. He, yes, as long as you have a good life in this life, it's useless to think about many other things. A few people looked at it, and Mengli and the women were pleasantly surprised. Tianhe, Xiang Gong, mother-in-law, are you awake? Are you all right? Wukong and Suyu came to the women together, nodded, and then turned to Xia Yuanchen and said, "Thank you Mr. Xia. How dare you, speaking of which, you are my benefactors, if it were not for you, I am afraid I would not have seen the lotus treasure." Saying that, Xia Yuanchen touched the lotus treasure that was gnawing his finger. "Oh, by the way, the words of the little brother just now, but very open-minded." Xia Yuanchen handed the light cold map to Wukong and said, "Come, you can put this light-level cold map away. Lian Bao pulled Laxia Yuankin's clothes at this time and said in a milky voice, Daddy. Star. Lian Bao likes. Xia Yuanchen touched Lian Bao's head lovingly and said gently, Lian Bao, do you also like Guangji Hantu? But these brothers and sisters are our benefactors, Daddy must repay them. Is it good that Lian Bao is obedient? Lian Bao seemed to understand Xia Yuankin's words, nodded, and Xia Yuanchen smiled, good child. Shu Yu apologized, I'm sorry. We don't want to take advantage of people, really. Xia Yuanchen shook his head and smiled, it's okay, it's useless for Guangji Hantu to stay by my side, it's better to give it to someone who needs it urgently. GOKU said, thank you. After speaking, he took the Guangji Hantu from Xia Yuankin's hand. But he did not see the surprised gaze of the latter. GOKU carefully looked at the Hikari Hantu in his hand and muttered, well, it's quite beautiful, and there is light. After that, he looked out with a rolled-up hole like a telescope. Swoosh! Several women smiled when they saw Wukong's appearance, but Xia Yuanchen asked at this time, little brother, you. Don't you feel cold? Cold? Don't you think? Wukong looked at Xia Yuanchen strangely. Cold. Ryasa also felt strange, and then came to Goku's side and said with a smile, Sanggong, let me see. After speaking, I wanted to take the Hikari Hantu. Ugh! It's cold. But unexpectedly, when Lingsha's jade hand came into contact with the Guangji Hantu, it retracted sharply and exclaimed. What? Mengli and the girls were also surprised, and then came to Wukong's side at the same time and touched the Hikari Hantu with their hands, and sure enough, each of them immediately retracted and said, it's really cold. Shuyu also touched it with his hand, but seemed to be used to it, this picture is gloomy and cold. Aunt. Well, Madam has a good eye. Xia Yuanchen almost called the girl again. It's just that the little brother is not afraid of such a cold qi. Is it not that the little brother has practiced some kind of strong yang qi heart method? Xia Yuanchen asked Wukong. Goku scratched his head, no, I have never learned any yang qi kung fu. Xia Yuanchen was pleasantly surprised, it seems that this little brother is very talented, and he is not afraid of the cold. Chapter 089 CT Sangtak Viet.tk. What about you? Lingsha asked Sarong. Si Rong smiled sweetly, of course, it's similar to you, but what I hope is that we can live together quietly in the future without being disturbed by anything. Yes, I hope so. Mengli muttered. Good Mengli, how about you? Me? I hope that my father and mother will always be in good health and can live a long life. Mengli smiled. Mengli, you're so good, by the way, what about Sister Qinji? Qinji touched her hair and said, I don't have any good wishes, it can also be said that everyone is happy together. Several people sat on a hillside, lighting a bonfire, and from time to time there was a burst of fragrance. It's so fragrant, mother-in-law, you are so powerful. Si Rong sat next to Shu Yu and said sweetly. Little girl. Shu Yu nodded Si Rong's small nose tip and smiled slightly. Ah, by the way, we forgot to ask Xiang Gong and mother-in-law what wish they made. Si Rong suddenly remembered it, and coquettishly said to Su Yu, mother-in-law, what wish did you make? Lingsha also coquettishly said, good mother-in-law, tell us. Qinji and Mengli also cast expectant glances, and Su Yu smiled, of course, it's the same as you. But in my heart, I thought, how can I say my true wish at this time? Su Yu looked at Goku, who was lying on the side of the stone with his eyes closed and basking in the moon, and said, Tian He, what about you? Goku opened his eyes and glanced at Shu Yu and said, well, naturally, I hope that your wishes can be fulfilled, you all know me as a person, I don't like any money, gold and the like, I also want to be happy with you. Mengli went next to Goku, put Goku's head on his thigh, and touched Goku's handsome face, Tian He, you are so kind. Oh? Mengli, do you think so? Mengli smiled and nodded, and GOKU looked at the other women and asked, is it? A unified nod. GOKU pouted and smiled, in that case, I don't care. Anyway, as long as you are happy, just like this time, help others, make others happy, and be happier yourself. For the hero's life, the way to eliminate demons, is it not for this situation, for the smile on the faces of these people? Suyu said as he looked at the bustling people on the street below. Mother-in-law is right. Kinji nodded, it's just that not only us, many people want to live such a happy life, but the truth is often cruel. Hey, don't say that, everyone is very happy now, don't say such sad words, we will definitely be as happy as today in the future. Si Rong waved her hand and smiled. By the way, we've found one. I'll send it to my uncle first. GOKU sat up and said. Tianhe, I'll go with you, Mengli said. Well, ma'am, you'll wait here first, okay? Well, Tianhe, go quickly. Suyu said softly. GOKU nodded, and then summoned the sword with Mengli, and the imperial sword flew towards the Qianghua faction. It didn't take long to reach the mountain gate. It's here, Mengli, what's wrong with you? GOKU discovers that something is wrong with Mengli. No, it's okay, Tianhe, I'll be fine. Mengli smiled slightly. Really? You're still here, I'll go and give my uncle my things and I'll come to you. GOKU took off his coat and placed it on a step, then let Yumirai sit on it. Seeing Wukong act like this, Mengli was extremely moved. Tianhe, thank you. GOKU smiled slightly, it's nothing, then. You rest here, I'll go back. Back mountain forbidden land. Hey! Uncle, look, we got one back. GOKU took out the Hikari Hantu and laughed. Xianxiao looked at Wukong's smile and asked, how do you? Seems happier than me? Oh, I don't know, can't I? GOKU scratched his head. Xianxiao's heart was very complicated and surprised, because for the first time since he was sealed, someone would bother him so much. Good, good, Tianhe, you did a good job, you see, how about we marry righteous brothers? Suingxiao's words are not surprising and he dies endlessly. Righteous brother. GOKU knows a little. Well, what do you think? Okay. GOKU thought for a moment and nodded. You respect me as a brother, I regard you as my own brother, and from now on, you will be my only relative in the world. Xianxiao smiled. Well, okay. GOKU nodded, and then said embarrassedly, it's just, you and my mother are the same generation, I am a brother with you, I am afraid. Etiquette? Humph, what is that? The Qianghua sect is in line with the etiquette in everything, and will teach some pedantic disciples. Xianxiao said disdainfully. Okay then, I'm okay. GOKU pouted. By the way, why didn't I see a few girls this time, and, your mother? GOKU said, oh, Yumirai is waiting for me at the mountain gate, I will go back with her later, and my mother will continue to help you find 2 other cold weapons. Xianxiao spoke, Tianhe, you are indeed extraordinary, the eldest brother sees that your cultivation is not low, I am afraid that you are not under your Ziying senior uncle, and, coupled with the private relationship of your children, you will not be disturbed at all, you are really a wizard. GOKU scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Hehe, Big Brother has won the prize. Xianxiao smiled, haha, Big Brother praises you, aren't you happy? GOKU shook his head, no, and very happy, hehe. Xianxiao smiled, and suddenly said seriously, Tianhe, you have to pay attention to your Mengli, I saw that she seemed unusual. Unusual person? GOKU wondered. Xianxiao responded, well, I don't know how to say it, it's just her breath. Breath? GOKU was still puzzled. I'm afraid it's not the breath of the Terrans. What? You mean, dream her? Not a Terran. GOKU was surprised. To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Philo Novels. Chapter 090. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. This is just a momentary guess of the eldest brother, maybe it may just be that the eldest brother guessed wrong and confused, so you don't have to pay attention to it. Oh. GOKU nodded. Xian Xiao. Okay, go out, I want to meditate for a while, and if I find the other two cold tools, I will bring them together. GOKU nodded and walked out of the forbidden place. Xian Xiao. Shanman, Mengli's situation at this time is very wrong. Well, Mengli held her head and closed her eyes, her brows tightened, not because of a headache, but because suddenly some strange and familiar pictures appeared in her mind. Mengli, vaguely a figure was, it seemed, a woman. Mengli. Come back, Mengli. Mengli seemed to be in pain, and at this time, she suddenly found that someone was patting her shoulder. Mengli, are you okay? Mengli opened her eyes and saw that it was GOKU, and smiled randomly, it's okay. Look at you, sweaty, are you sick? GOKU touched Mengli's forehead, then touched his own, and said to himself, hey? The temperature is not low, it seems that I am about to have a fever. Then he picked up Mengli across the waist and walked towards the sect. Mengli was suddenly picked up by Wukong, thinking that if he shouted, he would cause a commotion, so he could only whisper, Tian He, what are you doing? What, you're about to get sick, I'll take you back to your room to rest, otherwise, if you get hurt, they will definitely blame me. Well. Mengli saw that GOKU cared so much about himself, so he nodded obediently. Coming to the disciple room, Wukong carried Mengli to Mengli's room, gently placed Mengli on the bed, and then covered the quilt. Just remembered to get up, but was grabbed by Mengli's hand. What's wrong? Mengli said, don't go, accompany me, okay? GOKU smiled, okay. GOKU suddenly said, by the way, or tell a story, so that you will fall asleep easily. Story? Mengli said. Well, want to hear it? Okay, you talk. Dream smile. GOKU coughed and began to blow. Once upon a time, there was a house called Bunzi, and on the mountain, there was a small house with an old grandfather and a little boy living in it. Actually, this little boy was picked up by the grandfather in the mountains, and this little boy has a strange place. What's strange? Mengli asked. And guess what? GOKU looked at Mengli with a smile, but this smile was close to illness, and Mengli's eyes turned into an ambiguous smile. This ambiguity is easy to lead to many conjectures, this conjecture. Mengli's little face blushed shyly, and said with disgust, you are bad. GOKU was suddenly inexplicably annoyed, why am I broken? You also said. You are bad. Mengli was shy and anxious. What, why am I broken? Isn't it that the strange thing about that little boy is that he has a tail? GOKU scratched his head. Hearing this, Mengli's face turned even redder, because she found that she was cranky, and she almost was. So it's a tail? So, why does he have a tail? Mengli changed the subject. Wukong naturally didn't want to ask, so he then began to blow. This grandfather doesn't know, but what, seeing this little boy alone in the deep mountains is pitiful, so he adopted. Then, Grandpa found out that this little boy turned out to be a bad temper and likes to destroy everything good. But sometimes he is a good child. Once, when the grandfather was carrying the little boy to pick apples, the little boy accidentally fell off the cliff from the grandfather's back. So, is he all right? Mengli listened and asked. GOKU smiled and shook his head, no, but when Grandpa found him, he was injured on his head. After the little boy woke up, the grandfather found that the little boy's temper had completely changed, and he became very good and very well behaved. Is it because of the wound on that head? Mengli asked again. Goku nodded. Well, yes. Then, just a few days after the grandfather was happy, suddenly, at the end of the month, that is, the night of the full moon, the grandfather and the little boy were outside looking at the moon, and suddenly, the little boy actually changed after seeing the moon. Goku's tone changed. Rao is Mengli. Mengli is also a woman. Hearing Goku's sudden intonation, she was a little scared. The little boy's heartbeat began to accelerate, and the muscles all over his body were expanding, gradually getting bigger and bigger, and finally, it turned out to be. What happened? You tell me. Mengli saw that Goku didn't say anything, and asked anxiously. Goku held his chin in his hand and smiled. Hee, guess what? Mengli pouted. Guess again. Goku still smiled. You guess, you guess, you guess. Swoosh. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Favorites, recommendations. Chapter 091. It's nasty, I always want people to guess, I can't guess. Mengli pouted her small mouth and looked like a coquettish woman, which made people really can't imagine that everyone's show, who has always been gentle, is also like Lingsha and Sarong. Goku smiled. Hee, well, don't guess, I'll tell you, that little boy, in the end, he turned into a big ape, very powerful, but he lost his humanity. The old grandfather persuaded him in every possible way to stop him, but unexpectedly, in the end, the old grandfather was trampled to death by him. Trampled to death. Mengli listened intently, and then. Goku smiled slightly, then the little boy changed back to his original appearance after the full moon, but he didn't remember anything before. When he saw his grandfather's body, he was sad, he blamed himself, thinking that it was his fault and he shouldn't pull his grandfather out to play, so since then, whenever it was night, he didn't go out of the house for half a step, only looking for food during the day. Goku just wanted to continue, but he saw Mengli is already asleep. Goku didn't feel embarrassed, gently helped Mengli cover the quilt, kissed it lightly on his head, and the sleeping Mengli, as if he really felt it, showed a satisfied smile. Goku came to the window and looked at the bright moon. At this time, Goku would have fallen asleep long ago if he had changed to his usual time, so why would he still look at the moon now? Goku muttered, I can't imagine, I really stepped into the world of feelings, but... Goku turned to look at the sleeping Mengli and smiled slightly. Actually, it feels very good. It seems that I really ignored the feelings of too many people before, although fighting feels good, but it will always cause unnecessary trouble. Goku covered his chest and whispered guiltily, Kiki, I'm sorry, I always snubbed you before, and now, I can only use one word of sorry. Kiki, if I can meet you in the future, I will cherish you well. The sleeping Mengli rolled over, and Goku gently walked over and covered Mengli's quilt that was a little on the side. After thinking about it, I can't sleep now, Mengli has already slept, and I can't go to find Xiu and them, Xianxiao doesn't let me disturb, then there is. In the inner room of the main hall, Xu Yao was sitting cross-knee on the bed in a dressing gown at this time, with her eyes closed, as if she was cultivating. Suddenly, Xu Yao smelled a familiar breath, and just wanted to open her eyes and call, but the moment she opened her eyes, she almost cried out, and then slapped it over. It turned out that Wukong was curious about what Xu Yao was doing, so he slowly approached Xu Yao silently, but it seemed to be too close. What are you doing? It scares me to death. Xu Yao patted her chest and said with disgust. I'm sorry, I'm curious. Goku scratched his head and laughed. Xu Yao gave Wukong a blank look, got down from the bed, put on his robe, and said to Wukong, is there something wrong with me? I can't come to you if I'm okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm leaving. Goku looked up and muttered, turning around to leave. Xu Yao hurriedly said, You. When do I want you to go? No, then what do you want me to do? I have nothing to do and want to talk to you, you don't want to, I have to go. Goku said very innocently, looking at Goku's really harmless appearance. Shu Yao also knows Goku's character, it seems that he really can't joke with him in the future. Okay, I didn't say I couldn't talk. You didn't say you could talk. What kind of expression do you have? Do? What do you say? It won't be coming or not. Good, good, I kiss, I kiss. In desperation, he was forced to kiss Shu Yao, who leaned into Wukong's arms and said softly, Junior sister forehead, she told me that you want to help Xianxiao break the ice, right? Wukong nodded, well, yes, Xianxiao said that as long as he finds 3 cold tools that are yin to cold, he will have a great chance of breaking the ice. Shu Yao said, is it? It seems that all this is the will of God, let me meet you, let me meet junior sister, and let you see Xianxiao, it is really unpredictable. Maybe, but we decide what we do, what does it matter? Goku said indifferently. Shu Yao raised her head and smiled slightly, you, and your mother have a personality, your mother said, my life is up to me. My life depends on me. Well, I know your mother, she, is outer soft and inner gang, and the things that you recognize will not change, just like once you decide not to fight against the demon world anymore, you will go down the mountain with your father. Shu Yao said. Goku pondered for a while, I heard that the 19-year period is approaching, is the demon realm also coming? Shu Yao nodded, originally, I didn't plan to let you start again, but it's okay, otherwise, I will definitely regret it. Exactly, I see that your cultivation is not weak, plus, when the time comes, Suing Xiao's hand, I believe that we will soon get rid of the demon world. Shu Yao squeezed her powder fist and said very confidently. Wukong held Shu Yao's fist and shook his head at her, and Shu Yao wondered, why, won't you help me? Goku shook his head, it's not that I don't help you, it's just that I can't figure it out, why as soon as you meet, you have to fight each other and fight each other. I heard my mother say that a lot of people died back then, isn't it? The junior brothers who entered the door with you also died a lot, right? Shu Yao nodded irrefutably, however, there is no way, the demon world has also suffered a lot of casualties, and the lord of the demon world has also been seriously injured by the taking people, but So, we can't swallow this breath. Goku sighed, oh, you guys fight around like this, when is it ahead? Shu Yao left Wukong's embrace a little angrily, I know that you won't help me, in that case, I will be with Xianxiao at that time, and I don't need your help. With that, he went back to bed and pulled down the curtain. Wukong saw that Shu Yao was so persistent, and he was. Forget it, Goku turned and left the room, and then Shu Yao opened the bed curtain and said softly, I'm sorry. Chapter 092. Leaving the main hall, Goku looked up at the moon, shook his head, sighed, and walked towards Mengli's room. Gently opened the door, and then gently closed the door. Goku came to Mengli's bed, took the stool, Goku sat on it, his hand supported the side of the bed, did not expect that this trip actually made Shu Yao angry, sure enough, women are difficult to guess animals. Thinking about it, Goku gradually fell asleep. A certain mountain top in Jimmo. Xianggong and Mengli have been gone for so long, why haven't they come back, has something happened? Ryasa asked a little anxiously. No, Xianggong is so powerful, Sister Lingsha, don't crow mouth. Si Rong said dissatisfied. Qin Ji said at this time, don't worry, Tian He can beat Sangxian back to its original form, I believe that the strength goes without saying, he must have gone back to see Uncle Xianxiao. Yes, maybe I went to show off and got a cold weapon. The chat of the third woman did not notice Shiyu's expression, as if she was sad and did not seem to care. Finally, Ko Toheim discovered the situation of Suyu and whispered to the two women, shh pointing to Shiyu, Lingsha and Si Rong Chai stopped chatting, and they also saw Shiyu's expression, and quickly shut up was the first second of reaction. Shuyu naturally saw the movements of several of them, and smiled slightly. What's wrong? Si Rong came to sit down next to Shuyu, hugged Shuyu's arm and said coquettishly, "Mother-in-law, I'm sorry." Shuyu said indifferently, "What's sorry?" Rhombus came to the other side and said, "We know what happened between you and uncle before, and we have touched your wound again, I'm sorry." Shuyu touched the heads of the two women and smiled, "It's okay, it's all in the past, I have nothing to be sad about, now, as long as Tianhe helps him break the ice, I have nothing to worry about." Qin Ji asked, "Mother-in-law, don't you love Uncle Xianxiao very much?" Shu Yu said, "I know what you want to ask, but, I have to say, time can really change everything. I am not destined to be with him, even if he gives up the dream of ascending, it is already with me." "Why? Didn't I say that time can change everything, and my mother-in-law now has a liking?" Shuyu closed his mouth abruptly, almost leaking it. "What? Mother-in-law, do you have someone you like?" Ryasa and Si Rong are very surprised, even if they have learned from GOKU that the person Shuyu likes is not Azure, who can it be? Looking at what Lingsha and Sarong still wanted to ask, Shuyu panicked and pretended to be stable and said, "It's late, I'll sleep first, and you guys should rest early." After saying that, Shuyu lay down on the ground. Seeing that Shuyu was resting, Lingsha and Sarong were not good to ask anything, looked at Qinji. Qinji waved her hand as helpless. Lingsha and Sarong looked at each other. Sleep. The bonfire was still burning. Qinji, Sarong, and Lingsha had fallen asleep, except for Shuyu on one side, lying there, unable to sleep. What to do? What to do? Si Rong, they already know that I like others, but if you ask me again, what should I say? Alas, Tianhe, do you know that my mother is very troubled now? Tianhe, Tianhe. GOKU, who was asleep, felt that someone was shaking himself, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Yumli. Mengli said, "Tianhe, we have slept all night. Go find your mother-in-law and them, otherwise they should be in a hurry." GOKU stretched his waist. "Ha, good." GOKU, who didn't even eat breakfast, left the room with Yumurai Imperial Sword. "Mengli, are you okay?" GOKU asked on the sword. "Well, I'm already fine." Yumurai answers Goku's concern with a smile. "That's fine, if it's uncomfortable, tell me." A moment later, GOKU and the others came to the location of Suyu and the others. "Still sleeping, the sun is drying your ass." GOKU and Yumurai dropped their swords and saw that the women were still sleeping, and GOKU shouted, "Ha hey, Xiang Gong, you're back." Ryasa and Si Rong were awakened by Goku's shout, rubbing their sleepy eyes to see Mengli and GOKU speak out. Qin Ji also sat up. "Tianhe, you guys are back, I'll make breakfast." "Hey, no need, I already bought it on the way." GOKU tricks up a few large meat buns. Meat buns. Si Rong and Ling She happily wanted to grab the big meat bun in Goku's hand, but Goku raised it up and said, "Go wash your face and rinse your mouth, otherwise you won't have to eat it." Swoosh! Mengli and Qinji smiled, while Si Rong and Lingsha pouted and said dissatisfied, "Good, I'll go, bad Xiang Gong." Goku handed the meat bun to Mengli, because he saw that Shuyu was still sleeping, so he walked over, squatted down and pushed Shuyu's body. "Mom, wake up." Shuyu opened his eyes with difficulty, sat up, turned his head, and said to Wukong, "Tianhe." Wukong's movements stopped, his eyes were dull, and Shuyu couldn't help but wonder, "Tianhe, what's wrong?" Goku smiled bitterly, "Mom, you are like a panda." Chapter 095. In short, there are many things in the world that we cannot predict. Okay, don't say so much, look quickly, we're here. Looking closely, sure enough, everyone was already close to their destination. Goku and Suyu were the first to come to the entrance of Sheneng Cave, and only at the door, the two felt a warm breath. To say why GOKU only feels warm, because GOKU is not afraid of hot and cold, and Yu once served one thing yin and yang xian. Wow, it's hot. After Si Rong came down, she immediately kept fanning her hands, and pulled the collar of her clothes without a lady image. Indeed, legend has it that Yandi Sheneng Cave is the place where Yandi was born, planted 100 grasses, and tamed hundreds of beasts, and I only know the direction, and I have never entered. The rhombus also came down. After Mengli and Qinji came down, Qinji spoke, the degree of heat here is too unusual. Will it? I feel warm. Ryasa felt it and said. Tianhe, mother-in-law. Sister, you only feel warm? Mengli asks GOKU and Sudama because she sees GOKU and Sudama as if they are okay. Yes, warm. GOKU nodded. It's so hot, Elder Qing Yang. Is there really no mistake? In such a hot place, how can there be something extremely cloudy and cold? Kotoheim Luck resists this fiery breath. It shouldn't be possible, anyway, let's explore as we go. Suyu said, because she believed that the elder would not say anything unsure. Inside the flame cave, Mengli, Qinji and Sarong Luck resisted the thick and hot breath, but still made them sweat. It's so hot, Xiang Gong, what should I do? It's too hot. Si Rong really couldn't bear it. GOKU looked at Yumarai and Kotoheim, and saw that although they didn't say anything, but the sweat on their heads and the somewhat uncomfortable expressions on their faces, GOKU knew that they couldn't bear it anymore. GOKU flipped in the ring, ha! Found something, took it out. This is ice, you can eat it. GOKU took out 3 ice cubes and handed them to Mengli, Kotoheim, and Sarong. Si Rong ate it without hesitation, Kaji's voice, although Mengli and Qinji couldn't think of making a sound, but they couldn't help it. Much better, cooler yay. Si Rong was pleasantly surprised to find that it was not so hot. Yes, no, I have a lot of them, this effect can only last for a while, if you feel hot again, you can continue to eat. GOKU took out another box containing ice cubes. Hee, mine. Si Rong snatched a box and put it in the ring. Qinji Mengli smiled slightly and also took a box. Okay, let's keep walking. Not feeling hot, Si Rong rushed to the front. Be careful. Suyu said with concern. Yay! There are yokai. Si Rong was suddenly surprised. Demon, Hugh hurts. Suyu said coldly, and at the same time as soon as the spell was thought, a sword chi shot over, hitting the monster, and the monster fell into the lava. Hey! It's a girl. Ryasa walked to the place just now, and suddenly found a girl lying there. GOKU and the others walked over and looked at the girl's appearance as if she was 15 or 16 years old, but they could feel that this girl's temperament was different, it seemed. Is she all right? Kotoheim asked. It seems that it is not an ordinary coma, and using my incense will not help. Mengli used spells, but found them useless. How so? Ryasa asked incredulously. I'll see. GOKU crouched down to check, who knows? The girl murmured. Opening his eyes and looking at GOKU in confusion, Suyu spoke, she's awake. GOKU asked, how are you? Are there any injuries? Where am I? The girl did not answer but asked in confusion, while looking around in confusion. Mengli said, when we came, we saw you fainting on the ground and almost being killed by a monster. The girl was surprised, It's too dangerous. After a pause, he said to several people, you must have saved me, right? Thank you. Shuyu said, you are a girl, what are you doing here? Seeing that the appearance of Shuyu was someone who did not intend to harm herself, the girl replied. My name is Chu Baikan, and I live in this Yandi Sheneng cave. You live here? Goku asked a little excitedly, then do you know that there is a thing that is extremely dark and cold? Chu Baiken was shocked. Only then did I see Goku closest to him, looking at it, unexpectedly. What are you? What are you looking for that for? We need something like that to save people, she said. Can the girl tell each other? Chu Baiken was silent for a few seconds and replied. Truth be told, my sister Chu Hanjing and I live in the Moon Shadow Realm in the cave mansion, where there is no lava and the climate is gloomy and cold. Although our sisters are half-immortal bodies, they can't withstand the scorching heat outside the moon shadow, let alone monster opponents. I risked death to run out today, also to find something very important. Chu Baiken's tone was a little anxious. Then, he pleaded with Goku and the others, Can you send me back first? My sister and I may have a way to help find that thing that is so cold and cloudy. Si Rong smiled and said, Of course. Can't leave you here alone, right? Chu Baiken smiled and said, Thank you. Ah, right. And also, my sister should still be sleeping, please don't tell her about my sneak out. Goku scratched his head and smiled, Haha, it seems that you are also a girl who likes to run away from home, haha. Chapter 096. Didn't I say I just came out looking for something? Chu Baiken said angrily. Okay, good, when I didn't say, then you take us in. Goku waved his hand, good men don't fight women. Okay, Chu Baiken pouted, and didn't want to fight with Wukong, because after seeing Goku's smile, he felt very good in his heart. That, Chu Baijian pointed to Shiyu and Lingsha and said, Can you lean over a little? Your physique is cold, and I won't feel so hot and unbearable next to me. Yes. Lingsha nodded, and Shiyu also nodded, no opinion. Strange, why do you want to be with Lingsha and Niang? Goku asked Kotoheim and Yumarai suspiciously. Mengli thought for a while and said, I see, it should be this woman who feels that the heat is unbearable, mother-in-law. My sister and Ryasa happen to have a cold physique, so I won't feel hot when I lean on it. Goku scratched his head, he didn't understand. Yandi Shenam Cave, the realm of the moon. Shhhh, oh my god, no, cold death. Ryasa screamed and threw herself back into Goku's arms, hugging tightly, and Suyu also felt cold, trembling and rushing into Goku's arms. Goku saw the two women's bodies trembling, and quickly hugged them, and then luck warmed. My god, this place is the same as the two heavens of ice and fire in the Forbidden Land. Si Rong is fortunately not cold, plus he has cultivated some hard techniques, so there is no big problem. Mengli rubbed her hands and laughed, heavens! Tian He, here, it's so cold, and it's too different from what was just outside. Kotoheim resisted luckily, fortunately it wasn't too cold, it's hot outside, but it's cold inside, this is really. At this time, Chu Baiken had already run under a big tree in front, and coincidentally, there was also a girl lying there. It really looks alike. Goku said after seeing the woman's appearance. Didn't Baijian say that her sister is sleeping here? Bachan is her, you see, it's like a mold carved. Si Rong seemed to feel much better, and said with a smile. Chu Hanjing opened his eyes. Originally, when she saw Chu Baiken, she just wanted to say something, but the strength of the half-immortal body made her immediately feel that there were other people here. How can there be a living person here? Chu Hanjing saw Wukong and the others. Chu Baiken immediately said, Sister, don't be afraid, they are coming to find a thing that is extremely yin and cold, and they want to save people. Suyu got up from Goku's arms, feeling much better, and said, I really have to bother. If the girl knows, please do not hesitate to enlighten. Chu Hanjing was silent at first, and then suddenly said, You go back, I have nothing to comment. Chu Baijian said anxiously, Sister. You can't do this. Chu Baiken's tone was anxious, for so many years, only these people have entered this cave, and they still have mana. If they miss this time, how long will it take for someone to help us find the burning stone? Chu Hanjing looked at Chu Baijian and frowned. Baikan, you. Are you still not dead? I can't be dead, I even dream of finding that stone. Chu Baikan looked very firm. Shuyu said again, if the two girls have something difficult, you might as well say it to see if we can help. Chu Hanjing didn't care about Suyu's stunning beauty in the slightest, and refused, you guys go back. Come on. Sister. Chu Baikan stopped talking and turned to Wukong and the others. Let me say, the thing you are looking for is the solo fruit on this solo tree. Chu Hanjing shouted, Baikan you. GOKU looked up at the tree, coughing, although he didn't want to say it, but there was no way. But there are only leaves and no fruit on this tree. Chu Baijian explained, my sister and I are the solo tree immortals here. At the beginning, the master injected spiritual power into this tree, making the two of us half-immortal bodies, but there was only cold chi in our bodies. When we reach adulthood, we can use a spiritual object called the burning stone to fit in, and when the top of the tree bears fruit, we will become true earth immortals, and we will no longer have to be trapped in the cave. Qin Ji asked, may I ask me, your master, which master? Chu Baikan hesitated for a few seconds and replied. The owner is Sheneng, who is known as the Three Emperors along with Fuxi and Nuwa. Mengli was surprised, it's actually Sheneng. So where is he now? Chu Hanjing showed a sad look and said, Master. Probably no longer in the world. At that time, he was fighting with another great god, Fuxi. Once I left, I never came back. If it weren't for the defeat and death, the master would not have left this place alone. His heart is so kind, and every grass and tree here, he cherishes it very much. My God, Sheneng, Fuxi, Nuwa. That's just legend. If true, how many years have you been here? Si Rong asked in surprise. Chu Hanjing shook his head, I don't know, in short, it's a long, long time. Then he said slowly, this cave gradually became unbalanced and hotter, becoming a place for monsters to gather. At first, our sisters couldn't maintain their human form for a long time, but after thousands of years of cultivation, they finally could, but the outside became surrounded by monsters, and it was even hot. Lingsha frowned and stuck her chest in her chest. No, in my opinion, the feng shui here is not the face of poor mountains and evil waters. How can so many monsters gather? Much like an expert. Chu Hanjing shook his head, I don't understand what you mean. However, the master also raised many beasts in the cave mansion, and these beasts eventually turned into demons. Chu Baikan said in a pleading tone, please, help me and my sister, can you find that hot stone in the cave mansion? Chapter 097. Baikan. Chu Hanjing shouted again, this voice, it's a pity not to look at the gate. Chu Baijian said to Chu Hanjing, sister, you tell them where the stone is. The host only told you. No, the demon species lurk in the cave, this trip is too dangerous for mortals. Chu Hanjing was very resolute. GOKU waved his hand and smiled, don't worry, we are not afraid of yokai. Chu Hanjing still said in a light tone, I won't agree. In desperation, Chu Baijian suddenly cried woo woo. Chu Hanjing saw his sister crying and asked, Baikan. You cry? Chu Baijian cried and said, you will always only say no, no. But do you know how painful I am? I want to see what it's like outside the cave mansion, instead of staying here forever and having to face the same person forever. Sister, you are so cold again. The moon realm is surrounded by lava on all sides, but my heart have long been frozen into ice. Seeing his sister crying sadly, Chu Hanjing's cold heart also melted. Baikan. Hearing Chu Baikan's words, Ling Sha also said sympathetically, in this way. It's really pathetic. We know someone who has been locked up somewhere for more than 10 years, which is lonely enough, not to mention that you have guarded it for hundreds and thousands of years. Girl, let me wait a little bit. Shiyu is always that gentle tone. Chu Hanjing sighed, alas. Baikan, do you know that using the body of the hot stone is not foolproof? Have you made up your mind and will not regret it? Chu Baijian stopped crying and looked at Chu Baikan in surprise. Sister, you promised. Wiping his tears, I have long thought about it, even if it is my life to go to Huangchuan, I am willing. It's better than waiting forever. In that case, I have to ask you to go to the flame cave in the northwest of the Moon Nether Realm to take that burning stone. It will emit great heat, and it is impossible to admit it. Chu Hanjing finally spoke. GOKU then asked, then, can't we take solo go? Chu Hanjing said, don't get in the way, solo fruit is just a dependency, if you really become an immortal body, it doesn't matter. I will give it to you in return. GOKU laughed, haha, that's great. Look, it won't be long before we'll be back soon. Wukong walked inside with several women, and Chu Baikan, who was in place, smiled and said to Chu Hanjing, Sister, we are about to truly become immortals, why are you not happy at all? Chu Hanjing smiled slightly, silly girl. Chu Baikan seemed to know what Chu Hanjing was thinking. Inside the cave. Oh, it almost burned. The magma jumped and almost stuck to Si Rong's body, frightening Si Rong's face. This is not a joke. Everyone be careful, this magma does not seem to be simple. Suyu reminded. When Suyu said this, several women looked around vigilantly, and sure enough, with a bang, a monster jumped out of the magma. Ha! Why is the call of the monster so reverie? Be careful. The yokai opened its mouth and a fireball pounced, Kotoheim shouted, and everyone dodged. Mengli took out the piano and played it, and suddenly a note hit it, and the fireball of the yukai's mouth tub was swallowed back, and then the skin that was originally surrounded by magma also changed back to its own color. Wow, Mengli is so powerful, what is this trick? Si Rong and Ling Sha asked Mengli in surprise. Mengli smiled slightly. This is called the turning back spell, which is used to clear evil thoughts, or heart demons, to help the other party return to their nature. The yokai glanced at GOKU and the others hazily, and then snapped and ran away. Okay, let's continue. Everyone walked all the way inside, and finally saw a glittering thing in the last place floating on the magma. A few people flew over luckily, and when they saw the stone clearly, Shiyu was surprised. This spar is amazingly hot, it should be right. Just when several people were happy, suddenly came a thick roar, roar. What's wrong? Si Rong asked worriedly. Wukong turned his normal at this time, and seriously turned his back to several women. What a strong murderous aura. You guys, take this stone and go back, I'll break it. No, Tianhe, I'm not leaving. Sudama grabbed Goku's hand and said firmly. So are we. We're not leaving. Seeing the determined looks of the women, Goku can't say anything nasty, such as you guys getting in my way. Roar. Want to go? Can't go anywhere. The roar was intensely murderous. Quick! This guy is not something you can deal with, go back with the stone, I solved it and it will go back to you, you are here, I can't let go of my hands and feet. Goku said anxiously to the girls. No, Sudama still wanted to shake her head, but Goku's next move made her soften. Goku gently touched Suyu's cheek, go quickly. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Picking up the stone, Suyu glanced at Goku again with affection and concern, go. Sarong, Lingsha, Mengli, Kinji certainly won't think that Suyu is greedy for life and afraid of death, but here, it may really hinder Goku, and it's not good at that time. Xiang Gong, you have to be careful. Tianhe, I'll wait for you. Well, let's go. Goku nodded, got Goku's answer, several women walked back step by step, and when there was no trace of several women, GOKU smiled, twisted his hands, twisted his head, twisted his feet, lazy deeply, and sat down for gymnastics. This time, there is another fight, it seems that this opponent is not bad. At this time, the few women who were walking back, Shiyu, who was walking in the front, touched her lips, showed a sweet smile, and said in her heart, Tianhe, you kissed me, I am so happy, you must come back, I will wait for you. Chapter 098. Roar. From Goku's point of view, this is Shrimp Dong Dong. Looking at this yokai like a unicorn covered in fire, GOKU couldn't help but ask suspiciously, your surname? I didn't expect GOKU to come up with this sentence. If it was an ordinary person, just seeing himself would be scared to pee his pants, but this young man didn't seem to care at all. Roar. I am the Lava Beast King. The Beast King roared. Ignorant mortals, when they see this king, are they not quick to kneel and beg for mercy? Well? What about the hot stone? GOKU looked at it with contempt and said very calmly, no, you, just found out. Hey? Humph, whoa, the one who tampers with the red flame stone, die. The Beast King roared again. GOKU couldn't help but scratch his ears and muttered, wow, it's much harsher than the mirror just now. The flames of the Beast King's body rose a lot, and the pupils that were originally slightly clear were already covered by the flames. Dare to tamper with the Xian stone. After all, GOKU has been here for a long time, and some politeness is still understood. We took this hot stone to help others, can you give it up with understanding? You are also a high-level spirit beast, so you probably don't care about a stone in this area. The Beast King's voice said indignantly, my Lava Beast King only obeys the orders of the great god of Sheneng, there is no need to give anything to Nuwa's humans. So, you still have to do it. GOKU also cooled his face, and if he couldn't salute first, he really moved. Roar, ignorant mortals! Watch me turn you to ashes! The Beast King roared, and a large fireball immediately shot out of its mouth, shooting straight at GOKU. Goku's brows furrowed, and then he stood still, knocking the fireball away with one hand. Hey? Good boy, you can actually hit my fireball technique empty-handed, I want to see what else you are capable of. The Beast King saw that GOKU easily gave his move to O, a little surprised, isn't it immortal? Okay, you can come, I won't fight back. GOKU smiled slightly, withdrew his posture, and stood in front of the Beast King like this. Hey? Dare to humiliate the strength of this king, I will let you know the consequences. The Beast King let out an angry cry, and then a continuous stream of fireballs sprayed towards GOKU. Bounce! Continuous explosions. At this time, the young women who had reached the entrance of the flame cave heard these explosions and stopped. Holding the blazing stone, Shiyu looked worriedly, Tianhe, does it really not matter? Xiang Gong said that it can be solved, I believe it will be fine. Si Rong said firmly, just in a tone. Qinji comforted, sister, don't worry anymore, we have to trust Tianhe, he must be fine. But, Suyu is still worried, now her heart is all the shadow of GOKU, how can there be any drunken flower yin or something? Back to Goku's side. You boy, are you human? The Beast King stared at its pair of boss's fire eyes in disbelief, looking at GOKU, who was attacked by how many fireball techniques and other fire attribute tricks he didn't know in a row, and he was unscathed, standing there without even breaking the corner of his clothes. What do you say? If I'm not human, why do I have 2 hands and 2 feet? GOKU said with a smile and raised his hand. Lowering his hand, GOKU shouted, hey! Did you hit enough? It's my turn. Saying that, he squeezed his hands, and the Beast King who was Sheneng's pet looked at Wukong with some fear at this time. GOKU raised his head, the corners of his mouth turned up, and said with a smile, take it. Come on, the Beast King thought that GOKU must be pretending, did not have much ability, at most it was only durable, but he did not expect that he was hit by a sudden blow, and he turned over in the sky and fell to the ground. Wow, good attack! How could I be hurt so much by a mortal? The Beast King got up from the ground with difficulty, gritted his teeth and looked at GOKU, thinking angrily in his heart. It's just one sudden, I only used half of my strength. GOKU shook his fist and said with white teeth exposed. Yes. Standing firm, the Beast King snorted coldly, humph. Can't help me. After saying that, his huge body rushed towards GOKU, and GOKU pushed forward with both hands. Oh! Goku's feet were scratched on the ground by the impact of the Beast King. Well, GOKU did not become a Super Saiyan, plus he had not practiced for a long time, and the Fox Demon was only a few strokes that time. Therefore, such a large force at one time will inevitably be a little temporarily unsupportable. Ha 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 ha, useless mortal, die obediently. The Beast King arrogantly thought that GOKU was holding up, and he didn't know at all, but GOKU was really slowly adapting and opened his mouth to laugh. Yes. GOKU raised his head, a little sweaty on his forehead, and grinned, humph, I don't admit defeat so easily. After speaking, his eyes were cold, and he opened his mouth and shouted, ha with both hands at the same time, it is not a problem to lift a mountain with Goku's strength. How could it be? The Beast King's tone was surprised, because it found that GOKU had actually given it up. Ha! GOKU roared again, throwing the Beast King into the distance, making a large hole in the ground. The flames on the Beast King's body fell a lot lower at this time, not as strong as just now, and there were wounds on his body. Impossible, impossible, I'm a spirit beast. The Beast King muttered incredulously. Chapter 099. I am impossible to defeat, abominable mortal. The Beast King got up with difficulty, looked at GOKU angrily, and the retreating flame rose again, and his momentum increased again. GOKU shook his head and smiled, are you sure you can win me? What do you mean? Look down on me. The Beast King glared at the flames and drank. Hey? It's not that I look down on you, but yours really. Your strength is indeed not good. GOKU smiled slightly as he stuck his chest in his chest, and then slowly walked towards the Beast King. Humph, look at the move. With a big mouth, a ball of fireball sprayed over, and Goku's figure flashed to the left. Hey! Another fireball, Goku's figure flashed motionless again, to the right, and walked towards the Beast King without slowing. Abominable! The Beast King kept spraying fireballs, but Goku didn't care about dodging over, and then walked forward. Finally came to the Beast King, the Beast King ejected the last fireball, but it was not comparable, its last spray, is really the last spray. Wukong glanced at it, pointed his palm at the Beast King, and said with a cold expression, this is how chi should be used. A cloud of Qigong waves gathered in the palm of Goku's hand, and just as Goku was about to launch, there was a sound that made Goku's heart ache. Ah, that sound was enough to overshadow the flowers. Goku's eyes widened, he turned around sharply and exclaimed, Mother! It turned out that the one who made the screaming sound turned out to be Xiu. Strange, didn't she leave? It turned out that when Goku made that cry just now, Xiu was really worried, leaving the hot stone in place and rushing back here, but when he found that Goku was okay and just wanted to call him in surprise, he was hit by a sudden fireball. Wukong immediately flashed to Xiu's side and hugged him, constantly calling, Niang, Niang, do you want to matter? Xiu is not as powerful as Wukong, although his cultivation is not low, but after all, he is flesh and blood, and a fireball of this Beast King is not covered. Xiu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, opened his eyes, looked at Goku, and forced a smile, heavens! River! Right! No! Rise! I'm on my own! Come back! Still! I didn't expect. It actually will. It will be like this. Mom, don't talk, I'll save you, don't talk, I'll save you. Goku said anxiously, and at the same time a palm of luck healing chi into Yu's body. Sudama is Goku's mother, and I want to ask Goku who is the most important person now. Sudama. Hurt the jade, die. Seeing that Suyu's injury had stabilized, Wukong picked Suyu up and leaned against a stone, and said softly, Mom, you rest first, let me help you take revenge. Suyu nodded. Goku is now her inner master. Goku said what to do, she basically won't object, let alone help her now. Goku stood up and walked towards the Beast King with a grim face. The Beast King just accidentally really hit Suyu, but he didn't get there, and hurting Suyu was worse than hurting Goku. Every step of Wukong seemed to step on the heart of the Beast King, and at this time, it had the momentum of a spirit beast, and it looked like a villain. You! What are you doing? I'm a spirit beast. The Beast King actually begged for mercy. You can't kill me, you can't kill me. Goku came to the Beast King and saw that this behemoth was now begging for mercy from himself. Goku sneered. Now beg for mercy. People don't offend me, I don't offend, I have long said that I just borrowed a stone from you to use, but you are aggressive, now, you hurt the most important person in my life, I tell you, in the next life, stop being a spirit beast. Don't. Yes. The Beast King looked at Goku in fear, and Goku had already punched the bridge of its nose. The screams are immediately creepy, but Goku won't, because it's his masterpiece. Punch after punch violently hit the Beast King, punch after punch, the Beast King finally vomited blood unbearably. I want you to spit out 10 times the blood my mother vomits. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. After Goku finished speaking, he threw another punch that became even more violent. Wow! The Beast King spat out incredible blood and scattered it on the ground. At this time, the Beast King had collapsed on the ground, without the momentum to come, and now a 3-year-old child was stronger than it. Go and die. Goku seems to be enchanted. No, look at Goku's pupils bright red. Seeing that the Qigong wave in Wukong's hand was getting bigger and bigger, it was enough to destroy this Beast King. No. No. Milky Way. Goku suddenly recovered his mind. What's going on? Goku thought to himself. But hearing this voice, Goku immediately came to Suyu's side and said to Suyu, Mom, how are you? After speaking, he took out a fairy bean for Suyu to take. Sure enough, Suyu's complexion was much better, but this injury was more serious, and his recovery was a little slow. I'm okay, Sudama was very moved, because when she heard Goku say that she was the most important person in her life, she felt that she had no regrets in this life. Goku quickly hugged Suyu and kept comforting, I'm sorry, I was too careless, I hurt you, I really deserve to die. Saying that, Goku actually slapped himself in the face, snap. Suyu was stunned, and when he saw that Goku was about to hit himself again, he quickly held Goku's hand and said urgently, Tianhe. Don't be like this, I don't blame you, if you want to blame me for not believing in your ability, say sorry, it should be me. Wukong's eyes were already full of mist, and he looked at Suyu and said, Mom, why don't you let me do anything? Suyu smiled softly and shook her head, forget it, no matter what, it is also loyal and alive, besides, I am much better now, there is no big problem, just let it go. Goku hesitated a little, looked at Suyu and smiled, okay, listen to you. Goku took out a fairy bean and threw it back, just into the mouth of the Beast King, and the Beast King's body slowly got up. Well. You. The Beast King looked at Goku and didn't know what to say. You go, I won't kill you, but you remember, be careful with me later. Goku said coldly. Thinking of Goku's power, the Beast King finally lowered his head and turned to leave. Goku hugged Suyu cross-waist, Mom, let's go. Still calling me mother? That? Goku was stunned, what should it be called? Yes. Oh! Small! Small! Jade? Chapter 100. Tianhe, the way you looked just now really scared me, I thought you were enchanted. Goku walked back with Suyu in his arms, and Sudama said to Goku. Yes. Is it? That's also because of my mother. Xiaoyu, you are injured, I said, whoever hurts you will die. Goku smiled, but the second half of the sentence was serious. Shu Yu's heart warmed when he heard this, and he said softly, what is immortal, it's really ugly. Goku smiled slightly, little. Jade. You're just too soft-hearted. Aren't you soft-hearted? The fox demon was just beaten back to its original form by you, and if I don't shout at you this time, you will kill. Shuyu's tone seemed to be coquettish. Goku didn't know how he was, and suddenly said this sentence, so what, if anyone dares to hurt you, and Ryasa, I will pay for his life. Tianhe, Suyu was moved to leave tears, domineering tone, strong domineering, but the usual gentleness, are reflected in Goku. Suyu can no longer extricate herself, she only hates, why not meet Goku earlier, so that you can give herself to him perfectly. I hate it, why didn't you let me meet you 19 years earlier, why did God send you to take care of me so much and love me so much? I, on the other hand, am a broken flower and cannot give you perfectly. Shuyu said with tears in her eyes. Broken flowers? What do you mean? Goku wondered, he really didn't know. Suyu raised his head, glanced at Goku, and whispered, it's just. It is. Shuyu's little face turned blushing, nonsense, any woman will blush when she says this. A virgin. Goku frowned, I still don't understand. Don't you feel aggrieved? I'm not anymore. Shuyu said lonely. Goku stopped, looked at Suyu and said firmly, little. Jade, listen well, if you want to say grievances, it should be me who makes you wronged, I know, a man can only love one woman, but I have dreams now, so it's me who has to say sorry. Goku, who was not quite emotional, said this, and was moved to immediately kiss Goku, closing his eyes and enjoying Goku's embrace, you are so good. I'm not aggrieved at all. Okay, we're almost there. Ah yes, that stone, I felt so hot when I took it, and luck resistance only played a little role, I see, they are estimated to be still at the mouth of the cave. Shuyu said as if he remembered. Is it hot? Goku frowned. Suyu nodded, well, it's hot, but... Shuyu suddenly smiled, if you take it, you may not feel hot. The corners of Goku's mouth turned up, haha, then I can try. Xiang Gong. Tianhe, Mengli, Qinji, Sarong, Lingsha, seeing the triumphant return of their beloved, already burst into tears, but when they saw Goku holding Suyu, and there was blood at the corner of Suyu's mouth, they couldn't help but exclaim, Sister, are you injured? Shuyu shook his head and smiled, I'm fine, Tianhe has already helped me heal. How so? Then Xiang Gong, did you help your sister take revenge? Si Rong was especially angry, and Ling Sha was also very angry. You say, that monster can be beaten half to death by Tianhe, if it weren't for my shouting, Tianhe would have to kill it. Suyu said. Okay, let's not talk about this, by the way, what about the stone? Goku put down the jade, and Si Rong and Lingsha immediately came to help. Tianhe, here, but this is so hot, we don't dare to take it. Qinji let go of her body, and saw that the hot stone was on the ground. Okay. Let me try. Goku clapped his hands and touched the burning stone. Wow, so hot, so hot. The person who shouted and danced would be himself who was still bragging just now. What, Xiang Gong, you also feel hot? Si Rong Lingsha obviously couldn't believe it, because Guangji Hanta was not afraid of this cold Wukong, but now he was afraid of this stone. Wow, this temperature, oh my god, it has to be 6,000 degrees, there is a surface of the sun, it's strange if it's not hot. GOKU kept shaking his hand and said, Mengli came over to help GOKU rub his hands, even Tianhe you feel hot, so how do we take it? Yes, you can't just leave it here. Kotoheim frowned. After thinking about it, Shiyu said, or I can be lucky, and my physique is cold. At this time, GOKU patted his forehead, look at me, and forgot, alas, using the ice attribute method will never do. Yes, look at us, we all forgot, hee hee. Lingsha also patted her forehead and said with a smile, not only her, Mengli, Kinji, and Si Rong also smiled embarrassedly, maybe she was so nervous that she forgot about it just now. GOKU crossed his waist at this time and sighed, alas, people are old, there is no way, the brain is not good. Poof. Puff. Ha 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 ha, everyone laughed. Chapter 101. The Realm of the Moon. Look, isn't that it? Wukong carried the hot stone to the place where Chu Hanjing and Chu Baikan were, and showed the stone completely to the two women. You guys, you actually got it. Chu Hanjing was very surprised by the strength of Wukong and others. This is not something that ordinary people can get, there is also a burning stone. Chu Baikan was unexpectedly surprised by everyone at this time, and he actually showed an excited or greedy look, and his eyes were firmly fixed on the burning stone in Wukong's hand. In a flash, the fiery stone in Wukong's hand was actually taken by Chu Baikan. Oh, wait! Ryasa shouted. Chu Baikan shook his head decisively, can't wait. Turning to Chu Hanjing, he said, Sister, you are so pitiful. I'm about to become a true immortal body, and you are destined to be scattered, but there is no way around it. What did you say? Several women were shocked, and GOKU was also extremely shocked. What's going on? Chu Hanjing did not speak, just silent. Chu Baikan hummed, humph, in fact, I already knew that after the solo tree was injected with spiritual power, my sisters appeared, which was also greatly unexpected by the owner. You and I are both one and non-one, and this solo tree only bears one fruit in its life, so one of us will become an immortal, and the other will die, right? Chu Hanjing was still silent, and then Mengli spoke, you. Is it because he can't decide who wants to become an immortal and who wants to die? He has been hesitant, so he is reluctant to say the whereabouts of the stone? Chu Baikan's tone suddenly turned anxious, Sister. I heard my master tell you all those things, but you refused to tell me. Because you don't want me to become an immortal, do you? The more you don't say, the more painful I am, sneaking out several times, looking aimlessly, almost losing my life. Chu Hanjing was finally no longer silent. You heard what the master said to me. You should know that only a good heart can make you become an immortal. If you have selfish thoughts, you can only let the solo tree bear fruit, but you will also have to scatter your soul. Chu Baikan smiled disdainfully, haha, sister, you still want to lie to me. Chu Baikan looked at his sister coldly, do you say I have selfish intentions? What kind of selfishness is it to want to leave this terrible place? My own life is up to me. Whether it's the master or you don't want to influence me. Chu Baikan's eyes began to glow slightly, and even his body gradually took on light, looking at Chu Hanjing and saying, farewell, sister. When I become an immortal, I will always remember you. After speaking, she silently said something in her mouth, and then the hot stone floated from her hand and floated to the solo tree, and the whole body of the hot stone began to emit golden light, which was very dazzling. Then, the dazzling golden light began to slowly shoot towards the solo tree below. Baikan! No! You'll die that way! Chu Hanjing shouted loudly, it's a pity that she can't stop her, but, there is a person, Qin. What are you doing? Why stop me? Chu Baikan originally thought that he was about to ascend to the immortals, but I don't know when, his magic decision actually failed, opened his eyes and looked back, isn't this the Wukong that brought the stone? Although he was grateful to Wukong and the others for bringing this burning stone, but disturbed his ascension moment, Chu Baikan was very angry. Wukong took the hot stone off unexpectedly at this time and landed it in front of Chu Hanjing. Chu Baikan was extremely angry. You! Jade pointed at GOKU, his eyes full of anger, eager to tear him to pieces. Wukong put the hot stone down, and then moved quickly, and came to Chu Baikan in the sky, and before Chu Baikan could react, he snapped, and the sound of his hand touching his cheek. The women on the ground couldn't believe their eyes, because what they saw was GOKU, who had always been gentle, who had actually hit someone, and it was a girl, or face, 2 slaps. However, Wukong's strength can still be controlled, otherwise Chu Baikan would have disappeared long ago. You dare to hit me! Chu Baijian looked at Wukong angrily and shouted. This is the first time in my life that I hit a woman, because you are so much, even if you are selfish, you even joke about your life. Wukong dragged Chu Baijian to the ground and threw Chu Baikan away and said. What do you mean? Is it wrong that I have soared to become an immortal, and what does it have to do with my life? Chu Baikan didn't give Wukong face in the slightest. Qin Ji stepped forward and said, you only know that there is nothing wrong with using the burning stone to ascend to immortal status, but haven't you ever thought that you really only need this burning stone? Do anything, you must understand it clearly, it is impossible to succeed if you are reckless. Shu Yu also wanted to talk about Chu Baijian for a long time, besides, with your heart, you are restless, selfish, and completely unconcerned about others. Do you think that in this way, even with this hot stone, you can successfully become an immortal? You are such a fool. Do you think your sister wants to become an immortal by herself and leave you alone? Si Rong was very upset by Chu Hanjing. Chu Baijian has been speechless by Wukong and Suyu and the girls. Originally she wanted to respond angrily, but after thinking about it carefully, everyone who becomes an immortal has to go through a lot of things. That sister is right. Can I just use the hot stone? Is it? Looking at Chu Baikan contemplative, everyone did not bother. Chu Hanjing glanced at everyone gratefully, came to Chu Baikan and gently held Chu Baikan's hand, and said softly, silly sister, in fact, my sister knew that you hated me a long time ago, and you regarded me as a threat to your becoming an immortal. Chapter 102. Sister. Chu Baikan looked at his sister in a complicated way. That's right, if one of us becomes an immortal, the other will definitely be sacrificed, but the reason why my sister knows where the hot stone is and didn't tell you is because my sister doesn't want to leave you. Your nature sister knows. Don't blame your sister for being serious. Even if you find the body of the hot stone, you can't become an immortal body, on the contrary, you will be scattered. Chu Hanjing slowly explained the reason. What? Sister, you lied to me. Chu Baikan looked at Chu Baikan in disbelief, and his tone was extremely surprised. Chu Hanjing shook his head. I lied to you, I can't watch you dissipate, so, I don't want to get the hot stone again, the two of us together, although it is lonely, but it is better than the result in my heart, isn't it? Now, if it wasn't for that prince stopping you just now, Baikan, you would really regret it. Chu Baikan listened to his sister's words, only to find that he had always blamed his sister wrongly, thinking that his sister was selfish, wanting to become an immortal and leave himself, but in fact, it was not at all, and his sister did not say where the hot stone was, because she didn't want to leave by herself, let alone leave herself. She cried, and Chu Baijian cried and threw herself into Chu Hanjing's arms. Sister. Chu Hanjing smiled slightly and patted Chu Baikan's back. Baikan, just understand. Looking at this touching scene, several women couldn't help but lean towards GOKU. Great, it's really good. Si Rong also wanted to cry, because her eyes were already filled with mist. Although I didn't become an immortal, wouldn't it be better to be with the people closest to you? Mengli sighed. Originally, this warm scene was interrupted by GOKU. You guys, don't surround me, I'm hot. Hot. Ling Sha said incredulously, it's very cold here, you actually call it hot. No, my body seems to be in contrarian tune with the temperature, cold when it's hot, hot when it's cold. GOKU pouted. Hey! I don't know when. Chu Baikan, who was crying in Chu Hanjing's arms, was already standing in front of Wukong, and said angrily, how do you count when you just hit me? Ugh! This! Wukong scratched his head and didn't know what to do, but fortunately, Chu Hanjing helped Wukong solve the siege at this time. Baikan, how can you say this? If it weren't for this prince, you would have been. Ah, sister, people just can't be angry, stop me and beat me again, you know, I've never been beaten, and now I'm beaten by him, of course I want to get it back. Chu Baikan now seems to be a coquettish girl, without the devilish appearance just now. Well, okay, I'll let you call back. GOKU thought for a moment and said. Xianggong, you this. Tianhe, the girls couldn't help but want to persuade GOKU, but GOKU smiled slightly, it's okay, I don't want to owe anyone anything. Instead, he leaned forward and said, hit. How did Chu Baikan expect that Wukong was such a gentle and gentlemanly man? When he should be gentle, he was so gentle that he was angry, and he didn't give himself the face of a beautiful woman. Chu Baikan raised his little hand, and he wanted to hit Wukong's face. Don't! Don't! The women wanted to persuade again, and Chu Hanjing's eyes that wanted to let himself reach back, and Wukong shook his head back. Hey! Didn't you hit me? Why touch me? GOKU closed his eyes and didn't snap, but let his sweaty hair stand on end. Mengli and the others were like papayas. Chu Baikan withdrew his hand and said proudly, Humph, do you say that I have to call back if I call back? Seeing that you are so handsome, it has swollen you, and your wives have not allowed to peel my skin. Baikan, Chu Hanjing said urgently. Hee. Chu Baikan laughed like a little girl. GOKU touched his face and laughed, hee, whatever you want, anyway, I don't owe you anything, by the way, which one is the thing we want? Chu Hanjing said, what you need should be the solo fruit of this solo tree. Listen to what you say, but there is no fruit on this tree. Lingsha looked at it and still had no fruit. If you hadn't stopped you just now, there would have been fruit. Chu Baijian pouted at GOKU, very dissatisfied with Goku's behavior just now, and did not give GOKU just saved his face. That. Now use this hot stone, can it bear fruit? Kotoheim asked. It should be possible, but if Baikan and I use divine power to drive this solo fruit, it will definitely be, Chu Hanjing said with some embarrassment. Don't worry, leave it to me, you give me the tips, I will drive. GOKU patted his chest and said. You? Can you? Chu Baijian looked Wukong up and down, and asked with a small frown. What's wrong? I just dragged this stone down, why can't it? GOKU scratched his head and asked, puzzled. That. Whatever you want, I'm not responsible for what happens. Chu Baikan said indifferently. Chu Hanjing glanced at Chu Baikan reproachfully, Baikan. Chu Baijian spat out a small fragrant tongue, white Wukong glance, if Wukong is a satyr, he will definitely think, wow, the eyes looking back, so beautiful. Chu Hanjing told Wukong the key, and then said to the Yuya girls, you are also assisting him next to Yun Gongzi, so you may be able to produce more than one solo fruit. Really? That's great, be sure to leave me one. Si Rong clapped her hands happily. This, I'm just guessing, because the odds may not be great. Chu Hanjing said apologetically. Oh, that's fine, I don't care, but if there are more, give me one. Si Rong waved her hand and said indifferently. Well, definitely. Chu Hanjing smiled. Chapter 103. It's over, it's... Really, married. Wow! There is more than one. The little girl's surprise continued unceasingly. Don't argue, if you disturb Tianhe, it will be very troublesome. Shuyu hurriedly stopped Lingsha and Sarong, these two little girls are really. Hee hee. Mengli and Kotoheim looked at each other and smiled, and Ringsa and Sarong also stuck out their tongues embarrassedly, and then looked at GOKU who was casting a spell. GOKU was now tilting his head to the sky, his hands behind him, and his mouth was endless. And the light of that solo tree at this time was much brighter than when Chu Baikan drove just now. Wow, sister, look at him, how is he even more powerful than me? Chu Baikan asked her sister in a low voice. Chu Hanjing glanced at his sister, you little girl, they can bring the hot stone back from that beast king, and it is still unscathed, do you say it can be worse than us? Chu Baikan pouted and looked at Wukong, who was chanting, and said dissatisfiedly, humph, stinky guy, big bad, but well, look at his current appearance, it's quite good, it's not bad. Chu Hanjing was slightly stunned, he didn't expect his sister to say this, looking at his sister looking at that Wukong's eyes, faintly with a hint of imperceptibility. And Chu Hanjing's original surprise was even more shocked, but what she didn't know was that she had the same feeling as Chu Baikan in her heart. Baikan? You? Do you like him? Chu Hanjing asked Chu Baikan. Hey! Chu Baikan was shocked, and busied, how is it possible, how can I like him, I just met him for the first time, besides, he just beat me. Where is Chu Baikan's tone really angry, it is simply gambling. Chu Hanjing looked at his sister in a complicated way, and Chu Baikan in the gambling atmosphere touched his sister's eyes, and immediately turned around in panic, and his little face was blushing. On Goku's side, GOKU stopped the movement in his mouth. The Tian he has stopped. Kotoheim said. The women looked at GOKU and saw that GOKU had opened his eyes at this time. How much is knotted? GOKU asked the girls. I count. Shuyu looked up and began to count. It's over. 6. Counting will be a reply. 6. Wukong scratched his head, no way, that hot stone has no spiritual power. Boom. With a sound, the burning stone that had lost its spiritual power fell to the ground at this time and turned into an ordinary large stone. That's awesome. Chu Hanjing couldn't help but be surprised, and Chu Baikan also reacted, and when he saw the 6 fruits on the tree, he exclaimed excitedly, wow! There are 6. Why are you so excited? GOKU asked suspiciously. Chu Baikan said proudly, you don't know yet, this solo fruit is already very amazing, now there are 6, do you say I can step excited? GOKU pouted and waved his hand. Hey, I said, this is also made by my Xianggong casting, you don't even say thank you. Si Rong couldn't see Chu Baikan's delicate temper, and couldn't help but help Wukong. Chu Baikan spat out his little tongue at Wukong and stopped talking. That, can you take it down? Mengli asked towards Chu Hanjing. Chu Hanjing nodded, it's okay. When GOKU heard this, he flew up to the top of the tree, took one in one hand and threw it towards Sarong, next. Go on. Another one was thrown at the rhombus. The third one. Shuyu came to the tree and said, Tian he, throw it down, I'll continue. GOKU threw the third one, the fourth to Yumarai, the fifth to Kotoheim, and as for the 6th, GOKU hugged it himself. Hey, hey, hey! What about ours? Chu Baikan saw that he and his sister hadn't got it yet, and couldn't help but be angry. Baikan! Chu Hanjing stopped his sister, have you forgotten what your sister just said? Chu Baikan hummed dissatisfiedly. GOKU and the others looked at each other and smiled. GOKU looked at Suyu. Suyu understood Goku's thoughts, and handed the fruit to GOKU, and GOKU came to Chu Baikan Chu Hanjing with 2 fruits and said, oh, give it to you. Hee hee. Chu Baijian took it unceremoniously with satisfaction. Chu Hanjing wanted to say something, and Wukong smiled, it's okay, it's useless if we want so much, just right, these 2 are for you, if you want to ascend, you can use it at any time. So. Then thank you. Chu Hanjing saw Wukong's smile, and for some reason, his heart was beating. What's wrong with me? Chu Han thought in his heart without changing his color. Mine is also for you. Mengli took her own, and mine. Kotoheim also took it. You guys, Chu Hanjing didn't know what to say. It's okay, we can't use it, it's better to give it to those who need it. Mengli said with a slight smile. Thank you. Chu Hanjing's eyes were covered with water mist. Chapter 104. You're welcome. Kotoheim smiled. Okay, our things are done, we should go find the next cold weapon. GOKU turned around and said. Several women nodded. Wukong said to Chu Hanjing, Chu Baikan, then we leave. You guys. Going away? Chu Baikan seemed a little reluctant. Hey? Is there anything else we need help with? Suyu asked. Oh no, it's just, thank you very much. Chu Baijian was also very serious about thanking Wukong and the others. If it weren't for the help of Wukong and others, she would have disappeared by now. Raise your hand, you're welcome, then we leave, there will be a period later. GOKU bowed up. In the gaze of Chu Hanjing and Chu Baikan, the figures of Wukong and the others gradually disappeared from their sight. Baikan. Hey. You. I should like that Yun Gongzi. Well? Oh, show your face. Ah, sister, you, hey, the sound of two girls playing in the cave came from the cave. At this time, Wukong and the others, who had already come to the entrance of Sheneng's cave, heard the laughter in the cave, and Lingsha smiled and said, the relationship between the two sisters has become better now. Well, in the end, it's all the credit of Xiang Gong. Si Rong said as she took Goku's arm, and the latter scratched her nose embarrassedly. After staying for so long, let's go back to the Kaianhua sect first. After laughing for a while, Shuyu made this request. After seeing that the other women were okay, GOKU summoned Wangshu and stood up with Shuyu, and then everyone sent the imperial sword towards Kaianhua. Kaianhua School Mountain Gate. As soon as I arrived at the door, I heard a girl's voice, with anxiety, little junior brother. Not good, not good. Looking closely, it was Suanja, the little girl, and saw that she was running towards Wukong and others, but she didn't want anyone to come to everyone first. It was 4 disciples. Wukong and others also knew each other, but they were not familiar. They were Ming Jing, Ming Huan, Huixi, and Ming Cai. Han Lingsha, do you think that when you entered the Kaianhua sect and became a disciple of the Kaianhua sect, no one would know about your previous affairs? Ming Huan said bluntly to Han Lingsha. Han Lingsha was shocked and did not speak, while Huixi said, our Kaianhua sect is very strict in accepting disciples, and we can't allow people of your status to mix in it. Ming Cai nodded, that's right, just now senior brother Huayan has gone to report to the head of the door, please take the head to expel this female thief from the door wall. Ming Jing continued, maybe it's too late to drive down the mountain now. Who knows if this faction has lost anything? Seeing that a few disciples said more and more excessively, several women except for Han Lingsha were a little bad, but the one who was even angrier than them was Wukong, and it was okay to scold Wukong, but it was not okay to scold the woman Wukong liked. What did you just say? Say it again. Wukong looked at Ming Jing and the others coldly, holding Wangshu in his hand. Ming Jing was shocked. You are crazy. Actually against the same soldiers. GOKU still said coldly, I don't care if you are the same door. No one is allowed to say this about Lingsha, whoever says another word, I want him to look good. Ming Huan said angrily, how can this be reasonable? Back off for me. Xiang appeared in front of everyone at this time. Ming Jing seemed to have found a helper and said to Xiang, Uncle Master, you see that he is so arrogant. Xiang reprimanded, shut up. Give me all back. After a pause, he said, since you have reported this matter to the leader, it should be decided by the leader. Uncle Master, Huai Xi still wanted to say something, but Ziying's eyes widened. Go back. Huai Xi gritted his teeth and glanced at Wukong hatefully. Abominable. I had to turn around and leave. After the four left, Xianji immediately said dissatisfied, Senior Uncle Ziying, Senior Brother, they are too much. I've been stopping them, they're still going to the boss. Ziying's tone eased a lot. Suanja, you and Huaishuo should also go back first, I will go to see the head of this matter. I'm going to. Xianji stomped his foot. Suanja, listen to your uncle, if you go, you may not be able to help. Shuyu gently persuaded. Xianji was suddenly helpless. Okay. Lingsha, is there something unspeakable about you being a thief? When Ziying went to see Shu Yu began to ask Lingsha the truth. Don't want to. Shu Yu is extremely smart, and immediately guessed his own thoughts. Lingsha was shocked in her heart, but still smiled on the surface. It's okay, mother-in-law, don't worry, just take the money of the dead to help the living, and the things that hurt the heavens and reason are absolutely not done, let alone look at any book swords of the Qianghua faction. Anyway, there seem to be many people who know about this now, let's find the head of Shu Yao as soon as possible, and then broadband this matter. Ko Toheim said. Mengli nodded, yes, those people don't understand anything, it's just nonsense. Mengli, Sister Ko Toheim, Ryasha was moved. Si Rong waved her small fist, don't worry, Sister Lingsha, if someone still says this about you, I will help you beat him, if I can't, there is still Xiang Gong. When GOKU heard this, he gently patted Lingsha's shoulder, Lingsha, don't worry, with me, no one can hurt you. After a pause, he said under Lingsha's eyes that were about to shed tears, I will go to the head right away and talk to her, and I will definitely not expel you from the division. Well, yes, I'll go with Tianhe, and senior sister will definitely give me some thin noodles. Suyu also nodded. Thank you. Thank you. Lingsha couldn't help but cry, and she was moved by everyone's care. Chapter 105. Senior Brother Ziying, the head has a life, no one is allowed to approach Qianghua Palace. Ziying came to the outside of the main hall, and a disciple who was guarding the door said to Ziying who wanted to enter. Ziying asked, what is so deliberate? The head only said that there are important things to do, and you can't disturb it, maybe half a day, maybe a day. Got it, thank you. Ziying came to Wukong and the others after speaking, it's really unfortunate, let's wait here. Helplessly, everyone had to wait and wait outside, this is half a day, it is dark. Ziying stood there alone and walked back and forth, no matter how she looked like Ziying that GOKU and others knew, how could she be more uneasy than Wukong? It makes my eyes go. GOKU was dizzy and wanted to fall. Hey! Shuyu quickly held Wukong and said softly, be careful, just don't look at Ziying. GOKU nodded, but instead of looking at Ziying, he looked at the woman. It's not his style, then. Look at the moon. The moon is so big, like a flatbread. GOKU looked up at the moon and muttered, Goo. Swoosh. Ha ha ha. At this time, Ziying, who had been waiting for a long time, said, go back, it's already so late, the head won't see us. Why don't I come back in the morning? Ziying, GOKU suddenly lost the laughter he had just had, and looked at Ziying seriously. Hey? What's going on? Ziying saw that GOKU, who had always been giggling, had become so serious, maybe it was something important. Do you think it's interesting to be happy in the mountains, or to cultivate immortals? GOKU asked. Not only Ziying, Shuyu, Mengli, Qinji, Sarong, and Lingsha were all stunned, because they couldn't believe that this would be the question asked by GOKU. Ziying was silent for a while before she spoke, asking for immortals and slaying demons and removing demons is what I want in my life, how can I not be happy if I can do what I want to do? Yes, but after I came to the Qianghua sect, I found that it turns out that cultivating immortals seems to be those mental tricks and the like. It's quite boring. You can do it without cultivating immortals, why can't you live freely? Xing shook her head, not really. GOKU continued, I heard before that imperial swords are fun and practical, but when I really came into contact with immortal cultivation, I realized that cultivating immortals is sometimes not necessarily a good thing. How to explain this? Xing wondered. GOKU smiled slightly and shook his head, I'm stupid, I can only judge by some simple experiences of my own. Tianhe, you have really grown up and matured. In fact, when Niang joined the Qianhua sect, she was somewhat curious, wanting to see what kind of magic this Qianhua sect had, but after Niang experienced the battle in the demon world, she found that cultivating immortals would also make people miserable and sad. Shiyu said slowly. Mom, do you think so too? In fact, in Cheneng Cave, if Chu Baikan really ascended by the hot stone at that time, then it would be another tragedy. To put it bluntly, it would also be a disaster for cultivating immortals. GOKU said, looking at Suyu. I thought I could find the method of immortality here, but unfortunately there is no landing at all. Should I go to other immortal cultivation sects to take a look? Not only is there not an immortal who is not old and immortal here, but like Yamashita, there are many unhappy things. Lingsha said sadly. The law of immortality. GOKU couldn't help but be stunned. Lingsha, do you want to live forever? Nothing. Lingsha immediately found that she had missed her mouth, and changed the topic and asked Mengli, what do you think? Me? I originally wanted to go out and travel, and I didn't care whether I cultivated immortals or not, as long as I was with you, I could go anywhere. The Qianhua school is indeed very powerful, but it does not focus on the path of immortality that Lingsha seeks. Since Tianhe doesn't want to stay here, Mengli won't want to stay. Mengli replied. So, what about Sister Kotoheim? Ryasa asked Kotoheim. Me? I'm the same as Mengli, it doesn't matter where to go. As Tianhe said, it's good to have a good time. Qinji said with a slight smile. Sister Sarong. Lingsha asked Sarong, and Sirong came to Wukong's side with a small mouth, took Wukong's arm and said, I will go wherever Xianggong goes, even if Xianggong goes, go there. That place, I also go. What place? Xing was puzzled. It's just. That's it. That. Sirong's little face would definitely be very red if it weren't for the fact that it was night. Brothel. GOKU said without thinking. Yes, Sirong said it right without thinking about it. Everyone was speechless. That's it, after helping the eldest brother, let's go down the mountain together. GOKU thought for a moment and said. Big brother. Several women and Xing couldn't help but wonder. Oh, it's Xian Xiao, Wukong immediately said everything about his worship with Xian Xiao. Senior brother, he is really still the same, not informal and not bound by those tacky at all. Shiyu said lightly. You guys. Really planning to go down? Xing asked. Goku nodded, and then said, don't worry, we'll live under the mountain first, in case that demon world comes over, we can still help you. Goku patted his chest with a look of assurance, but he didn't know when the time came, Will it really start? Xing said slightly, I know, I'm not worried about this, it's just that. Oh I know, you must be reluctant to let us, right? Ryasa said with a smile. You guys come and go in such a hurry, but do you really think clearly? Xing asked again. Everyone has their own wishes, and if you feel that cultivating immortals is the happiest thing, then you should always stick to it. Sirong said. Is it? In the past, I was occasionally very depressed and sad because of some things. Since I got to know you, I thought a lot, and many things suddenly became enlightened. The most important thing is not the people and things around me, but a person's own state of mind, Lingsha said. Kotoheim also said, Yes, everything is different from person to person, not all good things are completely right, on the contrary, bad things are not necessarily wrong. Didn't you say quite a swordsman? Then when you become a sword fairy, don't forget to come and see us oh, haha, when the time comes, I will invite you to eat delicious roast pig, haha. GOKU smiled and patted Xiang's shoulder. Xiang's heart was both complicated and a little moved. Good. I promise you that I will keep this promise for the rest of my life. Xiang said firmly. Good. Several people looked at each other and laughed, and then Xiang said, you guys go back to rest first. I will go to the head after dawn. Then he turned and left. Alas, I said a lot of things today that I wouldn't normally say, and it's not like me at all. Lingxia sighed and touched her cheek and said. What's this, didn't Xiang Gong also say a lot of unusual things? Si Rong didn't care. Life is a little sad when I pass away, Mengli also said sadly. This is not necessarily, sometimes a short parting is for a better reunion. GOKU laughed. Suyu looked at Wukong with affection and said, God, Tianhe, you have changed a lot, more and more than you were naive before. Hey! Qin Ji spoke, only the last one is near Kaehu Lake, let's look for it after dawn, it must be fine.